Chapter 40. Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat as he listened intently. The boatman's voice turned cold. You don't dare to do it? No, it's just that the elementary scholars are all together. There are too many of them. The boatman was flustered and did not know what to say. The boatman then continued, This is what Master Zhang wants. We will make a move tomorrow and make this kid fall into the water. Who asked him to offend young Master Zhang? All you have to do is boil some water and pour the medicine in. When the kid is fished out, tell him it's some cold medicine and force it down his throat. Pa! Pei Ziyun looked up and saw the hookah in the boatman's hands fall to the ground. It rolled a few times on the ground and made a loud guloo sound. Pei Ziyun kept it and thought to himself, I'm on a boat and someone is trying to harm me. He did not know what to feel. He could hear the voices outside getting softer and softer. It seemed like the conversation was about to end. Pei Ziyun slowly retreated and walked up the stairs. When he reached the second floor, he pushed open the door and entered his room. He did not light up the lamp and laid down on the boat, deep in thought. Outside the window, he could hear waves crashing against the hull of the boat, and the sound of water splashing could be heard. He then stood up and paced around the room. One wave after another. This Zhang Jieyu is so bold and arrogant. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to live in peace. Thinking this way, he picked up his sword from the bedside table and pulled it out, revealing the blade of the sword. With such a sharp weapon in his hand, he was ready to kill. Although I don't have spiritual intelligence and cannot cultivate Tao arts, I can't compare to Snail Village. I can't be passive anymore. I have to kill this person and think of a way to take revenge. Let me think again. How should I take revenge? Oh yes, according to the original owner's memories, when Holy Jail Sect was breached, there was another person besides High Scholar Yu who was executed. Li Wenjing announced his crimes. This person was one of the core members of the sect and was like a strategist. This person, according to the rumors, did not have many Tao arts. I can kill him. Also, remember to search his house. He did not live in his mansion, but at a ferry. I'll kill this person and deal a heavy blow to Zhang Jieyu's henchmen. Once I've cultivated the Tao, I'll think of a way to kill Zhang Jieyu as well. Pei Ziyun had already made up his mind. He caressed the blade of his sword, and the sword gleamed coldly. His eyes shone with the same coldness. Early morning, Pei Ziyun got up and started practicing the 100 beasts illustration. This was one of the advantages of the 100 beasts illustration. Even if it was just a small space, he could still practice. Hearing the voices of people below him, he wasn't paying attention. Suddenly, he felt his body tremble. The teacup on the table shook a few times. Someone shouted, Pull the anchor! Pei Ziyun didn't pay much attention to it and continued to practice. In a short period of time, he felt warm inside. Although without spiritual roots, he wouldn't be able to advance to the third level. However, if he practiced for a long time, he would be able to build a strong foundation. Once he had spiritual roots, he would be able to advance to the next level. After he was done, he opened the window and looked outside. A cool breeze blew in. The sun had not yet risen, but there were already quite a few fishermen casting nets to catch fish. There were even some passenger ships that had already raised their sails. Some birds were standing on the ships, and as soon as the sails were opened, they flew away in fright, dropping a few feathers. Pei Ziyun practiced the 100 beasts illustration, recited books, and practiced calligraphy. After he was done, he went downstairs. There was a noodle shop downstairs. Pei Ziyun was overjoyed when he came downstairs. He ordered a bowl of freshwater noodles and looked into the kitchen. The noodle shop was already prepared, and the chef was still cooking. The chef then placed the noodles into a pot of water. Pei Ziyun didn't watch any longer and sat down at the table. Before long, a bowl of noodles was served. There were several large pieces of fresh fish piled on top of the noodles, with some chopped chili and spring onions sprinkled on top. On the table, there was vinegar, chili oil, and pickled vegetables. The noodles were steaming. Several elementary scholars came downstairs. Seeing Pei Ziyun, elementary scholar, who had been tossing and turning restlessly in bed the previous day, smiled and said, Brother Pei, the chef on this ship is pretty good, right? The last time I went to the Zhou prefecture, I took this ship and fell in love with the chef. He then shouted to the chef, "Give me a bowl of freshwater noodles. Add some chili oil and add an egg." As soon as the elementary scholar shouted, the other 3 elementary scholars shouted as well. Before long, the noodles were served, all with an egg, and were fried until they were golden brown and tender. The few of them started chatting. In the previous year, there was someone who had only average literary talent and was lucky enough to pass the grand examinations. There was also someone who had cheated during the examinations and was stripped of his scholarly title. They were mostly talking about the previous year. Some of them were interesting, while others were serious. Before long, the conversation had reached noon. The few of them had gone there once or more. One of them said, "Brother Pei, the next stop on this ship is Zhitong Prefecture. There's a Taoist temple there, and it's very accurate. It's able to tell a person's fortune. When noon comes, we can go there and have our fortune told. Tell the captain to wait for us." Pei Ziyun asked, "Is this temple far from the pier?" The few of them laughed. "Brother Pei is very hard-working. You don't even want to waste this little bit of time. This temple is very close to the pier and not far from the river. Every day, there are many visitors. It would only take an hour to get there." Pei Ziyun agreed. The few of them continued chatting for a while. Before long, many people had arrived, and it was rather noisy. The few of them lost their interest and returned to their rooms to rest or to study. The river flowed downstream, and the morning passed quickly. Hearing the elementary scholars calling for him, he opened the door and saw that the 4 elementary scholars had already changed their clothes. They were dressed in green and had pendants hanging from their waists. Each of them held a fan in their hands. When they saw Pei Ziyun open the door, they said, "Brother Pei, hurry up." Pei Ziyun had no choice but to follow them down the pier. The boatman watched as Pei Ziyun got off the boat, and his eyes gleamed. He paced back and forth for a few steps before he stealthily pushed Pei Ziyun into the river. The few of them walked down the pier. The pier was bustling with activity, and people were walking to and fro. Horse carriages and oxen carts were transporting goods to the pier, and the workers were carrying the goods onto the boats. They were all half naked, and only had a sackcloth draped over their shoulders. Once they were out of the pier, they arrived at a street paved with green stones. There were many stalls selling incense and incense. Elementary scholar tugged at Pei Ziyun's sleeves. "Brother Pei, we're almost there." As they walked along the green stone road, they saw a Taoist temple. There were many women on the road, carrying baskets in their hands. It was noon, and the sun was scorching hot. There weren't many people around. The few elementary scholars couldn't stand the scorching sun either. They opened up their fans and covered their faces as they spoke. When they got closer, they saw that it was a small temple. It wasn't big and was surrounded by walls. As they entered, they saw a Taoist sweeping the yard. It was a Taoist priest about 50 years old. She was using a small broom to gather the fallen osmanthus flowers together. The few elementary scholars didn't seem to care about her and walked straight into the main hall. They didn't recognize the statues inside. This was normal. The city god of Earth was not a Taoist religion. He was a deity of the country or a political deity. Were these statues real people or true sovereigns? On the left side of the hall, a Taoist priest had set up a table for divination. On top of the table, there was a wooden tube with a wooden stick inside. The entire hall was tidy, and a merit box was placed under the statue. In front of them, there were people paying their respects to the statue. They then proceeded to ask for their divination. The group of people were very respectful. Pei Ziyun stepped forward and paid his respects as well. He took out 100 copper coins and placed it in the merit box. The people in front had already seen it. Elementary scholar took a divination and listened to the Taoist priest's explanation. The divination didn't seem very good, and his face turned pale. It was Pei Ziyun's turn to take a stick. The Taoist priest took a stick and read it. She then raised her head and looked at Pei Ziyun. The Taoist priest's eyes were full of spirit and energy. She looked at him for a while before lowering her head, as if deep in thought. She then raised her head and smiled. "Congratulations, young master. You have a good chance of passing the grand examinations. It's just that young master's face is filled with killing intent, and there's a faint haze on your forehead. You're facing a calamity in terms of luck, and I'm afraid it will be a hindrance. Pei Ziyan listened to the Taoist priest's words and couldn't help but think about how he had been reincarnated. He had killed his way here, defeated his enemies, killed his enemies, and stole his fortune. Now, that holy jail sect was watching him. He couldn't help but laugh. This Taoist priest had good foresight. He took out another 100 copper coins and placed it in the merit box before saying, "Many thanks for your auspicious words." The Taoist priest looked at Pei Ziyan and turned around to leave. Just as she was thinking about this, she heard someone calling out to her. It was a group of worshippers who had come to ask for their divination. The few of them had just arrived on the boat when they heard the boatman calling out, "My dear sirs, have you eaten? The boat is about to set sail again. If you haven't, let's have a meal together." It turned out that while the few of them had gone to pray, the boatman had caught a huge fish. The moment the few of them returned, the boatman invited them to have a meal. The aroma of the fish filled the air, and everyone was hungry. Since they had left in a hurry, they hadn't eaten and were hungry. Elementary scholar even sat on the boat. The fish was indeed delicious. Eating only the meat wasn't satisfying enough. Hearing the boatman's invitation, a boatman brought a pot of rice wine over and invited them to drink. Pei Ziyan froze and refused to drink the wine. However, this was a huge fish, and there were more than 10 people eating it. They wouldn't dare to poison it. Besides, the fish was spicy, and as they ate, they began to sweat. At this point, the boatman continued to urge them to drink. Before long, the few of them were getting tipsy. The boat sailed very quickly, and the boatman in charge of the sails had already eaten. Pei Ziyan looked around and noticed that the boatman was looking at him from time to time. He laughed coldly. "I'm in a hurry. I'll be back soon," Pei Ziyan purposely said. Everyone waved their hands. "Go, go." Speaking of which, there weren't any toilets on this boat, especially for the men. Naturally, they would go to the side of the boat to relieve themselves. At this point, he stood at the side of the boat and saw that the river was wide and the waves were strong. There were mountains on both sides of the river, and the scenery was green. Only the city on the shore was very obvious. He thought to himself, "If I'm not wrong, this is the right time." Just as he was thinking about this, he heard a soft sound. He turned his head and looked out of the corner of his eye. Indeed, the boatman was approaching him stealthily. When he got close, the boat didn't even move. The boatman stretched out his hand and pushed the boat, shouting, "Young master, be careful." As he neared, he saw Pei Ziyan looking up at him coldly. Pei Ziyan's lips curled into a cold smile. He then dodged to the side. When the boatman saw this, he felt that something was wrong. He grabbed onto nothing but air. He staggered and tried to regain his balance. He then felt a sharp pain in his chest. It turned out that the elementary scholar had stretched out his hand and pressed on his back. His entire body was numb, and he couldn't even speak. His body tilted, and he fell off the boat. Plop! Water splashed everywhere. This sound could even be heard on the deck. Someone asked, "What's that sound?" The boatman heard it as well, and knew that it was someone sent by the captain. He pretended to be red in the face and stuttered. "What? What sound?" After a few minutes, he finally stood up. The boat continued to move forward. Pei Ziyan saw that the boatman was struggling with all his might, but his body was stiff. In the end, he had a pleading look on his face. Pei Ziyan laughed coldly to himself. "Although I can't cultivate Tao arts, such tricks are considered martial arts. I can use them. No matter how many martial arts you have in the water, only death awaits you." He watched as he sank into the water. A few minutes later, he realized something and shouted, "Not good. Someone has fallen into the water. Someone has fallen into the water." This shout caused a huge commotion. Everyone who was eating and drinking in their rooms hurriedly came out to take a look. The boatman's head swelled up. That's not right. Why is that the voice of an elementary scholar? Could it be that Master Su has fallen into the water and not the elementary scholar? The boatman didn't bother pretending to be drunk and ran towards the side of the boat. Chapter 41. The current was very rapid. The bosun and the elementary scholars heard Pei Ziyan's shouts, and came out to take a look. All they saw was a panicking Pei Ziyun. The bosun was the most nervous. He hurriedly asked Pei Ziyun, "Master Pei, who fell into the river? Can you see him? Tell me quickly, I will call for help." Outside of the boat, the waves of the river crashed against the boat, making the sound of splashing water. Everyone looked at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun's body still reeked of alcohol. He then said, "I drank too much just now and needed to pee. I didn't expect to see this bosun accidentally fall into the water. He must have had too much to drink." As Pei Ziyun said this, he pointed 100 meters away from the boat. The bosun was already prepared and shouted, "Stop the boat! Stop the boat! Something's happened. Hurry up and get him out." Not far away, a black shadow could be seen floating in the water. The surface of the water was clear and sparkling. From time to time, there would be a whirlpool. Such currents were usually very rapid, and one could not enter the river directly. One had to tie a rope to one's body, or use a small boat to get closer. The bosun was also prepared. Seeing that it was one of his own, he hurriedly ordered the bosun to go over and arrange for a rescue. The currents of the river were very strong. Within a short period of time, the bosun who had fallen into the river was washed even further away. Pei Ziyun looked at him and laughed coldly. If he had fallen into the river and drank so much water, even if he didn't die, he would fall sick. Not only that, he would not be able to pass the examinations and might even suffer from side effects. The boat sailed over and hooked onto the bosun's clothes. He then used a rope to drag him up. The bosun brought a puddle of water with him, drenching the deck. The bosun immediately shouted, "Hurry up and reverse the water." The other bosun touched him and felt that he had lost his breath. His whole body was cold. This bosun was about to die, but he still tried to save him. This man was sent by the bosun, and if he died, it would be troublesome. The bosun's body was still soft, but as he tried to save him, his body became stiff. The bosun's heart sank. This man was beyond saving. He sighed and let go of his hands. The surrounding elementary scholars all felt unlucky. They were going to the prefecture to take the imperial examinations, and the most important thing was luck. How could something like this happen? Halfway through their journey, someone fell into the river. How unlucky. They all said this guy was drunk on the boat and lost his footing. He deserved to drown. The captain of the boat was speechless. He knew that this man wanted to harm Pei Ziyun, but he didn't know why he had fallen into the river. He then said, "Dear sirs, the death of a person is a huge matter. We shall stop at the next stop, the county, and invite the officials to investigate. When everything is over, we shall send all of you back to the prefecture city." The few elementary scholars did not have any objections. When the captain saw this, he was secretly delighted. As long as he reported this to the captain, he would not have to bear any responsibility. As for the elementary scholars, they could only pray for themselves. Just as he was thinking about this, Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. "Captain, your words are not accurate. You obviously know that our examinations are nearing and that we will stop at the next county. The officials will be coming and going, and there will be lawsuits. Who knows if we will be able to make it in time for the regional examinations." Yu Guangmao laughed coldly. "Bosun, you are too cunning. You know that the examinations are nearing. If we stop at the next stop, we might not be able to make it in time for the examinations." Yu Guangmao laughed coldly. "You are so cunning. Since you said that we are only a day away from the capital, let's stop there. There are officials there too. Brother Yu is right. Are you trying to delay my imperial examinations?" Some of the elementary scholars were enraged. It was just one elementary scholar. 7 or 8 elementary scholars together would be a formidable force. The bosun looked up at Pei Ziyun, his heart filled with shock. This bosun wanted to harm this elementary scholar, and yet he died. Now that he had seen through his intentions, he had his suspicions. However, the other party was an elementary scholar, and he did not dare to say anything. He ordered the bosun to set sail. It was noon, and the sun was blazing hot. Just one person drowned was bad luck. The few of them felt heavy in their hearts. The captain was smoking a water pipe, and his heart was heavy. He sat at the side and smacked his lips. No one knew what he was thinking. The wrinkles on his forehead seemed to have become more obvious. He smacked his lips and frowned from time to time. He took a few deep puffs of the water pipe and could only hear the gurgling sound. Prefecture City, Gao Chue, Monastery Zhangjiu, and Li Wenjing had arrived at the prefecture and were staying in this monastery. Li Wenjing laughed. This monastery used to belong to a family. Something happened to the owner, and it has been deserted for over 10 years. The yard is full of weeds and badgers. Our sect bought it, refurbished the antler, and divided it into 3 parts. After moving the old tree, the leaves are still lush. It's amazing. Under the sunlight, Zhang Jieyu listened to the sound of the boiling tea, but his expression didn't look right. Li Wenjing was sipping tea with Zhang Jieyu. When he saw Zhang Jieyu's expression, he asked, "Young master, are you worried about Pei Ziyan?" When Zhang Jieyu heard Li Wenjing's words, a strange expression appeared on his face. When Li Wenjing saw Zhang Jieyu's expression, he smiled and said, "Young master, don't worry. I have already sent people according to the plan. Even if they can't harm him, they can still stop him." Hearing Li Wenjing's words, Zhang Jieyu relaxed and drank a cup of tea. The next afternoon, the boat had traveled for an entire day and night before reaching the prefecture city. The bosun's face was dark and gloomy as he called for the bosun to report the incident. The elementary scholars didn't look too well either. They weren't sleeping well. Their faces were pale, and they had dark circles under their eyes. They were seated around a table on the first floor, waiting for the constable to arrive. The bosun went out. After about an hour, he heard a commotion outside. He looked up and saw the bosun leading a constable towards the boat. This constable had a baleful look on his face. He held a knife in his hand and was followed by 2 bailiffs. The bailiffs following the constable had chains in their hands and a metal ruler in their hands. They chased the crowd away. "Make way, make way. The bailiffs are handling a case. Don't crowd around." Some of the people in the crowd were cursing under their breaths, while others were discussing what had happened. Why were the bailiffs here? They're definitely here to arrest someone. Didn't you see the bailiffs behind the constable? They're all wearing chains. The constable had received a report that someone had died on the boat. He wasn't sure if it was a murder or a drowning. The constable hurriedly brought his men over. When he boarded the boat, he was shocked. The people on the boat were all elementary scholars. Could it be that one of them had died? This was a huge matter. When he entered the cabin and removed the white cloth covering the corpse, he was greeted with a pungent smell. He covered his nose and took a closer look. It was a dirty bosun, not an elementary scholar. Death was a small matter. The constable rolled his eyes and had an idea. He wanted to teach the bosun a lesson. Maybe he could get some benefits out of him. As he thought of this, he called for the bailiffs to call the bosun over. The bailiff shouted, "How dare you? You're not kneeling down when you see the constable?" The constable wasn't considered an official. He could only be considered a bailiff. However, these bailiffs had a lot of authority. With a shout from the bailiff, the bosun was so frightened that he knelt down. According to the bosun had caught a huge fish yesterday afternoon. They had prepared some wine for the elementary scholar. The bosun had gone to eat and had fallen into the river. The bosun wanted to report the case to the local authorities, but the elementary scholar didn't allow it. Hearing the bosun's words, the constable laughed coldly. The elementary scholar was preparing for the autumn examinations. How could he allow you to delay him? The constable walked around the white cloth covering the corpse and thought for a while. He then turned around and glared at the bosun fiercely. He then shouted, "How dare you? Tell me the truth. Did you and the bosun conspire against the elementary scholar? Did something happen and you fell into the river? Tell me the truth. When I report this, I might be able to ask the master to give you a lighter sentence." The bosun heard this shout and felt guilty. He was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. He hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Your Excellency, how would I dare to harm the elementary scholar? This bosun drank too much and fell into the river. It's not my fault." The constable had only intended to scare the bosun. Seeing the bosun so frightened, he was overjoyed. It seemed like the bosun was a soft persimmon. It was time to squeeze more benefits out of him. He then shouted, "Follow me into the cabin." The bosun was speechless and could only follow. He then heard the constable say with a smile, But this matter is a matter of time. If you're willing to fork out some money, the elementary scholar will be fine. I can help you out and get rid of this crime. If not, you'll be in big trouble. The bosun was a smart man. At first, he was afraid that he would be guilty. But after hearing these words, his heart was clear. The constable did not suspect anything at all. That's right, the elementary scholar will be fine. It's just a lowly bosun who died. The bosun wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and asked, "Your Excellency, how much do I need?" Hearing the bosun's words, the constable stretched out 5 fingers. The bosun was shocked. 5 taels? As soon as he said this, he sat down on the floor. The constable looked at him and said, 5 taels, not a lot. If you were to get a lawsuit, it would not be settled with just 5 taels. Before long, the constable came out smiling and bowed to the elementary scholar. He then concluded the case. "My dear sirs, you've been frightened. It's just a drunken bosun who drowned. It's not a big deal. This case is closed. My dear sirs, please go ahead." As he said this, he took his leave and climbed up the steps. He then played with the 5 taels of silver in his hands in satisfaction. When they were far away from the boat, the constable looked at the 2 bailiffs behind him and tossed them 5 taels of silver. "You followed me out for a while. This little bit of silver is for you 2 brothers. Don't speak of this matter anymore." The 2 bailiffs thanked him profusely and were extremely grateful. Pei Ziyun had prepared many things to say in order to deal with this constable. He didn't expect the constable to close the case so hastily and be so polite to him. He only asked him a few questions. Pei Ziyun's brows relaxed. "Looks like this matter is over. I'm not an ancient person after all. I don't understand the power of an elementary scholar, and he's just an elementary scholar. If he were a high scholar, I'm afraid he wouldn't even bother to ask." Just as he was thinking about this, the case was over. The elementary scholars started to pack their luggage and left. This delay lasted until evening. Pei Ziyun got off the boat. At this point, the sky was getting darker. He noticed that there were passengers on the other boat and felt strange. He walked up and asked, "There are still boats that leave at night?" A coxswain came out from within. This coxswain had tan skin, and when he saw Pei Ziyun, he hurriedly welcomed him and said, "Of course there is. The water is flat, and it's twice as fast to get to the county below. We'll be there in a moment." When Pei Ziyun heard this, he thought to himself, "Hey, the heavens are helping me. I remember that Li Wenjing's residence is downstream, not far from the shore." He looked at the boat for a long time before leaving. Chapter 42. Prefecture City. Pei Ziyun walked along the street. On both sides of the street, there were restaurants, tea houses, noodle stalls, food stalls, rice shops, and even a cloth shop. The cloth shop was about to close for the day. It was already evening, and there were many people on the street. Amongst them, there were a few young students dressed in green robes strolling around. Just as they left the pier, the 4 elementary scholars seemed to have been frightened, or perhaps they were already on their way. The moment they disembarked from the boat, they left in a hurry. Pei Ziyun had wanted to say something, but seeing that they had already left, he did not call out to them. The street continued to stretch forward. As the sky darkened, many vendors hung lanterns in front of their doors, illuminating the street. Many porters walked past him, carrying loads of goods on their shoulders. With every step they took, the load swayed along with them. In front of him, an elementary scholar was walking out of shop carrying some goods. Pei Ziyun walked forward and saw a sign hanging on the door. It was dark at night, and when he got closer, he could see the sign clearly. It read, "Li's Goods Shop." There were a few oil lamps lit up in the shop, illuminating the interior of the shop. As soon as he entered the shop, the owner of the shop came out to welcome him. "Young master, are you here to buy some 4th-rank gifts to visit the master? My shop has everything you need, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied." Pei Ziyun walked around the shop and saw that the goods were indeed good. He then took a fruit and ate it. He then nodded his head and waved his hands. "Boss, this is not bad. Give me a gift bag of 4 boxes, and that will do." He paused before saying, "Give me a gift box with gold threads." The boss hurriedly acknowledged and instructed his assistant to pack up the gifts. He then personally served Pei Ziyun tea. Pei Ziyun had only taken a few sips when the assistant carried the gift box over to him. After paying the money, Pei Ziyun asked the boss about the tribute courtyard. When he heard that Pei Ziyun wanted to go there, the boss walked out of the shop and pointed to a tall building in the distance. "Young master, the tribute courtyard is there." Pei Ziyun raised his head and looked in the direction that the boss was pointing. The night was dark, and he could only see the silhouette of a building. He thanked the boss and walked in that direction. Before long, he saw the tribute courtyard. There were 2 lanterns hanging on the left and right side of the stairs to the tribute courtyard. There was a golden plaque at the front door with 2 majestic gilded words, "Tribute Courtyard." At night, the stars were still bright, but the ground was dark. Under the lantern, there were 2 soldiers armed with swords standing guard. A few elementary scholars came closer to take a look, but did not approach. It's all about knowing the way. Pei Ziyun had no intention of barging in. The great Su dynasty had established a system of rules. The county schools were called academies, the prefectures were called academies, the provinces were called academies, and the central government was called academies. The academy basically had no guards, only a gatekeeper. There were guards in the academy, but they were not equipped with swords. The provincial tribute courtyard was an important place for academics. There were already guards armed with swords. Trespassers would be arrested if they got off lightly, or killed if they got off lightly. No one wanted to break into the tribute courtyard. But my residence is very close. The mentor gave me a handwritten letter and instructed me to find a place to stay. It's not far from the tribute courtyard and is very convenient. It must be a good friend of the mentor. Pei Ziyun started searching around the tribute courtyard. Indeed, not long after, he saw a mansion. The mansion was neither big nor small. There was a plaque on the door that read Fu Mansion. On both sides of the door were 2 rows of couplets. The couplets were not very clear at night, and he could still make out the words written on them. He walked up and knocked on the door. Before long, he heard the door open. When he got closer, he saw a servant carrying a lantern. Pei Ziyun hurriedly explained the purpose of his visit. When the servant heard that he was recommended by an old friend of his master, he looked at the letter and said, "Young master, please wait a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly went in to report. Before long, the servant came out and led Pei Ziyun into a courtyard. They walked along a wooden walkway. The servant led Pei Ziyun a few steps and said, "Be careful, young master. There's a staircase here." As he said this, he turned around and used the lantern in his hands to illuminate the staircase. A staircase appeared, leading up to the main hall. There were several lamps in the main hall, and there were some orchids and bamboos on the lampshade. There were paintings and calligraphy hanging on the walls. In the middle of the hall sat a middle-aged man, about 40 years old. He had a beard and was dressed in embroidered robes. He was skinny and held a scroll in his hands. The servant whispered, "Young master, that's High Scholar Fu, Master Fu." Pei Ziyun hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Student pays his respects to Master Fu. He then handed the letter over. The high scholar put down the book in his hands and received the letter. He then looked at it and said, "So you're a scholar recommended by an old friend. You're welcome. I shall arrange for you to stay here." He then turned to the servant. "Call the housekeeper over to arrange a place for this young master to stay." Pei Ziyun heard an AI sound and looked up. He saw a little girl's face peeking through the curtain on the right side of the hall. She looked to be about 11 or 12 years old and was very pretty. However, she was still a little girl. Just as Pei Ziyun was thinking about this, the little girl looked over and was taken aback. She then shrank back and disappeared behind the curtain. Behind the curtain, there was a beautiful window, and the air was filled with the fragrance of orchids. A beautiful woman was brewing tea. Seeing the little girl being caught peeking and retreating back, she raised a finger and said, "You mischievous little girl." The beautiful woman carried the tea out and turned around to see the little girl rubbing her forehead. She then laughed and said, "Don't mess around." She then carried the tea out. Just as Pei Ziyun was speaking to High Scholar Fu, the curtain on the right side of the door opened. A beautiful woman with her hair tied up in a bun walked out with a cup of tea. This woman was very elegant and dignified. As she served the tea, She walked past Pei Ziyun and glanced at him. Pei Ziyun felt his eyelids twitch as he raised his head to look at the woman. She looked very familiar, but he couldn't remember who she was. Just as the woman handed him the tea, a servant came in to report. Master, there are 4 more young masters who have come to visit. This is the invitation card. The servant then handed the invitation card to Master Fu. Master Fu held the invitation card in his hands and looked at it. He then thought for some time before saying, "Invite these 4 in." He then turned around and spoke to the beautiful woman. "Mistress Cloud, please pour another 4 cups of tea." "Yes, master." The beautiful woman carried the tea tray back to the room and prepared the tea. As she entered the room, the little girl from earlier squeezed in and asked, "Mistress, what do you think of this person?" The beautiful woman then stretched out her hands and knocked the little girl on her head. "Little Xia, don't mess around. I'll tell you when I'm done." The beautiful woman then continued preparing the tea and started boiling it. The little girl was holding her head in her hands. Her eyes were wide open, and her face was full of grievance. Pei Ziyin picked up the cup of tea and noticed that it was slightly hot. He blew on it to dissipate the steam and took a sip. He then felt a refreshing feeling in his heart. He then thought to himself, "Good tea." After some time, a servant let him in. It was Yu Guangmao and the others. When they saw Pei Ziyin drinking his tea, they paused and smiled. "So Brother Pei is here to visit Master Fu as well." As he said this, he bowed to Master Fu. The few of them sat down. Yu Guangmao, an elementary scholar, he had met Pei Ziyin on the boat a few days ago. Now that they've met, they sat down beside Pei Ziyin. Old Master Fu looked at them and smiled. "Since the few elementary scholars have been recommended by someone, you should all stay here and prepare for the examinations." As he said this, he took a sip of the tea that Mistress Cloud had just served. Master Fu had a good reputation and often helped students. If an elementary scholar was recommended by someone, they would be able to stay here until the examinations were over. However, they could only stay for 1 term. Yu Guangmao, an elementary scholar, he didn't want to bring their recommendation letters here. However, as the examinations were nearing, the prices of the inns in the prefecture had increased. Even if the 4 of them pooled their money, they wouldn't be able to find a good inn. Staying in a bad inn was a small matter, but they were afraid that it would be a mess. This was the examinations, and they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Hence, after searching for a while, they couldn't find an inn that they could stay in. Hence, they brought their recommendation letters to Fu Mansion. As the few of them were chatting, the curtain on the right side of the door opened. Mistress Cloud was serving tea once again. She looked dignified and beautiful. The few elementary scholars who had just arrived had never seen such a beautiful lady before. They couldn't help but blush and lowered their heads, not daring to look at her. Only Yu Guangmao was calm, but he avoided looking at the beautiful lady. The beautiful lady used a tray and brought 4 cups of tea. Her eyes swept across the few newcomers and the other 2 elementary scholars. Her gaze lingered on Yu Guangmao, an elementary scholar, but when she looked at elementary scholar, she felt it was a pity. Even after the beautiful lady had left, the 3 elementary scholars didn't dare to raise their heads. Ever since Pei Ziyun had started practicing the 100 beasts illustration, his senses had improved tremendously. He could hear elementary scholar murmuring softly, "See no evil, hear no evil, look no evil." Hearing this, Pei Ziyun picked up his teacup and took a sip. A thought flashed through his mind. This beautiful lady, I remember now. Isn't she Free Cloud Sec's senior Aunt Yin? That Luo Li just now is the future senior sister Chu Xia? At that moment, he understood. All the sects have their bases in the prefecture. Senior Aunt Yin is trying to find out which of the elementary scholars are fated to take the examinations. Just as the beautiful lady opened the door and walked in, the little girl walked up to her and asked, "Aunt, now that you're done with your work, can you tell me about the people who came today?" Hearing the little girl's curious question, she stretched out her hand and pinched the little girl's cheek. "You." She placed the tray of tea down and pulled the little girl along with her as they walked into the inner courtyard. The first thing that caught her eye was a pond. In the middle of the pond, there was a small bridge. Beside it, there were many strange rocks. These strange rocks were stacked on top of each other, and there were many strange flowers and plants growing on them. Hearing the sound of water splashing, they looked over and saw that it was the sound of fishes jumping and playing in the water. After crossing the bridge, they arrived at a residence. This residence was 2 stories high, and there were 2 huge red pillars supporting the second floor. Inside the door, there were candles. The candlelight shone through the gauze, illuminating the entire courtyard. There was no need for a lantern to see clearly. She pushed open the door and entered the room. After taking a look around, the beautiful lady said, "Little Xia, in future, do not speak of such things outside. If word gets out, it will be bad for you." After reprimanding little Xia, she then started to talk about what she had seen today. There were many people who came today, but most of them were mediocre. The beautiful lady spoke before pausing for some time. Seeing the curious look on little Xia's face, she then continued, "Perhaps only 2 or 3 of them could pass the examinations and become high scholars." Chapter 43. As soon as Mistress Cloud said this, the faces of Pei Ziyun, Yu Guangmao, an elementary scholar, flashed through her mind. Based on their appearances and auras, she could guess who would most likely become a high scholar. As she thought this, she turned to the little girl. That Yu Guangmao may be considered poor now, but his aura of riches has already appeared. If he were to use it on literary matters, he would definitely become a 7th-ranked official. If he were to use it on financial matters, he would definitely be rich. Little Xia, you have to know that we have a tacit understanding with the imperial court. We can be on good terms with such people, but we cannot allow them to enter the Tao. If they do, it would be a violation of the imperial qi. There's also that Yi Quan. He has the aura of a scholar, but he does not have the aura of riches. Although it can change one's fate, he has to be extremely talented and needs to be appreciated by others. Whether or not he becomes a high scholar is still uncertain. If he doesn't, then he has no chance of becoming a high scholar. Can we allow him to enter the Tao? Luo Li raised her hand and asked. Our Free Cloud sect is considered a large sect. An elementary scholar is not enough. Let's see what happens. Mistress Cloud declined to comment further. There's another person, Pei Ziyun. His aura is somewhat strange. The beautiful woman paused, as if deep in thought. The little girl heard her aunt pause and asked, "Aunt, what's so strange about this?" From his appearance, this person has a cold and lonely aura. If you look closely, you can see that he has inscriptions. His ancestors are weak, and an elementary scholar is his limit. But now there's a layer of good fortune enveloping him and changing his fate. But the main reason is because of his wealth. What's even rarer is that the aura of a scholar is extremely strong. It's bright red and has the shape of a book. It's obvious that he's studying. After a few years, he might even become a high scholar. His face is filled with killing intent. I'm afraid he's killed someone recently. The little girl had a confused look on her face. Isn't that good? In the future, he will be able to comprehend the Tao by 30%. He will be able to cultivate with twice the effort for half the result. With the blessings of his ancestors, he will only be an elementary scholar. He does not have much of an air of nobility, and his fate has yet to exceed that of a high scholar. Even if we were to take over the imperial court, we would not be able to say anything. It's just that this person's forehead is filled with killing intent and a baleful aura. That should be a military qi or a tribulation qi. The Grand Su has just been established, and the world is moving towards peace. I'm afraid that if we lead such a person into the Tao, it will be detrimental to our sect, said the beautiful woman hesitantly. The little Lolita sternly said, Auntie, didn't you always teach me that we cultivators from the outside world have to be self-reliant and self-confident? We fight with all living beings in this world for a chance to achieve the Tao. Since there is a fight, how can there not be murderous aura? I think highly of this person. When the beautiful woman heard the little Loli's words, she stretched out a finger and pointed at her forehead. She smiled and said, You're a strange little girl. You're smart and talented. Even I can't see things as clearly as you. An idea formed in his mind. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, the little lowly stuck out her tongue and ran away. That night, Fu Mansion was brightly lit. There was a banquet being held for the few elementary scholars. None of them had eaten, so they just ate. Because it was an impromptu banquet, it wasn't very big. There were only a few chickens, some vegetables and fruits, and a flask of wine. The elementary scholars were invited to enjoy the feast. The few elementary scholars toasted High Scholar Fu, praising him for his talent and reputation. High Scholar Fu smiled and accepted it. This was an investment. As long as some of the elementary scholars who stayed in High Scholar Fu's house were chosen, it would mean that they had a good relationship with the elementary scholars. Little by little, they would accumulate a lot of good fortune. After the banquet was over, a housekeeper came to invite the elementary scholars to their guest rooms. Yu Guangmao held up a fan and fanned himself gently. If High Scholar Fu is like this, then life will not be in vain. Before the few elementary scholars left, they glanced at the curtains, as if they wanted to see the beautiful woman again. Pei Ziyan looked at their expressions and laughed. He then followed the housekeeper to the guest rooms. The night gradually quietened down. A few crickets were chirping in the courtyard, bringing a sense of liveliness to the night. The housekeeper led the way along the corridor. This corridor was built along the walls. Every 10 meters, there was a red pillar. There were some flowers and plants planted along the corridor. Under the illumination of the lanterns by the servants, some of the flowers could be seen. However, it was very dark at night. Looks like it's a type of Dao technique or feng shui. I'm not sure of the specific effects, but it can be used to expel evil spirits, increase one's health, and increase one's wealth. Pei Ziyan realized that Mistress Cloud was his senior uncle. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had begged Zhao Ning to help him, but now that he had improved, he had met senior Uncle Yin. Pei Ziyan took note of this and used some of the knowledge the original owner had. According to the original owner's knowledge, feng shui is a minor Dao. Furthermore, there is a limit to the amount of wealth between heaven and earth. It increases with the increase in population and resources. It cannot be obtained out of thin air. Therefore, other worlds do not know. But this world's feng shui is to absorb some of the scattered wealth of the people. So there is no great wealth at all. At least the original owner did not learn it. However, even if there is a little bit of wealth, it's actually obtained from the commoners. It's just that it's relatively mild and within the rules. Even if there is a little bit of wealth, it's probably an annual income of 1,000 taels of silver. It's a pity that I don't have any Dao techniques now. I can't see clearly. He walked along the corridor and passed through a moon gate. Suddenly, there was light, and he entered a new environment. What he saw was a courtyard. There were buildings on 3 sides of the courtyard, and there were 2 floors. There were lights in the rooms, and the sound of reading could be heard. It turned out that this courtyard was a guest room for scholars. There was a pond in the middle of the courtyard, and there were some strange stones piled up in it. There were 3 or 4 rooms in the courtyard that were all lit up, and bright candlelight shone out from the rooms. The housekeeper led the way and said, "Gentlemen, please come this way." The housekeeper led the way and arranged rooms for the elementary scholars to stay in. Pei Ziyan followed the instructions and entered the room. The servant carried a lantern into the room and lit the candles. The room was immediately lit up. Soon after, the servant took out a flint from a drawer and placed it on the table. This was for Pei Ziyan to use. Pei Ziyan followed the servant into the room and saw a round table with a few stools beside it. There was a tea tray on the table and a teapot. There were several teacups placed around the table. "Husband, this is the stove. You can brew your own tea. 3 meals a day. Please come to the main hall. If there's an emergency, you can summon me." As he spoke, the servant carried the lantern and retreated out of the room. Pei Ziyan walked around the room. The stove is a coal stove? AI. I didn't expect this world to have such technology. There was a cabinet on the left, which separated the room into a semi-independent space. Pei Ziyan walked in and saw a study table inside. There were several paintings hanging on the wall. To the left of the study table, there were 2 bookshelves filled with books. Pei Ziyan flipped through them and realized that there were many books inside. There were also many books written by the predecessors of the imperial examinations. He flipped through a few of them and realized that they were not bad. There was a window on the study table, which was closed. Pei Ziyan walked over and pushed it open. A gust of wind blew in. There was a bed on the right side of the room, and the blankets were all laid out. He touched the blankets and felt that they were soft. He then took down his sword and hung it at the head of the bed. He then lay down on the bed, deep in thought. The study environment is not bad. Old Master Fu is really attentive. But I remember that the original owner did not see this person at Free Cloud Sect. It must be a reciprocal relationship. Should I try to make use of this opportunity? Or should I choose a better sect while I'm still young? Just as he was thinking, the beautiful Mistress Cloud and the little girl sat in front of the mirror. The mistress held a jade scepter in her hands, while the little girl acted coquettishly. And this time let me cast the spell, please. I've cultivated my spiritual intelligence. Let me use it. The beautiful mistress smiled and said, "Little Xia, be good. You're still young and need to maintain your spiritual intelligence. Don't waste too much energy. That's the most important thing. When you're older, I'll let you do it." As soon as she finished speaking, she conjured spell. A white ray of light shot out from the mistress' hands and into the jade scepter. The jade scepter started to emit a faint red light. The light then shone into the mirror. The little girl stood at the side and pouted. "You just don't want me to play. Why do you want me to maintain my spiritual intelligence?" She was unhappy with her aunt's arrangement and pouted angrily. The mirror lit up. A courtyard was reflected in the mirror. The mistress gently tapped on the mirror, and the scene zoomed in, changing into 7 or 8 scenes. 7 or 8 elementary scholars appeared in the mirror. Pei Ziyan felt his eyelids twitch, as though he was being spied on. Pei Ziyan's eyes narrowed, as a murderous look appeared in his eyes. He looked around cautiously, but did not see anyone. "Aya, this big brother is so scary." The little girl, Sir, looked at Pei Ziyan and saw his murderous eyes. She was frightened and took a few steps back. She had a frightened expression on her face as she asked the mistress, "Aunt, did this big brother discover us?" The look in his eyes just now scared me. The mistress was shocked by the look in Pei Ziyan's eyes as well. She thought for some time, this elementary scholar knows martial arts, and his killing intent is very strong. He's also very sensitive and could sense that we were spying on him. It's just that he doesn't know any spells and couldn't find him. When I was observing him earlier, I said that he had a murderous look on his face, as though he had killed someone in the past few days. From the looks of it now, I'm afraid it wasn't just a look, it's definitely true. When the little girl heard the mistress say this, her eyes lit up. Then this big brother might be able to use martial arts to enter the Tao. "Aunt, you should hurry and recruit him. That way, I'll have another disciple who will listen to me and help me bully other disciples." Mistress Cloud had a smile on her face and was very satisfied. She didn't expect the little girl to say something like this. She then pinched the little girl's nose viciously and scolded her for being naughty. Within the room, Pei Ziyan looked around the room. The feeling of being spied on was still there, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he was being spied on by Tao arts? It's just that he didn't have spiritual intelligence and couldn't be sure. However, no matter what, the imperial examinations are only a few days away. The imperial chi of the imperial court is still on high alert, and I'm being watched over. I should be fine. I should just focus on my studies. Pei Ziyan thought to himself as he retracted his vigilant expression. He picked up a book and started reading it out loud. Chapter 44. Prefecture City, shipowner's stronghold. Within a dark and gloomy hall, a man dressed in black robes sat in the middle of the hall. A few men wielding swords stood by the side, their faces cold. The captain of the boat smashed the teacup in his hands onto the floor and glared at the man kneeling on the floor. The person kneeling on the ground was the captain of the boat. He was trembling and crying as he reported, "Master, I really don't know why the captain you sent would drown in the water, while the elementary scholar was safe and sound. I followed the captain's plan and cooked a big fish for the elementary scholars to eat. I even drank some wine. It was only natural that something like this would happen, and nobody would find it strange. Furthermore, the elementary scholar Pei had drunk some wine and went out to relieve himself. The captain followed him out. After a while, I heard the sound of someone falling into the river. I thought that the captain had succeeded. Who knew that the one who died was the captain? The captain did all these things on his own and hid them from me. I really don't know the details. The captain knelt down in front of the shipowner, his entire body trembling as he spoke. He was filled with fear, and his forehead was covered in sweat. The captain had died on the boat. If he didn't come and beg for forgiveness, there would be no place for him on the Lu River. Seeing the captain in such a state, the shipowner didn't say much. He signaled to a black-robed man, who then walked out of the door. Before long, he returned with 2 men carrying a coffin. Since the captain had died, even if the case was closed, the captain wouldn't dare to bury him. He found someone to buy a coffin and brought it back to the shipowner. The shipowner walked up and opened the coffin. He saw a pale white face, purple lips, and a swollen body lying in the coffin. "Tear it open and see," the shipowner ordered. A cold-looking man stepped forward and took out a pair of pliers and clamped the body from head to toe. He then used a silver needle and placed it on the body, checking for any signs of injury. After some time, he raised his head and said, "Master shipowner, the head, chest, abdomen, bones, and throat are all unharmed. Using the silver needle, there are no signs of poisoning." He then placed his hand on the stomach of the corpse and saw the corpse spit out water. It smelled of alcohol. This was a sign of drowning. "There's no problem. He drowned because he drank too much." "Are you sure?" "Master Duo, we have been doing this for generations. You should trust us." When the shipowner heard this, he was furious. He scolded, "That bastard. He drank too much and drowned in the river. He even ruined our plan." The shipowner walked a few steps, as if he was deep in thought. After some time, he sighed and said, "This elementary scholar's life is tough. He managed to kill our leader. We should have sent more people to deal with this. Now we've failed." After he finished speaking, he glared at the captain and said, "He too. This has nothing to do with you. Give the captain 50 taels of silver, and you can leave." When the captain heard this, he hurriedly retreated while trembling. Only when he was out of the door did he fiercely wipe away the cold sweat on his forehead. "Sect leader has instructed me to do a bad job. I have to find someone to help me." The shipowner thought to himself as he instructed, "Go get the Taoist leader." Very quickly, a middle-aged Taoist came over. He had 2 serving maids playing around with him. When they entered the main hall, the 2 serving maids beside the Taoist saw a coffin in front of them. They screamed out in shock. The middle-aged Taoist hugged the 2 maidservants and played with them. He then said loudly, "Li Ji, why did you place a coffin in this hall?" The middle-aged Taoist didn't seem to care about the shipowner at all and called him by his name. The shipowner wasn't angry at all. He waved his hands and ordered his men to leave. "I have something to say. Chase these 2 serving maids out." The Taoist raised his head and looked at the shipowner suspiciously. "Li Ji, these 2 are my personal serving maids. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush." The shipowner looked at the Taoist. His eyes were filled with anger and fear. He then said, "This is young master's business." As soon as the shipowner finished speaking, the Taoist's expression changed as well. He pushed the serving maids away and said, "Both of you leave. Wait for me outside." The 2 serving maids were obedient. They listened to the Taoist's words and left. The helm master then said, "Something went wrong when young master asked me to do it. The man I sent drowned. Pei Ziyun is safe and sound. I hope you can help me plead with young master. Within a year, I will give you 10 virgins." Pleading is a small matter. I am young master's senior uncle. Although I am only an inner disciple, this matter is not a big deal. The Taoist paced back and forth before saying, "But what's going on?" "That elementary scholar is fine, but the person we sent died." The shipowner hesitated for some time before telling the Taoist what had happened. The Taoist squinted his eyes and looked at the coffin. Indeed, he had drowned. He then scolded, "Not enough to accomplish anything, but more than enough to spoil things." The ship owner then walked up and handed over some banknotes to the Taoist. When the Taoist saw that they were banknotes, he felt that they were thick and solid. A smile then appeared on his face. He then pretended to be angry. It's not that ship owner didn't put in the effort. It's just that this servant didn't do his job well. I shall report the truth and not let ship owner be wronged. Prefecture City, Gaoche Monastery. Although the area was isolated from the outside world, and the bamboo garden was quiet and secluded, there was a young lady who was singing to the tune of a song. Zhang Jie, you listened to her, and asked, "Has the bestowment of the monastery been done?" "Young master, after much effort, it's finally been done. We couldn't get a title, but the bestowment was done." The Su had inherited the previous dynasty's system, and had a strict system for Taoist temples that were related to deities. One was to include them in official ceremonies, even if it was a local ceremony. The other was to only acknowledge them. Every Taoist sect has their own titles. Only my Holy Jail sect has a hard. However, to be able to receive a title in the city means that it's legal and can't be taken down. Furthermore, the door to being bestowed titles has been opened. Li Wenjing looked out of the window. His eyes gleamed as he said, "As for being included in the official ceremonies, that's difficult, too difficult. Of course it's too far." Zhang Jieyu laughed. "But with this stronghold, we can have some men in the city." As he spoke, he took out a wooden box and opened it. Inside were some documents. "These are the properties that we've infiltrated over the years. Take a look." Just as Li Wenjing was about to speak, he heard a knock on the door. "Young master, there's news from the river branch of the prefecture." The moment the door opened, a black-robed man walked in, holding a letter in his hands. Zhang Jieyu received the letter and tore it open. When he finished reading, he was enraged. "Bastard! You can't even handle such a small matter." According to the report, Junang drank too much and drowned in the river. As he spoke, he waved a hand for the black-robed man to leave. His expression was cold and hesitant. He then turned to Li Wenjing and asked, "Are you sure this bastard doesn't have any Dao arts? I feel that there's something fishy going on." Li Wenjing frowned. "Young master, we've investigated this matter multiple times. Free Cloud sect didn't accept Pei Zi Yun as their disciple. Hence, it's impossible for him to have any Dao arts." Zhang Jieyu then stopped hesitating and said angrily, "This kid's luck isn't bad. He's made a few mistakes in his plans. I can't take this lying down. I've heard that he has an old mother. I'd like to make a move on her. What do you think?" Li Wenjing stood up. "Young master, every village has its own plot of land. Now that the examinations are taking place, it's a sensitive period. All the immortals will be paying attention. Besides, Slow River County is Free Cloud sect's territory. Snail Village has been the residence of Free Cloud sect's Zhao Ning for many years. Who knows, there might be some history between them. It's fine for us to plant a pawn here. But if we do that, we will have to deal with the Imperial Qi and Free Cloud sect. The gains won't make up for the losses. Besides, I've already sent a letter back to the sect to ask my fellow disciple to investigate. If this person doesn't have any relations with Zhao Ning, then we can make a move on his family." Zhang Jieyu was enraged. "This won't do. That won't do. I can't take this lying down." As he said this, he swept the teapot and books off the table and onto the floor. After a long time, he finally calmed down. His eyes were dark as he said, "When the examinations are over, I will let him know what it means to be furious. That's right. That Tang Zhun, since he's so useless, we shall wait for him to be stripped of his title. He will no longer be under the influence of the Imperial Qi, and let him drown." Li Wenjing felt that it was a pity. Tang Zhun had some literary talent, but he wouldn't go against Zhang Jieyu for the sake of this person. He then replied, "I'll do it now." Fu Mansion, the mirror reflected the scholar's courtyard. After a few days of observation, Pei Ziyun was extremely well behaved. Every day, he would read books, practice calligraphy, and study the meaning of the scriptures. Every time it was time, he would come out to eat. The little girl, Xia, was watching from the side with a bored look on her face. She then said unhappily, "This big brother is good at martial arts and has a killing aura about him. I thought he would practice martial arts or go out in the middle of the night to do something heroic. Who would have thought that all he does is read books, practice calligraphy, and ponder over them? How boring. As soon as the little lowly finished speaking, the beautiful Mistress Cloud poked the little lowly's forehead harshly. You little lass, you've been reading too many of those weird novels all day long. All you know is to fight and kill, to uphold justice. The beautiful mistress then looked at Pei Ziyun, who was studying hard in the mirror, and said, "Not only is this kid sharp, his temperament isn't bad either. I didn't expect him to be able to study like this for the past few days. He has perseverance." The beautiful mistress looked at Pei Ziyun and was very impressed. As soon as she finished speaking, she took out a piece of paper and placed it in her hands. After looking at it for some time, she said, "Little Sarah, a few days ago, your father came up with the questions, and this Pei Ziyun did it. Your father even praised him, saying that he has the demeanor of a grand scholar. If he were to take the exam, I'm afraid he has a high chance of becoming a grand scholar." The little girl had a look of anticipation on her face as she said, "Aunt, doesn't that mean we have to guide this big brother to enter the Tao now? If he becomes a grand scholar, we won't be able to do anything about it." The mistress sighed and said, "I'm afraid such a talented person might not be able to enter the Tao easily. Besides, I've heard that Senior Brother Ning has some sort of relationship with him. Before Senior Brother Ning says that he doesn't want to enter the Tao, we shouldn't compete with him. We don't want to create a rift between us." "Humph. Aunt, you're thinking too much. Do you think that Senior Uncle Ning's faction is stronger than ours? You've been reading too many strange books. The moment you open your mouth, you start spouting nonsense." The beautiful mistress poked the little girl's forehead and said, "You're not allowed to read those books in the future." Chapter 45. The autumn examinations were nearing, and it started to drizzle. The autumn rain brought with it a chill that pierced through the heart. Pei Ziyin stayed in his room to revise and put on a new set of clothes. Pushing open the window, he saw a flight of stairs in front of the loft. A few servants were sweeping the fallen leaves. Further away, there were green tiles on the roof. Raindrops dripped onto the tiles and landed on the green stone floor. The elementary scholars who stayed in the courtyard had been going out less recently. The courtyard was filled with the sounds of people reading, especially in the morning. Tomorrow is the prefecture examinations. Pei Ziyin was also revising and reading the essay. It was different from the last time. This time, he was full of confidence. Just by reciting the essay, he could feel the essence of the scripture circulating in his mind. "Today, I finally understand what it means to be confident and calm." He put down the book and picked up a local chronicle from the bookshelf. Local chronicles were books that recorded the history, culture, famous people, and geography of a region. Usually, it was a record of a province, county, or county. In his previous life, Pei Ziyun had been focused on reading when he entered Free Cloud Sect. When he entered Free Cloud Sect, he wanted to revive Free Cloud Sect. Hence, he did not read up on the local customs and practices. The local chronicles in his hands recorded the events of the previous dynasty. He flipped through a few pages. The ambition of a man in a county is not just for show. Because of the revolution, the gains and losses are tested. The essence of the book is simple and concise, but complicated. If the matter is not examined, there is no way to reflect on the past. If the speech is not complete, there is no way to wait for the future. It is a must-read to make one feel as if he had grown up in the land, to be familiar with the state of the land. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he heard a knock on the door. It was Yi Ji Quan. Putting the book back on the shelf, Pei Ziyun opened the door. Yi Ji Quan's hair was messy, and he held a scroll in his hands. His eyes were red, as if he had not slept well the night before. Entering the room, Yi Ji Quan immediately asked about the meaning of the scripture. These days, he had interacted with these few elementary scholars. They all had mixed feelings towards Pei Ziyun. According to Pei Ziyun, they were filled with jealousy and hatred. Jealousy and hatred were the majority of people. Only a few people could suppress their jealousy and hatred and seek guidance from Pei Ziyun. Yi Ji was already 32 years old, and yet he frequently sought guidance from Pei Ziyun. Even Pei Ziyun could not help but admire his attitude. Yijichuan forced a smile and said, "I have been thinking about this scripture for half the night, but I still couldn't figure it out. That's why I came to ask for your guidance." Pei Ziyun received the book and looked at the words written on it. He then pondered for some time before saying, "This sentence means that, in literature, one's innate talent is rare." As he spoke, he started to explain in detail. When Yi Quan heard this, he was enlightened and praised him. "Many thanks, Brother Pei. Words cannot express my gratitude." Inside the room, Pei Ziyun did not close the windows. It was raining, and the autumn wind was chilly. Pei Ziyun was brewing some tea, and they drank it together. Yi Quan understood the meaning of the scripture and felt much better. He then said, "Tomorrow is the regional examinations, and I've been feeling uneasy. Luckily, I met Brother Pei this year. You've answered many of my questions. I shall remember your kindness." Yi Quan said. His expression was a little gloomy. As he spoke, he seemed melancholic. Pei Ziyun was about to speak when he heard Yi Quan continue. "The last 2 examinations were not satisfactory. The reason why I'm here this year is because I still have a sliver of hope in my heart. If I try, who knows, I might pass." Pei Ziyun sighed as well. If he did not have the plum blossom, he did not know how long it would take for him to become high scholar. The original owner of the body was a country bumpkin, and his talent was considered good. He only managed to become an elementary scholar at the age of 21. What more, a high scholar? But with the plum blossom, he was able to steal other people's thoughts. This time, he was confident that he would be able to pass the regional examinations. Looking at the despondent and hopeful scholar before him, Pei Ziyun could only remain silent, unable to speak. The room was silent. Pei Ziyun then heard a knock on the door. He opened it and saw Yu Guangmao and a few others looking for Pei Ziyun. As soon as they entered, they saw Yi Quan in the room, holding a book in his hands. The few of them knew that Yi Quan was here to ask about the scriptures. They then saw the few of them smiling as they walked in. "I was looking for Brother Yi to invite Brother Pei to queue up tomorrow, but I couldn't find him." Brother Wang said that Brother Yi must be upstairs asking about the scriptures. "Indeed, Brother Yi is here." Yu Guangmao then said, "I wonder what you have to do in the queue tomorrow." "Everyone, I'm the oldest here. Although I'm not good at literature, I have some experience in the examinations." Yi Quan stood up and bowed before saying, "For tomorrow's examination, we must bring something simple and clean. Remember to bring 2 more blankets. The weather is cold now, and there are no blankets in the examination room. We need to be careful. Bring a few more clothes as well. However, the blankets and clothes must be old, as the examiners will cut them open. There's no need to bring a brush and ink. There's plenty inside. Prepare some food. Although the meat buns inside are not bad, I can't stand eating them for 3 days straight." When Pei Ziyun heard this, he understood. "I'm the only one who is taking the first round. Everyone else has already taken a few rounds. Even Yu Guangmao is on his 2nd round. That's why they're purposely saying this to me. They're here to repay me after listening to my scriptures." Pei Ziyun was secretly thankful. However, in his previous life, he had taken the examination before. He knew that the state examination was different from the capital examination. The examination would last for 3 days straight, and the officials would only prepare flatbread and clean water. If he only ate flatbread for 3 days straight, he would definitely get bored. If he wanted to eat something, he could prepare it himself. However, if he ate something bad, he would have to be responsible for it. Yi Quan did not know that Pei Ziyun had experience with this, and was still earnestly explaining the taboos and precautions of the state examination. With these preparations, the state examination would be more stable. These elementary scholars are really united. The mistress of the cloud smiled as she looked at the images on a water mirror. Tomorrow was the state examination. As Mistress Cloud looked at the elementary scholars, she had a rough idea of who they were. Among these elementary scholars, Pei Ziyun's literary talent was the highest, followed by Yu Guangmao and Yi Quan. The others might have a chance, but the state examination was 70% human and 30% God. It all depends on your luck. Mistress Cloud thought to herself. The next day, the sky was cold and the rain was drizzling. The sky had not yet brightened, but the small courtyard was already brightly lit. All the elementary scholars had woken up and were preparing for the state examination. Fu Mansion was not far from the examination hall and could be seen from the opposite side of the street. Outside the examination hall, a large canopy had been erected to block out the rain. The torches were lit in a brazier, illuminating the place. Several armed guards stood guard in front of the steps. The state government's bailiffs and soldiers had been mobilized to seal off the roads near the examination hall. Wooden planks were used to separate the roads, preventing peddlers, soldiers, and random people from getting close to the examination hall. Neat rows of soldiers dressed in straw raincoats and wielding long spears stood guard at the entrance of the examination hall. From time to time, there would be cavalry patrolling the perimeter of the examination hall. This was to prevent cheating and to protect the candidates. Pei Ziyan woke up and lit up the lamp. The windows were already closed, and he changed into the green robes that were in his bag. He then took out his handkerchief and put it on. He then used all the things that he had prepared yesterday and walked towards the examination venue according to the notice given to him when he had registered. Yi Quan and the rest gathered together and set off. As he neared the examination hall, Pei Ziyan heard the sound of hoofs. A group of cavalrymen galloped past him. These cavalrymen were all dressed in straw raincoats and wielded long swords. The rain continued to fall, dripping onto their raincoats. Although these cavalrymen were not wearing armor, they all carried a murderous aura. As they passed by, the scholars who were chatting on the street all quieted down. Only the sound of hooves and rain hitting on umbrellas and straw raincoats could be heard. The Su dynasty is newly established and has a strong military presence. They also place a lot of importance on literary matters. Pei Ziyan looked at these cavalrymen and thought back to his previous world, where they used machine guns to supervise the examination hall. He could not help but laugh. In a few years, or even a decade, even the provincial examinations will not be as grand as this. Examinations hall the prefect, who was in charge of the regional examination, as well as the chief examiner, who was dressed in bright red official robes, sat on a tall building in the examination venue, looking down from above. Torches were lit in the surroundings, and there were quite a number of officials at the side, all of them wielding long sabers, guarding the officials. Slightly further away, there were soldiers holding long swords in their hands and wearing straw raincoats. They stood under the rain, surrounded by a platform that was specially used to light torches. The light from the torches shone on these soldiers, and the eyes of these soldiers flickered with a murderous aura. In front of these officials, there was a table with tea and some dried fruits on it. At this moment, they did not speak, but quietly looked down at the elementary scholars who were holding umbrellas and entering the examination hall. In front of the shed, there were different entrances. Each prefecture was located in a different area. Pei Ziyan, Yu Guangmao, and Yi Ji were all elementary scholars of Dong and prefecture. At the entrance of the shed, there were several scribes and an official checking the elementary scholars who were entering. An elementary scholar entered and reported his name. The official looked at him and shouted, "Why do you look different from the portrait? You have a mole between your eyebrows." The elementary scholar was speechless. The official then waved his hand, "Take him away and verify his identity. Those who have scholarly honors shall be removed immediately." Immediately, several bailiffs rushed forward, grabbing one of the elementary scholar's hands and dragging him away. The elementary scholar then reacted and shouted, "Your Excellency, I won't do it again. I won't do it again. Please let me go." Screams rang out one after the other, as the elementary scholars all stood in awe. Under such an atmosphere, Pei Ziyan entered the tent. There was a torch burning in front of him, illuminating the entrance as if it was daytime. There were a few large tables set up, and a few armored soldiers stood by the side, with a feather in their hair. At this point, Yi Quan approached. It's the Imperial Guards. They are soldiers sent by the Imperial Court to supervise the examination. Do not offend them. If you do, it will be seen as cheating and your scholarly honors will be removed. The bailiffs poured out all the things that the elementary scholars had brought out and scattered them on the table. The brushes, and inkstones were all checked. The brushes had to be opened to check if there was anything hidden inside. After they were done, they had to be thrown into the basket. Apart from food and clothing, they were not allowed to bring anything else. These bailiffs were like bandits. They searched the elementary scholars' belongings and chopped them up. Finally, they threw them into the basket and mixed them together. All the elementary scholars had to untie their robes and strip down to their undergarments. They allowed the bailiffs to check their clothes and shoes before returning them. Fortunately, there were torches and the clothes were bright red from the heat. They were not cold, but it was a disgrace to them. Pei suddenly had a thought. In my previous world, when I read novels, there were women who would dress up as men and enter the examination hall. This kind of examination is done under the watchful eyes of everyone. Only women can enter if they have the aura of cerebral palsy. Chapter 46. When it was almost Pei Ziyun's turn, the elementary scholar in front of him had stripped down to his undergarments. Under the light of the lantern, there were words written on it. The bailiff came over and took a look. An official then ordered, "Take him away." 2 bailiffs dragged the crying elementary scholar away. No one knew where he was being held. The official then shouted, "Listen up, those who have not entered the examination grounds, throw away your paper. If not, you will be charged with cheating. You will be punished with flogging, and your elementary scholar status will be stripped." After 2 consecutive cases, some of the elementary scholars looked at each other and secretly threw away their paper balls. The officials did not check the paper balls outside the examination grounds. Pei Ziyun successfully entered the examination grounds. The examiner verified his identity before a soldier led Pei Ziyun to the examination grounds. It was a row of thatched huts built with green bricks. The roof was covered with straw, and it looked very rough. Pei Ziyun entered his seat facing the room. There was only a table, a chair, and a bed. On the bed, there was a mat. There wasn't even a blanket. However, there was a brazier, charcoal, and flint. Every room was guarded by soldiers. At the end of the row of thatched huts was a toilet. Pei Ziyun's luck was pretty good, as he was quite far away from it. The examination would only begin in the afternoon. In the morning, everyone would be arranged to enter the examination grounds. Everyone had to be checked one by one. Although they were separated by residence, it would still take an entire morning. If they were hungry, there would be soldiers handing out biscuits and water. After Pei Ziyun entered the examination grounds, he started to work in an orderly manner. First, he cleaned up the cobwebs and dust in the room. Next, he laid out everything one by one. He placed the blankets on the mat and covered it with layers of blankets. He then thought to himself, on such a rainy day, if I didn't bring a blanket, the chances of a tragedy would be much higher. If I slept, I would catch a cold. If I didn't sleep, I wouldn't be able to take the examination. This is my experience. There was a brazier, charcoal, and flint. However, there weren't many of them, and he couldn't waste them. He could only use them when he was hungry. If he ran out of them, he would have to eat cold food every day. Since he had just entered the examination grounds, the food he brought was still warm. Hence, Pei Ziyun took out some salted eggs, biscuits, and some meat. This was also a must. The meat could be brought, but it had to be eaten on the first day. If not, it would spoil and he would suffer from diarrhea. After eating, he closed his eyes to rest. Just after noon, the sound of a cannon could be heard, signaling the start of the state examination. The examiners handed out the examination papers. When he received the examination paper, he took a look at it and felt that it was as white as snow. In his previous life, it wouldn't have been considered much. But in this era, it was considered a top-grade paper. The provincial trial paper is so exquisite. The imperial court must have attached great importance to it. After the examination papers were distributed, a scribe distributed brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. There were many brushes on the rack, and they could choose as they pleased. There was also an examiner reading out the examination questions. Just like the last time, Pei Ziyun checked the script against the examiner's voice to see if there were any mistakes or omissions. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he began to look at the examination questions. In the first volume, there was still the formality of the sutra and ink-style scriptures, but the proportion was very small. There were 7 questions after that. 5 of them were classic questions. The first one was breaking the rules. Pei Ziyun heaved a sigh of relief as he flipped to the next 3 questions and looked at them. Yu Tang is outwardly heavy but inwardly light, while Guan Lu is outwardly light but inwardly heavy. Fang Liang does not have the heart of Shun Shang, but uses his techniques. Mo Shi Dang uses Shun Shang, but uses his name. Li Du requests the Prime Minister to summon all the talents and advisors from all over the world to discuss the matter in a private room. The first question is about Fanjin, the second is about the reforms, and the third is about the talents. The great Su dynasty, is beginning to show its determination to govern the world. There are 7 questions in a row, and each one is a long essay. It takes a total of 3 days and 2 nights. This is extremely taxing on one's mental and physical strength. In the regional examinations, one's stamina and health are essential. Therefore, it is very important to plan accordingly. Most of the bookworms who only know how to study would not be able to last 3 days and 2 nights. It was drizzling outside the door. Other than the footsteps of the patrolling guards, there was only the sound of the brush writing. The grand scholars entering this examination hall would be like fish in water. Pei Ziyun took one look and knew what to do. He then picked up the inkstone and started grinding the ink. Grinding the ink required patience. Grinding the ink gently without adding any force. This way, the ink produced would be exquisite and the words written would be strong. The inkstone provided by the officials in the regional examinations was considered to be of average quality. After grinding it carefully, he dipped the brush into the ink and picked up a piece of Xian paper to write. Even if he was a grand scholar, he would not be so careless as to write directly on the first volume. Instead, he would write on a rough draft. After he finished writing, he looked at the first question, not following the rules. This question comes from Mencius. Li Lu 1. Mencius said, Li Lu's brilliance, Gong Shu Zi's cleverness. Without following the rules, one would not be able to achieve success. Pei Ziyun had inherited the knowledge of Han Lin Academy. With one look, he could tell it means that the ruler should follow the rules and regulations of the Sage King to govern the country. Pei Ziyun picked up the brush and dipped it into the ink. After thinking for a while, he picked up the brush and started writing. After he finished the first sentence, he continued writing. Not following the rules and regulations, but relying on cleverness and cleverness. This sentence was already the answer to the question. Man's rules and regulations must not be followed. Must not be followed, but why not? Why must one rely on cleverness and cleverness? This sentence was already the answer to the question. I have heard of the ancient nobleman that there is no need to follow the rules and regulations. There is no need to follow the rules and regulations. There is no need to follow the rules and regulations, but there is no need to follow the rules and regulations. It can only be shown through the rules and regulations, but it cannot be made clear. Gong Shu Zi can only be defeated by the rules and regulations, and cannot be defeated by cleverness. Then the rules and regulations must be followed. Without following the rules and regulations, how can one achieve success? The torrential essay was finished in one stroke, but when he stopped, he felt that he had used up a lot of energy. Although it was done in one stroke, it was still very tiring. The ink on the paper needed to be left to dry for a while. In this rainy weather, it would take even longer. Pei Ziyun placed the manuscript aside and closed his eyes to rest. He drank some sugar water. He looked at the second question, achieving the scholar's knowledge of tools, obtaining the word literature. This question was very insidious. The first half of the question was hidden. The original sentence should be scholar's knowledge of tools, then literature. If one did not know the whole sentence, it would be very easy to not understand the question. A scholar must first have the knowledge of tools before he can talk about literature and art. A scholar must have the knowledge of tools before he can talk about literature and art. What he needed to pay attention to here was that he had to write down the keywords used in the topic. This was just a small trick. Pei Ziyan finished his draft in one stroke as well. After finishing his draft, he placed it on the mat to dry. At this point, he finally felt exhausted. Looking around, it was already dusk and the rain was still falling. The soldiers were wearing straw raincoats, carrying a pole. On one side, there were meat pancakes, and on the other side, there was a bowl of porridge. They were distributing it to the elementary scholars. Pei Ziyan took the pancakes and porridge. They were still warm in his hands, and he ate them. It was a rainy day today, and the sky was dark. It was getting darker than usual. Some soldiers had lit torches to brighten the sky. At this point, many of the elementary scholars were scratching their heads, racking their brains, trying their best to write. Some elementary scholars could not write, and raised their heads to look at the straw covering of their seats. They were in a daze. Some of them were bawling their eyes out, and were scolded. If you make another sound, you will be disqualified. The examination hall was filled with all sorts of emotions. It was said that in the past few examinations, there were elementary scholars who went crazy in the examination hall and were dragged out. Some of the newly promoted elementary scholars who were taking the examination for the first time did not feel anything. But after sitting for the entire afternoon, when dusk fell, they felt like they were on the verge of collapsing. Time to finish the third question in one go. Although there were torches outside, it was quite a distance away from the door, and the room was still dark. Hence, a candle was lit. Experienced people knew that the first day was the time to recharge and recharge. Hence, they could write more questions. However, on the second or third day, they might not be able to hold on. But even so, 3 questions for today was the limit. If he continued, he would be looking for trouble. He immediately meditated and started writing the third question. The night gradually deepened, and the examination hall was brightly lit. As night approached, the soldiers changed. The chief examiners hadn't rested yet. The chief examiner, Hu Ingjin, was patrolling the examination room with his guards and local government runners. There were also several examiners wearing straw raincoats, following behind them and patrolling around. The third question is done. Pei Ziyan lit the stove in the examination hall and placed it under his feet. As the night grew darker, he placed the manuscript on the table and used a paperweight to keep it from being blown away by the wind and missing the examination. At this point, the pancake on the stove was hot and the water was warm. There were candles everywhere in the examination hall. Pei Ziyan ate slowly. He could have some cold food for lunch, but if he were to eat cold food now, he would be looking for trouble. He drank a mouthful of warm sugar water and looked at the chief examiner, Hu Ingjin, with his hands behind his back, walking slowly in front of him with a group of officials. Pei Ziyan was too young and was stared at a few times. Pei Ziyan remained calm and pretended not to see anything. He continued to eat and thought to himself, even though I inherited the Hamlin Academy, I only managed to complete 3 questions on the first day. There's still 4 questions to go. It can only be said that I have some spare time. Ordinary elementary scholars who can complete all the homework are already very nervous. The examiner patrolled the examination hall once, and Pei Ziyan finished eating. Seeing that the draft was all dry, he folded it and placed it in the bookcase in the corner of the bed. He blew out the candles and lay on the bed. Fortunately, he had brought a blanket with him. He crawled under the blanket and covered his body with his clothes. Suddenly, he felt warm. Without any hesitation, he fell asleep. At night, Hu Ingjin patrolled the examination hall for the second time. The sound of the wind could be heard, and torches were lit everywhere. Some of the students in the examination hall were already lying on their beds, while others were still busy writing. The atmosphere in the examination hall was still tense. Although most of the students knew that they had to rest for the examination the next day, they were still tossing and turning restlessly, causing their beds to creak. It was not allowed to speak freely in the examination hall. Hu Ingjin only laughed. These students are too young. One of the examiners replied in a low voice, "Yes, Your Excellency, they have no experience." The conversation ended there. They passed by another examination hall and saw that someone was really asleep inside. When they got closer, they saw that there was a paperweight on top of a piece of white paper. There was a young man lying on the bed with a thin blanket on top of him. There are also some clothes on top of him. This young man is well prepared. Perhaps he is not bad. This thought flashed past Hu Yingxin's mind as she continued patrolling the examination hall. Chapter 47. The next day when he woke up, it was still raining. Pei Ziyin got up and went to the toilet with the help of the officials. He then returned to his room and lit a fire. There was hot water, pancakes, and salted eggs. Meat pancakes, hot water, and a bite of the oily yolk. Pei Ziyin felt very comfortable. This is the blood of the old examinees. Sleep well, eat well, and don't eat cold food. After Pei Ziyin finished eating, he opened the paper and read the questions again. He saw the last two questions. Although the importance of the first question was gradually reduced, in order to get a good ranking, he still had to answer them perfectly. Let's write. Pei Ziyin started writing. The remaining two questions were finished in the morning. At noon, Pei Ziyin continued to eat hot food and soaked the sliced ginseng in water. This was also the experience of the old examinees. After writing 5 questions, it would be a lie to say that he was not tired. Yu Tang is outwardly heavy, but inwardly light. Guan Lu is outwardly light, but inwardly heavy. Each has its own merits. Fang Liang does not have the heart of Shen Shang, but uses his skills. Mo Dang uses the reality of Shun Shang, but does not use his name. Li Du, the Prime Minister, has invited talents and advisors from all over the world to discuss in a private room. On Fanjun, on the reform on the talents. It can be said that the first 5 questions were written according to Zhang Zhigong's thinking. At most, it will be about 5 to 6 points of Zhang Zhigong's standard. Although these 5 to 6 points are more than enough for a high scholar like him to take the high scholar examination, it's still a little lacking. But the ancients will always be the ancients. How can their knowledge compare to modern politics? For these 3 questions, as long as I control my writing and don't offend anyone, I can write even better than Zhang Zhigong. Thinking up to this point, Pei Ziyin began to answer the questions. His pen started to write fluently, and it could be said that he had written everything in one go. Pei Ziyin nodded his head in satisfaction and continued to write. After finishing the 3 questions, it took him 4 hours. He looked around and saw that the other examinees were busy writing. It's done. I don't need the charcoal tomorrow. The same goes for the candles. But for now, let's move around. There's still some time before dinner. Pei Ziyin noticed that his legs and hands were stiff. He realized that he had been working on the questions for the entire day and had forgotten to get up and move around. Hence, he paced around the room slowly. When it was about time, he used up the charcoal. The warmth of the charcoal fire dispelled some of the humidity in the examination room and even increased the temperature of the room. After finishing his dinner, Pei Ziyin lit a candle. Tonight's task is to polish it up. Check carefully to see if there were any mistakes in the entire paper. If there were no mistakes, it was time to polish up the paper and edit all the essays. No matter how great a deity he was, it was impossible for him to write a single word without difficulty. By the time he finished editing the entire scroll, he had almost used up all the candles. Sleep. As soon as he laid down, he felt that the atmosphere in the examination hall had become much more tense. There were people tossing and turning all over the place. Just as he was about to fall asleep, there was a sudden commotion and he could faintly hear, "Someone has fainted. Don't make noise." A moment later, a soldier dragged an examinee out, causing all the other examinees to feel a chill down their spines. This person is finished. He has to wait for another 3 years. Pei Ziyin closed his eyes and went to sleep. After a while, his mind went blank and he fell asleep. On the morning of the 3rd day, the sun shone brightly. However, this did not help matters. Yesterday, there were still people who persisted. This morning, a few people were carried out. They were old, weak, or inexperienced. Pei Ziyin looked on coldly from the side, feeling a sense of sorrow in his heart. In the ancient times, the examinations could drive people crazy because the difference between passing and not passing was too great. Check again to see if there are any mistakes or taboos. Pei Zi Yun finished checking and saw that there were no mistakes. He then used the Guanghu script and copied the entire scroll. The examination would start in the afternoon, which was 5 in the afternoon. If the examinee had not finished writing, he would be given the time to light a candle. Once the candle had been lit, the examinee would be carried out. Pei Ziyun wrote all the way to the end of the scroll. He was extremely careful, and after every page was completed, he placed it aside to dry. It took him an hour before he was done. By the time he was done, it was already noon on the 3rd day. According to the rules, he could hand in his script now. He did not want to stay in this examination room any longer. Pei Ziyun knocked on the door and shouted, "Hand in my script." Hearing Pei Ziyun knock on the door and hand his script, all the examinees looked at him fiercely. Pei Ziyun hurriedly packed his things into the examination box and walked out of the examination room. He felt exhausted. "I've been practicing the 100 Beasts illustration for a long time and have a good foundation. I can still hold on. But after 3 days of examination, I'm exhausted." Those weak elementary scholars are indeed difficult to pass. I've heard that it's not just the examination room. Some elementary scholars collapsed the moment they stepped out of their dormitories. They had to be carried to the medical hall for treatment. It's because they had used up too much of their energy. Pei Ziyun sighed in his heart. It's no wonder that so many people who study hard can only become elementary scholars and not high scholars. These 3 days, they can't speak and can only sit and answer the questions. Their energy and mental energy are greatly depleted. When he reached the Dragon Gate, he saw that there were many people outside. The examinees' families, servants, coachmen, and so on. He did not speak and went straight back to Fu Mansion. Fu Mansion had long been prepared. Seeing that his husband had returned, someone shouted, "Serve the ginseng soup." Pei Ziyun drank a mouthful of it and felt more energetic. Someone shouted, "Take a shower." Pei Ziyun took off his clothes and took a shower. He then fed himself some meat porridge before climbing onto the bed and falling asleep. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. Pei Ziyun opened his eyes and felt extremely comfortable. He thought about the past 3 days and felt as though he had been dreaming. The entire building was silent. It was only until noon that he saw a tired Yu Guangmao. However, his complexion had already recovered. He smiled and said, "Brother Pei, you've passed the examinations, right?" Pei Ziyun smiled and did not speak. Yu Guangmao saw that Pei Ziyun was smiling and did not continue to pester him. He smiled and said, "Yesterday, after washing up and eating some food, I immediately laid down to rest. I'm still all right. Look, the entire building is so quiet. Everyone is still sleeping. It's not just this building. After the examinations, all the inns in the city are quiet. They're all resting in their own inns. The past 3 days have been extremely exhausting. That's still considered good. I've heard that a third of the elementary scholars have fallen ill with a fever. Some of the more serious ones even vomited and had diarrhea when they returned. For example, Brother E. Luckily, the Fu family was prepared." Pei Ziyun paused. However, thinking about the environment and the pressure of the examinations, as well as Yi Ji Quan's condition, he felt that it wasn't surprising at all. "Should we pay him a visit?" Pei Ziyun asked. "No." He woke up in the morning and took some medicine. After drinking some porridge, he went back to sleep. He looks very tired. Let's wait for him to rest before we go. Yu Guangmao then said, "This examination, the autumn rain was very heavy. On the 3rd day, there were already people carrying him out. AI, it's been hard on the examination grounds. I shall not disturb you any further." He then cupped his hands and left. Soon, 2 days had passed. On the 3rd morning, Pei Ziyun had just woken up when he heard a knock on the door. It was Yu Guangmao. Yu Guangmao stepped forward and pulled Pei Ziyun aside. "Brother Pei, there's a literary conference today. We should go and relax. These 3 days have been tough on us." Pei Ziyun had been rather worried about the past 3 days. In the past, he didn't think much of it. However, the fact that they were not allowed to speak during the 3 days of the examinations and were only allowed to write essays was something that many people couldn't endure. With a plan in mind, Pei Ziyun smiled. "Brother E, I haven't changed yet. Please wait a moment." As he said this, he entered his room and changed his clothes in preparation for the literary conference. As he walked down the stairs, elementary scholar Lee and the other two were already waiting downstairs for the two of them. Although they were in the same prefecture, the elementary scholar gathering wasn't held in the same place. The elementary scholars from the Prefecture of Peace had booked the entire Drunken Immortal Inn. When a few of them arrived at the Drunken Immortal Inn, they asked around and found out that a few wealthy elementary scholar young masters had booked the Drunken Immortal Inn. There were many tables set up for the banquet. The elementary scholars who were hosting the banquet were gathered in the middle. This scene reminded Pei Zi-yun of his previous life. Banquets in the business world were the same. The host had to contribute money, manpower, and effort. It was all for networking. Although these elementary scholars were doing it for networking, it was also a good thing. Pei Zi-yun picked up a plate of peanuts from the table and threw them into his mouth. He then took a big gulp of wine. Yu Guangmao had been here for the second time and had some acquaintances. After drinking, he went to look for his old friends. Pei Zi-yun didn't mind and ate his wine in peace. He got to know some people from the literary conference. As he was drinking, someone came over and invited him to drink. Pei Zi-yun didn't want to drink at first, but there were so many people around. He had no choice but to drink. Ever since he came to this world, there were some disasters that he couldn't avoid. His heart was filled with melancholy, and he couldn't stop himself from drinking. The dishes at the Drunken Immortal Inn were not bad. Especially since it was autumn, there were crabs. The big crabs were just steamed and placed on the table. Pei Zi-yun and the others drank and ate the big crabs. When the crabs were peeled open, the meat and crab roe were revealed. It was a delightful meal. Perhaps it was because they had been repressed for the past 3 days. They drank from noon till afternoon. Almost everyone was drunk. Helped the young masters to their rooms. This situation had been predicted long ago. The few inns around the Drunken Immortal Inn were booked, and the elementary scholars were accommodated. Pei Zi-yun was a little drunk. He swayed a tael of silver and sent the waiter to explain the situation to the Fu Mansion. He then told the waiter that he would be staying in the inn that night. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Zi-yun left and closed the door. At this point, the sky was pitch black. Unknowingly, the sky had turned dark. Inside, Pei Zi-yun wasn't sleeping. He was leaning against the window and looking around. After some time, he smiled coldly. It's about time. Thinking this way, he took out his sword. The blade of the sword gleamed coldly. I participated in the literary conference and got drunk. Everyone knows this. Who would have thought that I would act so decisively and kill Li Wenjing without waiting for the results to be released? Killing Li Wenjing would be a huge blow to your henchman. When I've mastered my Dao arts, I'll send you to meet him. This is called a gentleman's revenge, from morning till night. Pei Zi-yun had already made up his mind. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and the rain was getting heavier, he jumped out of the window and ran towards the pier. At this point, the rain was heavy and there were very few people on the pier. "I found it. This is the boat." The last time Pei Zi-yun left the pier, he had asked for the boat. At this point, he saw the captain of the boat preparing to set sail. Pei Zi-yun looked around and saw that there was no one around. He then leapt onto the boat soundlessly. The boat moved slightly, but it was raining. The captain didn't seem to mind and shouted, "The boat is setting sail. Guests, we are returning to Ping and Prefecture tonight." Chapter 48. In the darkness of the night, the thick black clouds flashed, illuminating the surface of the river. A shadow jumped from the boat onto the shore and was once again enveloped in darkness. The rain continued to pour down, and on both sides of the river were paddy fields. The paddy fields were golden and ready to be harvested. Pei Zi-yun held his sword by the side of the paddy field. "I've boarded the boat." Just like what he said, the speed of traveling downstream is twice the speed of traveling from the prefecture to the capital. Is this the ferry? There was a road here that led directly to Hodu town. Originally, the town was bustling with people, but at this time, everyone was asleep. Occasionally, there would be lights shining through the windows. The only troublesome thing was that during the night, there would be dogs barking. Villages were like this. As long as one dog barked, All the other dogs in the village would bark along with it. The barking of the dogs would not stop. This was enough to scare the thieves, and the owners of the houses would wake up. Pei Zi-yun hid in the darkness. A cool breeze blew past, and the sound of crickets chirping could be heard. It was autumn, and the sound of the crickets sounded desolate. I remember there was a Taoist temple and a mansion not far from here. That must be Li Wenjing's residence. I've only heard of it in my previous life. I have to search for it. Following the stone path of the town, he saw a Taoist temple. Near the temple, there was a huge mansion. Several pine trees surrounded it, and 2 lions were squatting on the steps. Pei Zi-yun walked up and saw a plaque with the words Li Mansion written on it. Pei Zi-yun was overjoyed. Li Wenjing's house must be here. Just as Pei Zi-yun was about to climb over the wall, the plum blossom in front of his forehead flickered. His heart turned cold. Li Wenjing's mansion was protected by a Tao spell. This was going to be difficult. It's just that the new dynasty has just been established, and the imperial qi is strong. The net of laws is everywhere. Within the counties and provinces, other than those who are bestowed titles and some Tao spells, everything else is restricted. Although this is the peer, I've heard that Li Wenjing did not have many Tao spells in his previous life. It's impossible for him to have a Tao spell cast over the entire mansion. As Pei Zi-yun thought about this, he circled around Li Wenjing's mansion. Indeed, when he neared a spot, the plum blossom in front of his forehead did not light up. He wondered if Li Wenjing was in the residence. If he was, he could kill him, and Zhang Jieyu would lose an arm. As he entered the courtyard, he realized that it was a 3-way house. According to the laws of the Great Su Dynasty, only high scholars could live in a 3-way house. This Li Wenjing was just a commoner. According to the laws of the Great Su Dynasty, he should be beheaded. After entering the courtyard, Zhao Fu saw that there were some flowers and plants in the courtyard. There were some strange stones and a small pond. As he entered the courtyard, he saw an evil dog pouncing at him. He let out a cry, and a sword light flashed as the tip of the sword pierced into the dog's head. With a twist, the dog fell to the ground, motionless. Pei Zi-yun hid the dog within a rock and walked towards the yard. He wasn't sure if it was because Li Wenjing wasn't around, but there were no guards patrolling the yard. He was overjoyed. As Pei Zi-yun walked forward, whenever there was a plum blossom, he would avoid it. The yard was quiet, and there was no sound. It shouldn't be here. As he walked along the corridor, he suddenly heard a woman's laughter. It sounded like she was having fun. He walked forward, and as soon as he got close, he could smell the fragrance of women. There were osmanthus flowers, roses, and some rouge mixed together in the courtyard. However, the smell was very faint. As he got closer, he heard a man's voice. It sounded like he was flirting with a woman. His heart was filled with joy. The heavens were helping him. This Li Wenjing was destined to die. He was at home. He walked forward and poked a small hole in the window. Hot steam came out. There were many women inside. The autumn night was chilly, but there was a fire inside. Looking closely, the women inside were all wearing dresses. He didn't see any men. That was strange. Could it be that Li Wenjing wasn't here? Suddenly, he saw a woman trembling under her dress. A man came out from under her dress and pinned her to the ground. He whispered sweet nothings and pounced on her. All of a sudden, the room was filled with lust. The man wasn't satisfied. He grabbed a woman and pulled her up. Pei Zi-yun looked carefully. This man was indeed Li Wenjing. He had seen this man's portrait in his previous life. Was this another party? Pei Zi-yun laughed coldly. Although this man is intelligent, he isn't a heavenly cultivator. Even if he has some techniques, he needs time to use them. He's very fragile. Meeting him tonight is a heaven-sent opportunity. I can kill him with a single sword. Thinking this way, he waited for this man to finish his party. This kind of pleasure would consume a lot of the man's blood essence. Even if he had a few Tao arts could not create blood essence out of thin air. This lust was just a catalyst. Even if he used women, there was a limit. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. Furthermore, the man would not have any energy left after the deed. Their voices filled the room. Some were bright, some were flirtatious. All of them were beauties. At this point, Li Wenjing felt uneasy. His eyes turned from lust to clarity. The Tao arts have not been activated. Where does this uneasiness come from? Li Wenjing stood up. The woman beneath him was still not satisfied. Seeing that the man was about to leave, she pulled him back. Li Wenjing was already naked. There was no place for her to grab onto. Li Wenjing was startled and walked away. The woman sat up as well, mumbling to herself. Li Wenjing ignored her and retrieved his sword from the wall. He walked to the corridor and looked around. He still did not notice anything out of the ordinary. Because of the party, there was a quarantine. He ran to the entrance of the inner courtyard and was about to shout for help. He had just turned a corner when he heard a PU sound. He felt a sharp pain in his heart. He looked down and saw a bloody sword sticking out of his chest. His vision turned black, and he screamed in pain. "Hold it down!" Someone came out from behind and covered his mouth with a towel. Blood flowed out from Li Wenjing's body. After a few minutes, he stopped moving. He only twitched from time to time. It's just that simple to scheme against an unsuspecting person. He placed the man down on the floor and walked back the way he came. He walked out of the courtyard and found the stables. "Who's there?" Just as he was about to lead the horse away, a stable hand came out from the stables. He saw a man trying to lead the horse. Since it was a straightforward action, he did not call out a thief. He then asked, "Who's there?" Before he could finish his sentence, a pebble hit him in the face. He felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Pei Ziyin dragged the stable hand into the room and placed his hand on his sword. He was considering whether he should kill him. He hesitated for some time before letting go of the sword. This man did not see me clearly. I shall spare him. As he thought this, he led the horse out from the back door. When he reached the main road, he leaped onto the horse and shouted. The horse then galloped away. The few women in the room felt that something was strange. Their master was having a good time. Even if he had to go to the bathroom, he would have to return. Hence, they put on their clothes and searched for him. The moment they stepped out, they saw a pool of blood on the ground. The blood had already congealed. The woman screamed and fainted on the ground. The women at the back heard the scream. When they walked out, they saw a large pool of blood. They followed the blood and saw a naked man at the end of the corridor. There was a sword lying beside him. One of the brave women stepped forward and tried to take a breath. He was no longer breathing. His body was cold and filled with fear. She then shouted, "Help, help! Master has been killed. Master has been killed." Night. The clouds and rain gradually dissipated, and the moonlight shone down. The horse was galloping very quickly. It was indeed a good horse. After a night of galloping, the horse was panting heavily. Pei Ziyin looked up and saw a bright star hanging in the sky. From afar, he could see the walls of the city, galloping for 100 miles in the middle of the night. This horse is not bad. It must be worth at least 50 taels of silver, right? It's a pity, but I really can't bring you along. Pei Ziyin slowed down as he galloped along the riverbank. He could hear the sound of water splashing. Pei Ziyin jumped off the horse and pulled out his sword to stab the horse. The tip of the sword pierced through the horse's heart. The horse did not die immediately. It hopped twice before jumping into the river. Its blood dyed the ground red as it was washed away by the river. He then took off his clothes. Although he was careful, his clothes were still stained with blood. It wasn't much, though. He then threw the clothes into the river. Pei Ziyin looked at the city walls. If it was during a war, not only would there be people patrolling the area, the trees within 100 meters of the city would have to be cut down. Now that the world was at peace, there was no such rule. He looked at a spot and used the trees and buildings to climb up. He then entered the city. Quick, it's almost daybreak. At this point, the streets were deserted. There were no passers-by. The lanterns in the shops had long been extinguished. Pei Ziyin did not walk on the main road. He turned around and headed towards the small alleyway. When he reached the inn, he headed towards the backyard of the inn. He then made his way to his room. He had left the window open when he came out last night. He then opened the window and entered his room. After an entire night of killing people, he was extremely tired. He threw his blanket aside and lay down on his bed. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. Prefecture City Tribute Courtyard. The room examiner had already finished reading the papers for the first round. According to the rules, the examiners were the first to read the papers. Firstly, if there were any typos, it would be a taboo and a violation of the rules of the examination. Those who reported their family background and information would be demoted. This was to prevent people from cheating. After all, the purpose of the examination was to cover up the mistakes in the examination. Yet, you still reported your own name. If you didn't demote them, who would they demote? How many have been demoted? Huingjin asked. This time, there were more than 3,000 papers. Due to violations of the rules, a total of 561 papers have been demoted. Someone reported. Such papers have been posted and not recorded. These elementary scholars don't know the importance of the prefecture examinations. There are so many mistakes and omissions. Someone said, the prefecture examinations are very stressful. Many newcomers can't avoid it. Even you, and I don't have a flawless first round. One of the room examiners said, have the main and secondary papers been completed? Huingjin asked. CEO, the 300 main papers and the 200 secondary papers have all been completed. One of the examiners said and heaved a sigh of relief. After the examination, the examiners would stay in the room all night to read the papers. It could be said that they had a heavy responsibility. The papers in their hands were related to the fate of every examinee. Not only that, these papers would also be sent to the Ministry of Rights. There were many people in the Ministry of Rights who were free. When they had nothing to do, they would check the papers. If they discovered that the papers were deviant, the examiners and examiners would be held accountable. Those who passed the examination would be stripped of their official titles and dismissed. The examiners were trembling with fear as they read the papers meticulously. Only now could they heave a sigh of relief. What happened next was no longer the responsibility of the ordinary examiners, but the room examiners. The room examiners read the remaining 500 papers again and recommended them to the CEO. This paper is brilliant. Compared to the other papers, it's not even on the same level. The room examiner took a sip of tea and picked up a copy of the main paper. After skimming through a few lines, he suddenly felt energized and started reading again. It's simple and elegant. It can be used as a model essay in the imperial examinations. There's a hint of Hamlin in it. That's strange. Not to mention elementary scholars. Even ordinary high scholars wouldn't have such an aura. One must enter the Hamlin Academy and gradually develop such an aura. The room examiner read again and felt that the style of writing was somewhat familiar. This must be highly recommended. As he said this, he drew a circle and wrote highly recommended. Chapter 49. Odu Town, night. Li Mansion, the house, was brightly lit. Servants were holding lanterns, and a dozen men were carrying weapons as they searched around the yard. Hu Ban from the Holy Jail sect rushed over and quickly found the coachman who was knocked unconscious in the stables. He counted the horses and found that one was missing. The door to the backyard was also open. He searched and found the tracks of a horse. This thief killed the man, stole the horse, and escaped. Hu Ban was furious as he whipped the unconscious coachman. The coachman screamed out in pain as he rolled on the ground, clutching his left cheek, which was bleeding profusely. He then shouted, "Men, there's a robbery! Idiot!" Hu Ban was enraged as he whipped the coachman. The coachman rolled on the ground in pain. After whipping him, Hu Ban said coldly, "Aren't you going to inform the monastery?" "Yes." It was almost dawn, and the dew had yet to dry. The sun had just risen a little when a servant ran towards the monastery. The Li Mansion was very close to the monastery, and it only took a few minutes for them to arrive. A huge locust tree was planted in front of the monastery, and the path was paved with green stones. Grass grew from the gaps between the tree's branches. The monastery's door was painted red, and there were 2 large lanterns hanging on the door. There was a golden plaque above the door, which read, "Golden Rooster Monastery." The servant rushed up and knocked on the door with a brass ring on it. The brass ring on the door was used as a doorbell and was made of copper. When someone knocked on it, the sound was very sharp and could be heard from afar. A 12 or 13-year-old Taoist opened the door. His eyes were hazy, and his hair was a little messy. He yawned. "Who is it knocking on the door so early in the morning?" "Not good. I'm from the Lee Mansion. Master was killed by a thief today. This has to be reported to the authorities. Why are you here?" This young Taoist was only a servant and didn't know much about such matters. However, he would occasionally see people from the Lee Mansion and knew that they were rich. They would often give out silver as gifts, and yet when something happened to the Lee Mansion, they didn't report it to the authorities. Instead, they came to look for the monastery's master. That was weird. However, he didn't care and decided to inform the authorities. He then entered the monastery. The monastery was very neat. There was a Taoist monarch in the main hall, and the walls were painted with colorful paintings. The Taoist child entered the inner temple and knocked on the door. A male voice asked, "Why are you here so early in the morning? What's the matter?" The little Taoist said, "Monastery master, it's like this. Something has happened to the Lee Mansion at the foot of the mountain. I heard that the master of the Lee Mansion was killed last night. He came to the monastery to ask you to take charge of the situation. Now he is at the door. Should I let him in?" "What? Master Lee has been killed?" The Taoist inside suddenly stood up. The little Taoist thought for a while. There are no other Lee residences in this town, only one. He heard that the owner of this house was called Li Wenjing. He then said, "Monastery head, there shouldn't be any other big families in this town. Go call your 2 senior brothers. Tell them that I must go to the Lee residence immediately." As the Abbey Dean spoke to the little Taoist boy, a lady's voice was heard. "Su Lang, be careful when you go." It was said that the Taoist monastery was divided into the Children's Monastery and the Forest Monastery. The Children's Monastery was a Taoist monastery that was privately owned by the Taoist family. The Forest Monastery was a Taoist monastery that did not marry. This monastery was the Children's Monastery. Naturally, there would be marriages. The little Taoist boy could tell that it was the voice of his master's wife. His master had instructed him to turn around and leave. Without hesitation, he went to call his 2 senior brothers. The Abbey Dean's face darkened as he looked up at the pitch-black sky. This Taoist monastery was one of the Holy Jail sect's monasteries. Li Wenjing was an outer sect disciple and did not live here. He had his own mansion in the town. Although Zhang Jieyu felt that since he had cultivated Tao arts, the chances of him passing the high scholar exam were not high, it was not impossible. Hence, he decided to give it a try. Hence, he brought a few people with him to the prefecture. When he was free, Li Wenjing returned to the Li Mansion in the county capital. He did not expect to be killed the moment he returned. The little Taoist boy was still young and did not know about the Holy Jail sect. Hence, the Abbey Dean did not bring him along. The 3 Taoists followed the servant with their weapons and a long sword. When they entered the Lee Mansion, the few Taoists entered the inner courtyard amidst the sounds of crying. A few young married women were dressed in white. They were crying, but their eyes were filled with seduction. When the Taoist saw them, he felt his heart warm up. Li Wenjing's house had a restrictive spell, and Li Wenjing knew some Tao arts. As long as there was danger, he would be able to send a message. He would not be killed so easily. Who would have thought that he would die so easily? As he walked up to ask, a young married woman pointed at the bed. The Taoist looked at the person on the bed. The Taoist looked at his junior brother, whom he had joked with the day before. His eyes were filled with fear and anger. His lips were slightly parted, as if he was still talking before he died. It was indeed Li Wenjing. The corpse was covered with a blanket. The Taoist's face darkened. He lifted the blanket to take a look. There was a sword wound that had pierced through his heart. After careful examination, there were no other wounds. He was killed by a highly skilled martial artist. A sword pierced through his heart. The sword wound was small and deep, clean and neat. The Abbey Dean's eyes were dark and gloomy. He spoke sternly. "Go and check if the restrictive spells in the lower courtyard have been broken." "What's the situation?" "Yes." The 3 disciples acknowledged. The Taoist's face was cold and stern, as if a layer of frost had formed over it. He then asked his wife, "Wife, tell me what happened one more time." The wife's face turned red as she picked out the details of the incident. The Taoist then understood. So it turns out that my junior brother was having an open meeting and had sent the guards and servants out of the outer courtyard. He was killed the moment he stepped out. The Taoist was somewhat suspicious and asked, "Wife, where was my junior brother killed?" The young married woman then stood up and led the Taoist to a corridor. All they could see were spots of blood. As they walked forward, they saw a large pool of blood, which had coagulated into a bloody scab. The Taoist checked the bloodstains and called the servants over. He questioned them one by one, but none of them saw anything. Only the coachman saw a blurry shadow and called him over to question him. The coachman's entire body was covered with whip marks. He knelt down on the ground. "Abby Dean, it was very late at night. I heard a sound and saw a blurry shadow. I don't know what flew over and knocked him out. One of the horses was taken away as well. He was knocked out, but his life wasn't in danger. Not only was he a highly skilled martial artist, he wasn't an evil person." The Taoist thought to himself. At this point, the person who had been sent out to check on the restrictive spells had returned to report, "Master, the restrictive spells in the courtyard were not damaged. It seems like someone who was proficient in Tao arts and sword techniques had infiltrated the courtyard and harmed Senior Uncle Lee." The Taoist paced back and forth, hesitating. It was possible that there were spies. Although Junior Brother Lee was only an outer sect disciple, he had always been a strategist. He was always in charge of the affairs of the county. In fact, he was even more important than most of the inner sect disciples. Now that he's dead, the affairs of the county will be affected. Looks like the next time I go to the underworld, I shall investigate the whereabouts of Junior Brother Lee's soul and find out who killed him. The Taoist gritted his teeth and made a decision. But the yin and yang are separated, and the city god is in charge of this place. I have to pay the price. He then entered the room and ordered everyone, "All of you, retreat." Once everyone had retreated, he looked at Li Wen-jing, who was lying on the bed. "Junior Brother Lee, you and I entered the sect together. It's just that I was diligent in my cultivation of Tao arts. You were good at managing the affairs of the county and had great intelligence. You supported young Master Zhang and had power and authority. However, you were rusty in your Tao arts and failed to open the gates of heaven. Hence, you were killed by someone." He then sighed. "If I don't open the gates of heaven, I won't be able to become a ghost. I'm just a mortal soul." Hearing these words, the Taoist's two disciples who were standing behind the Taoist couldn't help but feel a little sad. The Taoist then stopped and said, "Stand guard for me. I'll make a trip to the underworld and find out who killed your Senior Uncle Lee." "Yes," the two young Taoists replied, as they wielded their swords and stood guard around him. The Taoist then retrieved 3 incense sticks and lit them up. He then inserted them into an incense burner, causing smoke to rise up. The Taoist then placed the incense on Li Wen-jing's body before he closed his eyes and sat down. Moments later, a bright light appeared above the Taoist's head before disappearing without a trace. Master has left his body. The two young Taoists had looks of envy on their faces. This was a ghost immortal. Heaven and earth, the entire place looked gray and hazy, as countless amounts of gray and black smoke sank into the ground. At this point, a bright light appeared as it protected the Taoist. Smoke surrounded the entire place. The Yin wind is here. As soon as he arrived, the Yin wind blew onto the Taoist's body. There was a Yin mountain in the distance, and several human skeletons could be seen walking about. From time to time, monsters would appear and devour these skeletons. These monsters didn't dare to approach the Taoist and only watched from afar, as if they were afraid of him. On this piece of land, spiritual lights could be seen descending from the sky. These were spots of white light, and when they landed on the ground, a transformation would occur. The number of incense sticks descending, forming a small paradise. These must be the ancestral temple in the underworld. However, these weren't the right places to go. He could see a faint scent of incense leading the way. It was the God-seeking incense that he had just lit. It was leading the Taoist forward. As he walked, he saw a city. He could see a white light rising up from the ground, and there were even bailiffs patrolling the area. The Taoist stopped in his tracks. "Ai, the souls of ordinary people are scattered all over the underworld. Who knows? Nobody would care about them. Looks like Junior Brother Lee's soul has entered the city with the emissary of hell, and is now under the jurisdiction of the city god. Ordinary people would think that when a person dies, he would enter the underworld. However, that wasn't the case. First, the person would be sent to the city god, who would then decide whether to keep or punish him. Either he would be sent to hell, or he would be sent back to his hometown to receive incense from the ancestral temple, or he would be arranged to live in the city. This place was close to the county city, and since the god seeking incense was pointing towards the city, it must be him. He then turned into a ray of light and arrived at the city gates. Someone shouted, "Audacious Taoist, this is the jurisdiction of the city god. Do not trespass." Standing in front of the Taoist was a man dressed in the uniform of a bailiff. Behind him were two soldiers. The Taoist bowed slightly and threw out a token. The bailiff received it and looked at it. "So you have the token to enter the city. Please enter." The Taoist then entered the city. All Taoist sects have relations with the underworld. My holy jail sect naturally has one as well. The Taoist didn't even look at the city. It wasn't that he was looking down on them, but rather, he was looking at them with respect. In this world, the county city god Earl and the county city god Marquis were not to be underestimated. The Taoist entered a residence. This residence was dark gray in color and was rather spacious. There was a fire burning at the entrance, and it caused one's hair to stand on end. At this point, a man dressed in official robes walked out and smiled. "So it's a Taoist friend from Holy Jail Sect. Please come in. I love good food and I love wine. Since you're here, why don't you drink a few cups?" The official laughed as his body glowed with a white light. He led the way and saw a tea table in the middle of the hall. At this point, he waved his hand and a cup of wine appeared in front of him. Chapter 50. This Taoist understands. The Taoist replied, "Holy Jail Sect was on good terms with this Taoist when he was alive. This Taoist was an official from the previous dynasty. Because he had done good deeds for the people and was an official, he was recruited by the city god and became a judge. I wonder what brings you here today, fellow Taoist." The underworld judge's eyes flickered with a bright light. "My own spirit is here because my sect's disciple, Li Wenjing, was suddenly killed. I didn't dare to be meddlesome. I just want to know who the murderer was." The Taoist did not hide anything and replied directly. The judge nodded his head. "So that's how it is." He then ordered, "Go and investigate. If there's anything, send it over immediately." "Yes," a spirit constable replied. Before long, a spirit constable arrived. The sound of someone dragging chains could be heard from afar. A shadow appeared from within the fog and cried out, "I died so tragically." The Taoist looked over and saw that it was indeed Li Wenjing. This ghost was wearing chains and was protected by a white glow. There was also a dark aura surrounding his body. Li Wenjing was being escorted by the spirit constable. When he saw the Taoist, he cried out, "Senior brother, I was killed by a thief. My body is dead and my Tao is gone. Please avenge me." When Li Wenjing was alive, he had cultivated Tao arts. Even after falling into the underworld, he still had a thread of spiritual light protecting his body. The Taoist was furious as he shouted, "What are you crying for? If it weren't for the fact that you didn't cultivate diligently and didn't open the gates of heaven, you wouldn't have been killed so easily." After thinking for some time, he asked, "Junior Brother Li, do you know who killed you?" Li Wenjing knelt on the ground and thought for some time before saying, "Senior brother, I don't know who killed me. When I was alive, I didn't have the chance to retaliate. All I saw was a piece of clothing. Dead. I used my remaining Tao arts and used all my strength to look. All I could see was a clear light protecting that person. I couldn't see anything with my spiritual eye. Senior brother, save me. I died so tragically. I've suffered so much in this underworld. If you don't cultivate to become a ghost immortal, how can I save you?" When the Taoist heard Li Wenjing's words, he was enraged. Indeed, a Taoist had attacked Holy Jail Sect. He sighed. "Since you are planning for the sect will not mistreat you. It's just that with the city god's divine might, there is not much we can do. Who asked you to not cultivate to become a ghost immortal? But at least you don't have to go to hell to serve your sentence. The sect will find some opportunities for you. As for how far you can go in the future, that will depend on your luck. If Li Wenjing did not atone for his sins, he would definitely go to hell and suffer. Only then did Li Wenjing realize that he had been lured to this place and was no longer the same as when he was alive. He then cried out, "Many thanks to Sect for your kindness in pulling me out of the sea of bitterness. I hope that Sect will avenge me." You're too useless. You haven't even seen the face of the person who killed you. How can you avenge your death? Go back. I'll investigate it myself. Li Wenjing thanked him profusely. The Taoist didn't say anything else and bowed to the judge. "Thank you. Take him away." The judge waved his hands, seeing that Li Wen was being taken away. Although the judge was on good terms with the sect, he wasn't helping him for free. He took out a bottle of sweet nectar from his robes. There were many carvings on the bottle. The carvings were similar to earthworms and glowed with a white light. The Taoist handed the bottle of sweet nectar over to the judge and smiled. "Your Excellency, this is a bottle of sweet nectar produced by Holy Jail Sect. It's very beneficial to the body." The judge didn't reject the offer and smiled as he received the bottle. It's indeed a sweet nectar produced by paradise. Not only is it beneficial to the body, it's also a rare brew. Li Wenjing needs to experience it. When the time comes, I will take care of him. Hearing the judge's words, the Taoist smiled. "Many thanks." He then left. A ray of light followed the god, seeking incense back into his body. He then opened his eyes and said, "Prepare some paper and brush for me. I need to report to young master. Something big has happened. A Taoist has interfered with Holy Jail Sect's matters." Prefecture City at noon, several elementary scholars came out of their rooms. Their eyes were red and their faces were pale. This was the after effect of yesterday's drunkenness. At this point, Yu Guangmao and the rest had woken up. When they reached the ground floor, they realized that Pei Ziyun's room was closed. They knocked on the door. Quang, 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 quang. Pei Ziyun hadn't slept the entire night and was in a deep sleep. When he heard the knocking on the door, he woke up with a start. His head was throbbing with pain. He then heard Yu Guangmao's voice shouting from outside, "Brother Pei, you're awake. It's time to get up. Sleeping for too long will harm your body." After a hangover, it was easy to harm one's body. Among the elementary scholars, it was common practice for them to drink some soup before going to bed. When they woke up, they would drink some hot porridge to warm their stomachs. When Pei Ziyun woke up, he felt that he had only slept for a short while. Furthermore, he had drunk so much wine last night. His body was extremely tired. He looked at the people in front of him and walked to the entrance of the inn. When he opened the door, he saw Yu Guangmao and the rest. These elementary scholars looked at Pei Ziyun. Because he had been running around the entire night, his face was pale and his eyes were red. They laughed and said, "Brother Pei, you drank quite a bit too." However, they didn't suspect anything. Most people would behave the same way when they drank too much. The few of them stayed in the inn and drank a bowl of porridge to warm their stomachs. They then ate some side dishes before heading back to Fu Mansion. Yesterday, the waiter of the inn came to inform them of the situation. When he saw the elementary scholars returning, he instructed the kitchen to prepare hot water. These elementary scholars would definitely need to take a bath and change their clothes. As they entered the courtyard, they saw a little girl hugging a rabbit. She was surrounding a carrot in the courtyard. When she saw the few elementary scholars returning, she snorted, "These elementary scholars don't know what's good for them. I don't know where they are, but they came back drunk. What a disgrace." When the few elementary scholars heard what the little girl said, they couldn't help but blush. This little girl was wearing a red skirt and a green blouse. She had two buns wrapped around her waist and looked very cute. At this point, she was angry and her cheeks were puffed up, making one want to pinch her cheeks. However, when the little girl saw the elementary scholars reeking of alcohol, she pinched her nose and hugged the rabbit before running away. Mistress Cloud was sitting cross-legged in her room. She lit a stick of incense and placed it on the table. The entire room was filled with the fragrance. At this point, a jade scepter on the dressing table started vibrating. Mistress Cloud was shocked and opened her eyes. She looked at the jade scepter. The jade scepter wouldn't react automatically. Something must have happened. Mistress Cloud pointed at the jade scepter. The jade rui emitted a wong sound and shone a white light onto the vanity mirror. The mirror shimmered and a few figures appeared. The elementary scholars have gone to fool around and drink. Mistress Cloud had the same thought as Luo Li. She looked carefully at the figures on the mirror. This Yuguang Mao has a white and red aura around him. He must have become a high scholar. Come to think of it, it's been 5 days since the examinations ended. Although it hasn't been announced yet, the results of the examinations should be out by now. There should be a reaction there. It's just that this person was born rich and powerful and isn't one of us. Mistress Cloud looked at the mirror before turning to look at Pei Ziyun. She was slightly taken aback. This person's killing aura is much stronger, and his baleful aura has increased as well. It's just that there's a white and red aura around him as well. It seems like there's more than this Yuguang Mao. Mistress Cloud was taken aback as she mumbled to herself. This Pei Ziyun's literary skills are not bad. It seems like he will definitely become a high scholar. Furthermore, his ranking should be quite high. That's why there's a white aura around him. As long as it's announced, he will officially become a high scholar. Looks like I have to hurry up and recruit this Pei Ziyun into the sect. Prefecture City, High Monastery Zhangjie, he was a little depressed. He felt that he had done well in the state examination this time, but he had long since joined Taoism and thus was restrained by the Dragon Chi. Even though the imperial court had Taoist officials, the Central Department of Records, which was under the jurisdiction of the Chamberlain of Honglu Temple, and the prefectures had Taoist officials. However, the Taoist officials of the Department of Records were only of the upper 6th rank, and the prefectural Taoist officials were only of the lower 9th rank. If I don't become a high scholar this time, I won't take the examinations either. Zhang Jieyu had thought it through. He had to cultivate and manage the outer sect disciples. The imperial examinations required a lifetime of studying and studying. He did not have the time to study and learn. If he didn't become an elementary scholar this time, he would remain an elementary scholar for the rest of his life. Just as he was deep in thought in his courtyard, someone came to report. A Taoist has arrived from the prefecture. He says something big has happened. Zhang Jieyu's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. He then waved his hands, send the message. The Taoist walked in, his face was twitching. Young master, senior Uncle Li has been killed in his house. Master has entered the underworld to investigate. He says that it's highly likely that this was done by a Taoist. What? Li Wenjing has been killed? Zhang Jieyu's face fell as he looked at the Taoist with a puzzled expression. After some time, he regained his senses and shouted, Who did it? Li Wenjing wasn't considered to be very talented in Tao arts. However, he had single-handedly managed the affairs of the sect in this prefecture and even the entire province. He was of great help to Zhang Jieyu and his sect. He was like a military advisor to the sect. Zhang Jieyu didn't expect to be killed today. The Taoist handed him a letter. It was written by the monastery leader of Golden Rooster Monastery. Zhang Jieyu took a look and read the letter. His face turned cold. Damn it. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned his men. Young master. After some time, a Taoist and a warrior appeared. Zhang Jieyu paced back and forth for several steps before saying, Advisor Li Wenjing has been killed. It's highly likely that it was done by a Taoist. Go and investigate the Taoist who has been in conflict with Holy Jail sect recently. Investigate all the Taoists who have come to this province recently as well. No matter who killed my advisor, I will exact my revenge. Yes. The two of them acknowledged and were about to leave when Zhang Jieyu's mind flashed. He then said, Investigate the elementary scholar Pei Ziyun of Slow River County. I suspect that he is a pawn of the sect and has something to do with Advisor Li's death. Yes, the two of them acknowledged. Seeing that Zhang Jieyu had nothing else to say, they retreated. Fu Mansion on the dressing mirror, a white talisman could be seen. It was glowing brightly as it spoke. There's been some movement in the prefecture. I've investigated and found out that a disciple of Holy Jail sect has been killed. His name is Li Wenjing. At this point, Holy Jail sect is conducting a massive investigation to find out who the murderer is. When Mistress Cloud heard this, she was shocked. What? Li Wenjing, who is always by Zhang Jieyu's side, is dead? Although he wasn't an inner disciple of Holy Jail sect, he was intelligent and knew how to handle situations. He was very knowledgeable and managed the affairs of Holy Jail sect. I didn't want him to die just like that. Mistress Cloud was still in shock. Suddenly, she had a feeling. She pointed the dressing mirror at Pei Ziyun. Immediately, an image appeared on the mirror. Within the room, Pei Ziyun was sleeping soundly, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. She thought about it carefully. She had a sudden impulse, and there must be a reason behind it. Should she lead Pei Ziyun into the sect? At that point, she hesitated and was at a loss. Chapter 51. The night was getting darker and colder. The night gradually deepened, and the cold air was somewhat heavy. The lanterns were brightly lit. Outside the examination hall, the guards were still there. Groups of soldiers with long spears were patrolling, sealing off the examination hall. No one was allowed to enter. Within the examination hall, all sorts of food had been prepared. There were chickens, ducks, vegetables, fruits, and so on. For the past few days, they had been eating in the examination hall, and no one was allowed to enter. Within the examination hall, all sorts of food had been prepared. There were chickens, ducks, vegetables, and fruits. For the past few days, food had been prepared in the examination hall, and no one was allowed to go out. All the examination hall officials were not allowed to go out as well. They had to review all the examination papers. The entrance was guarded like a nail. Not only were they wary of outsiders, they were also not allowed to leave. An examiner put down the brush in his hand and rubbed his eyes. These past few days, he had been marking the examination papers in his room. He had stared at the papers for too long and was feeling dizzy. He rubbed his eyes. There are over 100 papers, and I'm only missing these few papers before I'm done. I'm feeling dizzy. Within the room, another examination hall official laughed. It's our duty to select talents for the province. But it's been almost 7 to 8 days, and I'm feeling tired. Hearing this, another examination hall official said, "All right, stop complaining. After we're done today, I shall sleep until dawn tomorrow. The rest shall be handed over to the chief examiner to review. After that, we can submit the results to the chief examiner and let the chief examiner decide who will pass the examination." Since the founding of the dynasty, although there were only 4 subjects, it had become a tradition. Although the examination hall officials were mostly local scholars, the chief examiners were all scholars from other provinces. The chief examiner was the chief examiner of the province and was sent by the imperial court. All examination papers have been reviewed. Examination completed. Pass the examination papers and results to the chief examiner. Huingjun read through the first 50 papers and felt that they were not bad. You all have put in a lot of effort, and the selection of scholars is fair. I have read until now and have not found any mistakes. When he got to the 7th paper, his eyes lit up. Seems like this person is very refined. As he continued reading, he thought to himself, this person has the potential to become a grand scholar, but this paper is only the 7th. Could it be that the previous papers are better than this person? Then this grand scholar is incredible. As he was thinking, he started to read the next 6 papers. After he had finished reading, he turned back and picked up the 7th volume. He frowned and thought to himself, nonsense. This essay is way ahead of the other volumes, and there are no mistakes or omissions. It should be at least in the top 3. They were all gene sure, so they naturally understood that there was not much difference between the essays. Each had their own merits and could be ranked at will. However, if there was a gap between them, then it would be impossible. Even the Ministry of Rights would speak. After pacing around the room for a few steps, he relaxed his brows. Although his name was smeared in the examination, the standard of his writing is like a torch in the night. Even if his name was smeared, Just by looking at his writing style, I can tell that he is a good writer. These local officials must have had their own considerations. Perhaps they had offended someone, or perhaps they felt that this person was too young and wanted to suppress him. Thinking this way, he shook his head in dissatisfaction and placed it first. The Su dynasty has just been established, and they are following the traditions of the previous dynasty. This trend cannot be allowed to continue. This article could be the top of the list. As he said this, he placed the paper at the top of the table and looked around. Does anyone have any opinions? We have no objections, the examiners replied. At this point, the sky was getting brighter and the sun was peeking through the sky. A rooster was crowing in the middle of the courtyard. Huang Zhen then said, "Since that's the case, the rankings have been decided. Open the papers." The CEO has given his orders. Open the papers. Since the papers had been decided, the high scholar had been decided as well. The corresponding paper was taken out and the names were recorded on it. The first name was Pei Ziyun. Top examiner, Slow River County Elementary Scholar Pei Ziyun. When the name was revealed, all the examiners were shocked. Even the CEO, Huang Zhen, was taken aback. 15 years old. Isn't that too young? However, since the rankings had been decided, they kept quiet and kept quiet. One by one, they opened the paper and recorded their names. On the red paper, there were 33 names, which were divided into 3 sections. The first section had 3 names, followed by 10, and finally 20. Since there are no objections, use your seal. The 20 over-examiners took out their seals and stamped their names on the paper. Finally, even the CEO had stamped his seal. This was the official list of names. Open the doors to the Imperial Court. Send this to the Governor's Mansion and the Imperial Court. Open the results immediately. Tribute courtyard apart from a small number of scholars who were still able to maintain their composure and wait for the examiners to arrive. Many of the scholars had already arrived at the tribute courtyard. The soldiers have all left. It's obvious that the results are about to be announced. In front of the tribute courtyard, there were many elementary scholars. Boom! The door opened and the bailiffs came out. All the elementary scholars shouted in unison, "The results are out! The results are out!" This shout was not predetermined, but all the elementary scholars shouted in unison. The triennial prefecture examinations carried the hopes and expectations of all the scholars. Fu Mansion, the first rays of the morning sun shone on the walls, and a few magpies were chirping. More than 10 elementary scholars were in the main hall. Although the serving maids had brought meat porridge, nobody paid much attention to it. Not to mention elementary scholar even Yu Guangmao had taken a bath and changed his clothes. He stared anxiously at the door. Fu Mansion was close to the entrance. After a while, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. Soon after, the sound of drums and gongs could be heard. Everyone present, including Pei Ziyun, stared at the door. Rank 30, Dong and Prefecture Hong Ho Counties Chunjinshan. A group of examiners rushed up and shouted. The gatekeeper had long been prepared. Hearing this shout, one of them rushed into the courtyard to announce the good news. Another hurriedly opened the door and led the bailiffs into the room. There were also some servants of Fu Mansion lighting up firecrackers. They were celebrating the good news. Chunjin Chun had been quiet all this while. At this point, he fell to his knees and cried out, "Father, Mother, I've made it. I've finally made it. I've been taking the exams until I'm 35 years old, and I've finally made it." This person was like a child, crying out loud on the floor. Iji Quan forced a smile and helped him up. "Congratulations, congratulations. This is a good thing." Actually, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Someone had made it, but what about themselves? Even Yu Guangmao's face turned pale. Rank 21, Dong and Prefecture Fu Lu County's Yu Guangmao. "Congratulations, congratulations." Everyone was celebrating. Yu Guangmao heaved a sigh of relief and regained some of his composure. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. "I lost my composure. Everyone, please forgive me." No one replied. Iji Quan and the rest stared at the door. There were many onlookers discussing. This high scholar Fu is really talented. All these elementary scholars live here, and there are already 2 masters who have made it. Nobody spoke as they continued to stare at the entrance. They watched as groups after groups of people walked past the entrance. As time passed, the hearts of the elementary scholars began to sink deeper and deeper. At this point, another round of drums and gongs could be heard. Ignoring the onlookers, they shouted, "Result of the regional examinations. Dong'an Prefecture, Slow River County, Pei Ziyun, top score Pei." Iji Quan and the rest felt as if their bones had been ripped out of their bodies. Their morale was gone, and they slumped into their seats. Even though Pei Ziyun was a transmigrator, he could feel his head buzzing. He forced himself to remain calm and collected as he handed out the money. The bailiff smiled as he received the money and congratulated him profusely. The elementary scholars who did not make it were all pale and dejected. Some of them even started crying. Only Chinjin Chun and Yu Guang Mao bowed. "Congratulations, Brother Pei. You have become a top scorer. Congratulations, congratulations." Pei Ziyun hurriedly returned the gesture. Actually, there was not much difference between a top scorer and a high scholar. Every new high scholar would be given a certificate stating when they passed and what their ranking was. Usually, they would be exempted from taxes by 20 mu of land. Because of the previous dynasty's incident, many high scholars sought refuge with the high scholars, and the government could not collect any taxes. The dynasty had learned from this lesson, and the high scholars were only exempted from taxes by 20 mu. Next was the bestowal of a high scholar's attire. Actually, a high scholar's attire was similar to an official's attire. Then, they were bestowed with a plaque and allowed to build a memorial arch. They were given 20 taels of silver, while the top scorer was given 30 taels of silver. High scholars could build a memorial arch in front of their doors and be praised by others. The plaque was hung on the door and represented the owner's family's glory. When outsiders saw it, they would know that this family was a scholarly family and had at least produced a high scholar before. As for the officials and public servants, they were more polite to such people and would not bully them for no reason. Amidst the commotion, High Scholar Fu walked over. "Congratulations, congratulations to the 3 new high scholars. I have already prepared a banquet. Please take your seats." As he said this, he waved his hands, and firecrackers were lit at the entrance of the mansion. The small garden within the mansion had already been set up. At this point, the air was fresh and the sun was warm. The banquet was conducted in accordance with the ancient customs. Everyone was seated at a single table. The only exception was Mistress Cloud and Luo Li's table. All of these dishes were scattered all over the garden. Although they could not be considered delicacies, from the looks of it, there was pork tripe, duck soup, mutton beef, mooncakes, and even watermelon slices. There were more than 20 tables in total. High Scholar Fu smiled. "Everyone, please take your seats. Those who did not pass this time, do not be disappointed. Come back in 3 years, you're still young. Come, let's drink." The elementary scholars were somewhat desolate, but they could not reject such a scene. What if they passed the high scholar next time? They forced a smile and raised their cups. High Scholar Fu had served many elementary scholars in this courtyard before and knew how they felt. He did not try to persuade them, and after drinking a cup, he placed it down and ordered, "Start the opera." Several women walked out, playing the lute and singing. Since this matter had already been decided, many of the elementary scholars wanted to drink to drown their sorrows. In the blink of an eye, several cups of wine had been downed. Iji Quan was no exception. After downing 3 cups, his pale face regained some color. He laughed. "Brother Pei, brother Yu, when you and I arrived at the city on a boat, it was just yesterday. But after today, things have changed." As he finished speaking, he clapped his hands and laughed, but 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Pei Ziyin couldn't help but sigh. Over the past few days, he knew that Iji Quan's family was not very well off. He was hard-working and diligent, and was able to ask questions with humility. Other elementary scholars could ask questions as well. It was a pity that hard work was not the only thing that mattered in this world. Thinking about how Iji Quan had failed the exam and had to return home to teach, Pei Ziyun felt sad. However, there was nothing he could say to console him. He could only raise his cup and drink it down in one gulp. Only the little girl's face was flushed with excitement. She looked around and asked, "Aunt, is this what it means to be a high scholar? Just passing the exam and there are changes." Mistress Cloud couldn't help but sigh. "It's like this. This high scholar title is not ordinary. It's just that this is the fate of the imperial court, not your own. You have to remember this." The little lowly was a little confused. She nodded her head again, but it was unknown whether she understood or not. Chapter 52. Early in the morning, a magpie could be heard chirping outside the window, as though reminding him, "Wake up early, wake up early." Paisian woke up and felt a headache coming on. High Scholar Fu was very happy when he saw that he had passed the elementary examinations yesterday. He even insisted on drinking with Pei Ziyun. All the other elementary scholars had also toasted him. Pei Ziyun had no choice but to drink. Someone knocked on the door, and Pei Ziyun stood up to open it. A servant was smiling and holding a gift box in his hands. He was very eloquent. When he saw Pei Ziyun, he said, "Master Pei, my master knows that you have just passed the high scholar examination and has not made any preparations. He has prepared a gift for you to pay your respects to your master." The servant then reported the gift list to Pei Ziyun and handed it over. Pei Ziyun took a look and saw that there was a famous inkstone and a painting from the previous dynasty. These were all suitable gifts, and he wanted to decline. The servant then said, "Master Pei, my master has already prepared an ox cart for you." Master Pei is a newly promoted high scholar and is not from the city. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Master Fu has also allowed you to pass. Pei Ziyun wanted to reject the gift, but after hearing High Scholar Fu's words, he knew that this was an unspoken rule. He did not argue and accepted the gift. As he walked out, he saw Chenjin Shun and Yu Guang Mao following behind them. The three of them smiled and greeted each other. "This is," Pei Ziyun asked. "These are the gifts from the seniors. Some of the new high scholars are from poor families and may not be able to afford these gifts. Hence, the seniors can help them out. These are not much, just a little help." Pei Ziyun understood that they were trying to pull some strings. He then boarded the ox cart, and the ox cart driver shouted at the ox cart before they started their journey. Huing Zhen was the presiding officer for this year's examination, and according to tradition, was the High Scholar's master. High Scholar Fu had already found out where official who lived. When Pei Ziyun arrived, he saw that there were soldiers standing guard in front of the courtyard. Pei Ziyun, Chen Jinshun, and Yu Guang Mao came forward to hand over their invitations. A servant then led them into the courtyard. The courtyard was very quiet and was surrounded by corridors. In the middle of the courtyard was a well, with a huge vat of water in the middle. As they entered, they saw Hu Yingzhen drinking tea in the main hall. The three of them hurriedly went up to greet her and presented their gifts. Hu Yingzhen looked at Pei Ziyun and said, "This official took a look at your examination paper, and it really made my eyes light up. Your current standards are extraordinary, and you're still young. As long as you put in more effort, you'll definitely be able to excel. That's why I made an exception and gave you first place. Do you understand?" Pei Ziyun was extremely flattered and said, "Many thanks to my benefactor. This favor, this student will never forget it." This kind of private meeting was actually very short. There was another meeting in the afternoon, and Hu Yingzhen had a few more words with Chun Jinshan and Yu Guangmao. Soon, there were sounds of people outside the door, and Pei Ziyun led the two of them out. At noon, there was a wedding banquet. It was held in the tribute courtyard to show the imperial court's great kindness. This was the Great Su's most important banquet. When the new high scholars arrived at the academy, they saw the soldiers standing there with swords hanging from their waists. An official then led them in. The moment they arrived, they could feel the solemnity of the academy. An official announced, "The new high scholars have arrived." Into the hall. The new high scholars bowed their heads and walked in. The doors to the main hall of the academy were opened. The main hall was dedicated to the Confucian sage and the wise men. On the table was a plaque that read, "Long live the Great Su Dynasty." This plaque was made of gold and had a dragon carved on it. It was about 1 foot and 5 inches tall. Throughout history, the wise men were either sitting or standing and had different expressions on their faces. The new high scholars were all filled with respect, and their breathing quickened. To be able to enter this hall was the dream of every scholar. "Pay your respects." The official shouted, and all the high scholars knelt down. "Pay your respects again. Rise." Once the mission was accomplished, they retreated to the main hall. Greetings to the high scholars. This time, there was more than one high scholar present. The chief examiner, the vice chief examiner, and the room official were all present. All 33 high scholars bowed in unison. Soon after, it was time for a speech. As soon as the speech was finished, the entire hall was filled with music. The new high scholars entered the banquet. Everyone was seated at their own table, and the dishes were delicately prepared. The high scholars were all filled with vigor. They had studied hard for many years, and now they finally had the qualifications to become an official. After some time, the chief examiner laughed. "When I first entered this hall, I was young and arrogant. Life has to be lived to its fullest. Everyone need not worry." As he said this, he left the hall. As soon as he left, the atmosphere became livelier. The high scholars clasped their hands and toasted each other. The entire hall was filled with joy, and laughter could be heard from time to time. Some people even shed tears. Pei Ziyun was the top scorer, and thus was the center of attention. Many people chatted with each other, and it took some time for the atmosphere to calm down. Looking at everyone laughing and chatting, he couldn't help but think about his past. Time flew, and even the world had changed. At this point, someone served a cup of wine. As he walked past Pei Ziyun, he glanced at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun paused and looked back to see that the person was already far away. He was somewhat surprised. Shaking his head, Pei Ziyun raised his cup to another high scholar. This person kept the empty wine jug and walked back to the kitchen. When he entered the kitchen, someone came out to welcome him. "How was it?" The person who delivered the wine shook his head. "You can't check inside the academic courtyard. If you want to check, I think you should do it outside the entrance." When the person heard this, he hurriedly walked away. Oxcart, the banquet lasted until the afternoon before everyone dispersed. Pei Ziyun walked out of the academic courtyard and looked for an ox cart. It was said that the Su dynasty did not use sedans and did not regard humans as beasts. Only the emperor and the empress were carried by humans. Pei Ziyun was drunk and only sobered up when the autumn wind blew past him. He called for an ox cart, and the driver helped him up. He smiled. "Master, the wind is cold, and it looks like it's going to rain soon. Where are you going?" Pei Ziyun paused for some time before sitting down. He then opened the window and said, "To Fu Mansion, it's near. But don't leave. I've already bid farewell to someone, and will ride your cart to the pier." The ox cart driver nodded in agreement, and the ox cart started moving. Pei Ziyun was about to rest when he suddenly sat up straight. "Who's there?" The ox cart stopped as the driver asked. "Master, what's the matter?" Pei Ziyun looked around and saw a middle-aged Taoist holding a mirror looking at him. He frowned. Could it be that Zhang Jieyu knows that I've killed Li Wenjing and sent someone to kill me? As soon as he thought of this, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. In the blink of an eye, the Taoist turned around and left. Prefecture City, Gao Chue Monastery. From time to time, there would be people coming in and out delivering news to Zhang Jieyu. Zhang Jieyu was in a bad mood as he received a report from a Taoist within the county. He said that he was checking on the latest news and that there weren't many conflicts. Zhang Jieyu frowned deeply and remained silent. A Taoist in his 40s with a long beard walked up to him. This was the person Zhang Jieyu had sent to investigate Pei Ziyun. Seeing this Taoist return, Zhang Jieyu frowned and asked, "Senior brother, is this Pei Ziyun suspicious?" The Taoist had already checked and said, "Young master, I've checked. Pei Ziyun doesn't have any Tao arts. I've used a mirror to check on him, and he doesn't have any Tao arts. I don't think he's the one who killed the advisor. I've checked on the day the advisor was killed. Pei Ziyun was drinking with a group of elementary scholars at the Drunken Immortal Inn. He got drunk and didn't return to Fu Mansion that night. Instead, He stayed at an inn for the night and was woken up at noon the next day. Hearing the Taoist's report, Zhang Jieyu paced around, feeling that something wasn't right. This person is suspicious. The last time he was rescued by Free Cloud sect at Silver Dragon Temple, he might have been shielded. I'll have to trouble senior brother to check on him again. That's right, where did he go now? After hearing about the banquet, he left the city and boarded a boat. Based on his speed, he should reach Dong in prefecture by tonight. The Taoist said. When Zhang Jieyu heard this, an idea flashed across his mind. However, when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't think of anything. He then waved his hands and said, "That's right. Is it possible to look up some information from the Tao authorities?" Young master, that's difficult. Think about it. The Tao authorities and the local Tao authorities are the ones who supervise the Tao sections. Although there are people from the Tao sects who join them, the ones in charge are all rogue cultivators. The imperial court monitors the Tao sects under the heavens, and they definitely have some sources of information. However, it's obvious that we won't be able to get it. That's right, but we can't be soft on this matter. Zhang Jieyu stood up. His eyes gleamed as he looked out of the window. Our sect hasn't been around for long, and our foundations aren't strong. If we were to be soft, wouldn't others think that we're a pushover? That's why I said that Li Wenjing's personal matter isn't a big deal, but the symbolism behind it is. The Taoist pondered for some time before saying, "That makes sense. Yeah, I've got it. Men, bring me the map." Zhang Jieyu shouted, and a man came in moments later, handing him the map. In actual fact, this map was a taboo in ancient times. However, even Tao sects could produce it. Look, when the man returned, Zhang Jieyu's eyes were filled with excitement as he pointed at the road. What you said just now made me think of something. From a city to Dong and prefecture, it would only take a day to travel down the river. Besides, Li Wenjing's house is closer. It's at least 30 kilometers away. If someone were to travel down the river at night, wouldn't he be able to kill him and return at the same time? The Taoist was taken aback as well. He then said, "Young master's words make sense. That's possible. However, the person who killed Li Wenjing was shrouded in a layer of light. Li Wenjing's soul couldn't see the person. This isn't something that can be achieved with martial arts." Zhang Jieyu laughed. "That solves the problem of time. That's not difficult. Even if this Pei Ziyin doesn't have any powers, he can just wear a magical weapon. There should be a way to circumvent it. That means that this Pei Ziyin has a very deep relationship with Song Minyan. Although magical weapons aren't rare, they aren't easy to obtain." The Taoist frowned. "We'll talk about this later. No matter what, we have to follow this train of thought. Are you able to mobilize the patrols along the way to investigate?" "Young master, the Luo sect has some influence along the river. We can investigate if this person was on the boat. As for the officials along the river, young master, you should know that it's not just us. All the Taoist sects don't have deep connections with the officials. The imperial qi is a taboo, and there's no hope of ascending to the next level. Only those who have no hope of ascending to the next level would be familiar with us. But we do have some connections. We can give it a try. Then go and check it out," Zhang Jieyu said decisively. Chapter 53. Slow River County. When Pei Ziyin arrived at Slow River County, he met with the magistrate and the minter before the sky darkened. He then looked for an inn, the same one where he had bought the gold pearls the last time. The innkeeper and the waiter did not know that Pei Ziyin was the top scorer, but they remembered that Pei Ziyin had stayed there before. They then greeted him. "Esteemed guest, you're here to stay again. Although my inn doesn't have 100 years of history, Master Shi's house has been renovated for 20 to 30 years. It's really comfortable to stay here." The innkeeper welcomed Pei Ziyin into his room and lit up the lights. He then instructed the waiter to bring hot water for him to wash his face and feet. He then served him a cup of tea. Pei Ziyin saw that the innkeeper was about to leave and called out to him, "Don't be in such a hurry. I've just returned from the boat and was busy visiting some people. Give me some dishes, but don't serve me wine. I've been drinking too much these few days. Give me some light wine." "That's easy. I'll cook my own dishes and buy you a plate of beef." The stall next door is famous. Recently, a cow died and was approved to be slaughtered. I'll get you a caddy of it. Pei Ziyin smiled and agreed. Before long, a waiter came in carrying a tray of food and placed the dishes on the table. There were 4 dishes. There was a plate of sliced beef, a plate of stir-fried chicken with garlic, a plate of peanuts, and a plate of scrambled eggs. Pei Ziyin nodded his head in satisfaction. He had just started eating when someone called out, "Is young master in?" "I'm Chen Yuan," Pei Ziyin replied. "Come in." Seeing that it was indeed Chen Yuan, he was surprised. "I've only been back in the county for half a day, and you've already come looking for me?" Chen Yuan's attitude was different from before. He bowed respectfully and said, "Young master, you've become a high scholar." The news was quickly sent to Dong and Prefecture. Dong and Prefecture then sent someone to deliver the news to Slow River County. Slow River County then sent someone to deliver the news to Young Master's house. When I heard it, I hurried out. I was waiting at the pier. Although I missed it and didn't receive Young Master on the spot, I asked around and managed to find out. "Good, have a seat. Shall we have a meal together?" "No, I've already eaten. I'm here to report to you." Although Chen Yuan didn't address him as a servant, he was still very reserved. At this time, the sky was already dark. Not long after, a bright moon rose up, shining through the shadows of the trees outside the courtyard. Pei Ziyin didn't force the issue as he ate and asked, "How's everything going?" Chen Yuan then handed over the land deed and said, "Young master had paid the money to buy the land, but was stopped by the county government. They said that young master is only an elementary scholar. Why would you want to buy so much land?" They also vaguely questioned the origin of the money. They said that they heard that the young master's family only had a few acres of land. So how could they take out such a large sum of money now? I couldn't get it done, even if I broke my legs. Unexpectedly, the day before yesterday, a clerk in charge of this matter in the county government sent the transfer document. He was very polite. I thought I would send it to Madam Dowager tomorrow, but I didn't expect young master to come back today, so I sent it here. Pei Ziyin received the land deed and looked at it. He then heard Chen Yuan continue. "Young master, there are 5 land deeds. One of them was according to your instructions and was used as a field for the ancestral temple. It's 50 mu. The other one is for 400 mu of land, which is near the East River. It's not far from Snail Village, and the price is higher than I expected." Pei Ziyin nodded his head. "If I had bought the entire piece of land, the price would have been higher. If not, I wouldn't have been able to get it. And the other 3 are for scattered fields. The total is 50 mu and is not barren land. You've done well." Pei Ziyin was extremely satisfied and placed the land deed down. He hadn't been home for a few days, and Chen Yuan had been following his instructions. He then asked, "How's my family doing?" Chen Yuan replied, "Madam Dowager is doing well at home. The village has arranged for a cook to take care of her. The last time I visited her, she seemed to be in good spirits." Chen Yuan paused before continuing. "The Pei family's ancestral temple has been completed. Now all that's left is for young master to go back and inscribe the plaque and inscribe the words." At this point, Pei Ziyin had finished his meal and took off his shoes. He then walked into the courtyard. Other than the main room, the other rooms were all small. Pei Ziyin then said, "You've done well. But now that we have the land, we still need to find tenants. You've done this for me as well." "I understand." Chen Yuan bowed and said, "You might not understand. Let me explain it to you." Pei Ziyin thought about what the original owner had heard and knew that this person wasn't a kind person. The dynasty has just been established, and the imperial edict advises the tenants to reduce their rent. Some people would think that it's advice and not an order, and thus disobeyed. That's true. But if they make a mistake and something happens, it's a crime. Furthermore, because the dynasty has just been established and the land is much more plentiful, it's not easy to find suitable tenants. Pei Ziyin turned around and glared at Chen Yuan, as if warning him, "Don't you dare make use of my power to do things that are beyond reason." "Yes, yes," Chen Yuan replied, looking a little embarrassed. "But it's easy to solve this problem. I'm prepared to buy 10 oxen in the county, and I'll be able to finish plowing the land. I can split the rent among the tenants, and I could be generous, but not too generous. Otherwise, people will think that I'm weak and easy to bully. Pei Ziyun then paused before changing the topic. How's business in the county? It seems to be better than before. Pei Ziyun returned to his room and laughed out loud. I've taken a look at the north side of the county, and there's a building for sale. There are 2 shops downstairs, 2 rooms upstairs, and a few rooms behind. The asking price is 80 taels of silver. Buy it from me and turn it into a business. Other than the land, I still need to buy a few shops. I'll leave that to you. Morning, the sun had just risen and shone on both sides of the river. There was a thin layer of mist on the surface of the river. There was a small market, and many fishing boats were doing business. A small fishing boat was anchored by the shore, and the captain of the boat was selling a saddle, a high-quality saddle cheap. A few people were watching the commotion, but none of them bought the saddle. It was said that a saddle had to be accompanied by a horse. In this small market, who would own a horse? At this point, someone squeezed through the crowd and took a look at the saddle. This person wasn't ferocious and was dressed in a white robe. He took a closer look and realized that the saddle was not bad. His face fell. This is it. As soon as he said this, 2 men dressed in black stood up. Don't just watch the commotion. Go. The crowd dispersed immediately. The fisherman saw that it was the men from the river and smiled apologetically. Before he could say anything, the 2 men in black pounced on him and dragged him onto the cart. They even took the saddle with them. One of the students was shocked. Who are these people? How can they be so daring and dare to kidnap people in broad daylight? Someone beside him replied, These are the men from the river, the overlords of the river. We don't dare to interfere in such matters. As soon as he finished speaking, he sighed. Zhang Manchane, saddle was placed in front of Zhang Jieyu. Zhang Jieyu looked at it for some time before asking, This is the saddle? Young master, it is indeed. The men from the river saw this fisherman selling a saddle at the pier and felt that something was amiss. They brought it back to the Li mansion and confirmed that it was indeed the saddle of the horse that Li mansion had lost. Someone replied, That's why they took a day to deliver it to young master. But there's no mistake about it. The fisherman didn't know any better and knelt down in front of Zhang Jieyu, begging for mercy. Young master, I'm really not a horse thief. A few days ago, I came out to fish and cast my net. Just as I cast my net, I saw someone riding a horse to the riverbank. I thought which young master would wake up so early, and in the end, I killed him and threw him into the river. At that point, I was terrified and didn't dare to make a sound. When I saw the man walking away and the horse flowing down the river, I felt that it was a pity. Greedily, I fished it up and ate its meat. I then brought the saddle out to sell. The fisherman kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Tell me, did you see the face of the horse thief? Zhang Jieyu asked through gritted teeth. The fisherman knelt on the ground and thought for a moment before saying, I saw him. I saw him. However, he was far away and I could only see 70 to 80% clearly. If I see him again, I should be able to recognize him. Zhang Jieyu waved his hand, and someone brought over a few portraits. The fisherman took a closer look and took one out. When Zhang Jieyu saw it, he laughed coldly and asked, Are you sure it's him? The fisherman hesitated for a moment and said with certainty, It's this person. I only remember his face, but I remember his eyes. They were very scary. Zhang Jieyu was enraged. Sneaking back to the boat at night, killing people and stealing horses, rushing back to the prefecture at night, falling into the river. How decisive, how murderous. Pei Ziyun, it really is you. My suspicions were not wrong. He then called out, Get my fellow brothers to follow me. Also, get the people on the waterways to come out. Also, get the rest of the Black Wind Bandits to come out. Gather them together, and we shall settle the score. At this point, the Taoist from the monastery hesitated. Young master, this person is a high scholar and a top scorer. How can we act rashly? We might offend the imperial chi. Zhang Jieyu gritted his teeth and grunted. He then looked at the Taoist and said plainly, Li Wenjing had his own misgivings. In the end, he died a violent death. He was killed by this person's sword. I know that as a Taoist, you know how strong the heavens and the imperial qi are. That's why you have such misgivings. But as a Taoist, we fight against the heavens. Killing this top scorer, as long as he's dead, even if there's a backlash, how much damage can there be? If we allow this person to grow stronger, who knows when he'll be in big trouble? Zhang Jieyu shook his head and sighed as he spoke. But the Taoist wasn't convinced yet. Mortals were born with limited knowledge and experience. Naturally, they weren't afraid. It was just like how those who fought in the front lines were all young people, who will be 30 years old and still be hot-blooded. But once they saw the world and saw power, they would naturally be filled with fear. It was just like how those in the government were more afraid of the government than the commoners. Forget it. I don't need any Taoist. I'll use the people from the secular world. Is that all right? Although Zhang Jieyu was addressed as young master, it didn't mean that the Taoist was his slave. He waved his hands as he spoke. With himself and a group of people, killing a person without Tao arts wasn't difficult at all. Hearing these words, the Taoist agreed. I'll gather them now. Zhang Jieyu then revealed a smile as he pulled out his sword and slashed at the fisherman. A pew sound was heard as the sword pierced through the fisherman's body. The fisherman let out a scream before he died. Chapter 54. Slow River, County. Ever since the establishment of the dynasty, peace had been restored to the land. The officials had also started to build roads and canals. This official road was one of the achievements of the county magistrate. On both sides of the official road were large fields of wheat. The winter wheat had already been planted and had even sprouted. From afar, one could see groups of farmers working on the fields. Bring honor to our ancestors and return to our hometown in glory. Not long after noon, an ox cart appeared on the road. The ox cart driver was leading the way. His face was full of smiles. To be able to carry the newly promoted master top scorer was something to be proud of. Chen Yuan sat beside the ox cart driver and replied to Pei Ziyan. As they neared the village, Chen Yuan hurriedly called for the ox cart driver to stop the ox cart. He then opened the curtains and pointed to the fields outside. Young master, all the fields outside belong to you. Although it's not a whole field, it adds up to 50 mu. You can rent it out to different people. Pei Ziyan listened to Chen Yuan and alighted from the ox cart. He then looked at the fields on both sides of the official road. There were 2 seasons of wheat and rice. The first season of rice was harvested in September, and it was already October. Many farmers were busy working in the fields. The water in the fields had long been drained and had been left to dry for half a month. These farmers were now hoeing the fields and planting the winter wheat. Young master, we bought the fields a little late, but we can still replant them. There's also some rape that we can plant. One of the farmers started hoeing the fields and started hoeing large chunks of soil. The farmer had already hoed half of the fields. Seeing Chen Yuan, the farmer started to greet him. These fields were bought by Chen Yuan, and it was said that he had connections with the Pei family. In the hearts of these farmers, the Pei family was not ordinary. Their ancestors were officials in the previous dynasty. In this dynasty, they became elementary scholars and then high scholars. They were not ordinary people. Some of the farmers started to greet them. Chen Yuan hurriedly said, "All of you, come and pay your respects to Master Pei. Master Pei has just returned from the capital city and will not stay in the fields for long." Hearing this, the farmers who were greeting him were startled. They stole a glance at the young man in front of them. He was 17 or 18 years old and had a dignified air about him. He was the high scholar, Master Pei. He was shocked and hurriedly called for the farmers who were busy to come over. Pei Ziyan was just about to stop them when he thought about it. In this world, there were many things that he could not change. He could only go along with them. If he did not allow them to pay their respects, who knew if they would have other intentions? Greetings, Master. Before long, the tenant farmers had gathered around Pei Ziyan and paid their respects to him. Pei Ziyan swept his gaze across them and saw that they were all honest people. There were about 20 of them, and they all accepted his greetings. Chen Yuan looked on and was very envious. He then said, "The tenant farmers are connected to the wasteland, but there's no time to cultivate the wasteland. We can only cultivate it now. We'll use a water wheel to guide the water and dig a small canal. We'll plant rice next year." Chen Yuan pointed and saw that there were people working along the river. It was a water wheel being built. He was surprised. "You've already built it so quickly?" "Young master, the imperial court wanted to promote the water wheel, but it was expensive. It cost hundreds of taels of silver, and not many families could afford it. That's why we had some in stock, and as soon as we heard about it, we shipped it over the same day." Pei Ziyan took a closer look. This water wheel was 15 meters tall, and its axles were supported by wooden spokes. At the top of each spoke was a scraper and a water bucket. As the river flowed, the wooden spokes rotated slowly, filling the bucket with water. The bucket was then lifted up, and the water was then poured into the canal, into the fields. There were even temporary workers digging the canal. "How much can this water wheel irrigate?" "Young master, there are 3 types of water wheels. The large one can irrigate 600 to 700 mu of land. The small one can irrigate 100 to 200 mu of land. This is the medium one and can irrigate 400 to 500 mu of land. You're really efficient." At this point, Pei Ziyan could not help but admire Chen Yuan's capabilities. Actually, it was understandable. In this world where officials were the rulers, although the Su dynasty did not despise merchants, for a mere hawker to be able to become a rich man in 10 years, one could imagine the difficulty of such a feat. He must have had some capabilities. It was a pity that he did not see the bigger picture and ended up in jail in his previous life. His 10 years of hard work had gone to waste. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard the sound of firecrackers being set off. He looked up and saw the village chief, and other villagers all walking up to him. He then saw a dark-skinned man in front of him. It was the chief patrol officer. "I don't dare. How would I dare to receive your excellency?" Everyone else was kowtowing and bowing. Pei Ziyan was a top scorer and had no choice but to accept it. However, this person was surprised. "How would I dare to address you as your excellency?" The chief patrol officer, who was originally cold and stern, had a face full of smiles. This chief patrol officer had heard that Pei Ziyan had become a high scholar and had brought his men to patrol Snail Village. This was a good opportunity for them to establish a good relationship. This was the start of a new dynasty, and Pei Ziyan was still young. As long as he was willing to study hard, he might even become a grand scholar. If he didn't become a grand scholar, the top scorer could still be promoted to a lower 9th rank official. Although they were of the same rank, he could at least become a county magistrate. If he could be promoted to a lower 9th rank official, that would already be the limit. At this point, they exchanged pleasantries. One was an official, and the other was a top scorer. They smiled at each other. Behind them was Chao San, who had already been promoted a rank and was considered a military official. However, he didn't dare to raise his head. He then kowtowed. "Greetings to Master Top Scorer. We're all fellow villagers. Please rise." Pei Ziyan helped the village chief up. "Old Master, the construction of the ancestral hall has been completed. Please light the incense and open it." The third uncle told him that during the war years, the Pei family's ancestral hall had been destroyed. Hence, the few of them had no choice but to move here. The people who had left their village were poor. Fortunately, Pei Ziyan was such a talented person. Now that he had become a high scholar, he could rebuild the ancestral hall. At this point, many of the Pei family members were crying. "This is a big matter. Master Top Scorer, please go ahead." The chief patrol officer was very understanding. Everyone crowded around Pei Ziyan as they walked towards the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall wasn't far from Snail Village. The Black Wind bandits had already been wiped out. Hence, it wasn't a big deal to build it outside the village. They had invited a feng shui master to come and inspect the ancestral hall. He had chosen the location of the ancestral hall and decided on the exact location. As they neared the ancestral hall, they noticed that it had already been completed. The exterior walls were painted white, and there were tiles on the walls. There were 2 small stone lions in front of the door. Pei Ziyan was an elementary scholar, but he was a high scholar now. The village chief of Snail Village looked at it enviously. As they neared, they noticed that the main door was made of stone. Stone carvings were expensive and required a lot of time and effort. However, Pei Ziyun had left behind a sum of money before he left. There were 2 large red doors, and on top of the doors was a plaque that read, Pei Family Ancestral Hall. The chief patrol officer and the village chief escorted them to the entrance of the ancestral hall, but didn't enter. Instead, they sat down at a table. This was an internal affair of the Pei family, and outsiders shouldn't interfere. Mother, Pei Qianshi instructed the servants to set up a table in front of the main door. At this point, Pei Ziyun stepped forward and knelt down. My son has returned. My son has returned and brought the top score with him. Pei Qianshi rubbed her eyes and said, Send your father into the ancestral hall. Yes. Pei Ziyun received his father's ancestral tablet and waved his hands. The sound of firecrackers could be heard as the doors of the ancestral hall opened. Besides Pei Ziyun, everyone else had their own ancestral tablets. Send them into the ancestral hall. Someone shouted. The Pei family members followed Pei Ziyun into the ancestral hall. The tablet for the Lord of the Temple was for Pei Ziyun's father, and the other tablets were placed aside. Light the incense. Pei Ziyun took the incense and placed it into the incense burner. Third kowtow. The entire clan bowed in unison as the smoke from the incense rose into the air, adding a sense of mystery to the entire hall. Soon after, the third uncle recited the sacrificial rites, informing the ancestors that Pei Ziyun had become a high scholar. Pei Ziyun looked at the ancestral hall and noticed that there were some changes. The plum blossom was vibrating slightly, but had disappeared. Pei Ziyun then thought to himself, based on the original owner's memories and knowledge, I can rebuild the ancestral hall and offer sacrifices to the ancestors. The original Pei family's ancestral hall had been damaged during the war. Now that I'm rebuilding it, should I rebuild it on the same spot or move it to a new location? As he thought about it, he laughed. After the sacrificial rites were completed, the third uncle said, The family school has been built. As he said this, he led the way. The ancestral hall was separated from the surrounding school, and the doors were usually shut tight. When they got closer to the school, they could see that it was a classroom. The teacher that they had invited looked to be a 50-year-old student. He was getting on in years and had no hopes of becoming a high scholar. He was teaching his students in a room. When he heard the firecrackers outside, he felt a sense of melancholy. A few of the Pei family's children were shaking their heads as they read, but they couldn't help but look outside. When the old man saw them, he didn't hit them with a ruler like he usually did. He only used the ruler to threaten them when they crossed the line. Usually, the old student would use a ruler to punish them. At this point, the children had been taught a lesson. They sat down obediently and pretended to recite. At this point, a group of people walked over. The old student stood up in shock. Greetings, Master Top Scorer. Pei Ziyun hurriedly helped him up and looked around before saying, The family school has just been built, and the conditions are simple and crude. I apologize for troubling teacher. Here is a gift of 5 taels of silver. Teacher, please accept it and learn a thing or two from it. This 5 taels of silver was shiny and shiny. The old student hurriedly rejected it. I've already accepted the school fees. How can I accept more? Pei Ziyun then said, Since you are the teacher of the family school, you will be able to learn from me in the future. This is a matter of course. If you accept it like this, you are treating me like an outsider. After a while, the old student finally accepted the silver and bowed in thanks. He was feeling complicated, happy, and sad at the same time. He had worked hard all his life, and yet he couldn't even become an elementary scholar. This young man had become a top scorer at the age of 15. How could the difference between them be so huge? Outside the ancestral hall, the chief patrol officer and the village chief were having a conversation. The chief patrol officer sighed. This Pei family indeed has the protection of their ancestors. From the previous dynasty until today, they have met with a calamity, and their family has fallen into disgrace. Who would have thought that with this master top scorer, they would be able to return home in glory. As the chief patrol officer, I am envious of them. The chief patrol officer then added, "That's right. This Pei family is really lucky to have produced a top scorer. If one day my snail village's Zhang family can produce a high scholar as well, that would bring glory to our ancestors." When the chief patrol officer heard this, he thought to himself, "You're just a poor villager. What kind of high scholar can you produce? This Pei family has been a family of scholars for generations." The village chief sighed to himself. At that time, he had no intention of offering high scholar Pei's childhood sweetheart to the Pei family. How would things have turned out like this? Pei Ziyun was just an elementary scholar and didn't think much of it. Now that he had become a high scholar, there were many things that he couldn't take care of. Chapter 55. After visiting the school, Pei Ziyun then entered the side hall of the ancestral hall and flipped through a book on the Pei clan records. The Pei clan's genealogy was very thin. The first page recorded the history of the Pei clan, dating back 400 years. The second page recorded his grandfather's generation, and a third page recorded his father's generation, as well as the current generation of men. Pei Ziyun looked at it for a long time before putting it down. Third uncle then said, "It's about time. Let's return to the village. The shed and stage have been built. Let's enjoy the show." "All right." Pei Ziyun nodded his head and walked out. When he walked out, he saw Pei Qianshi. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she was burning some paper in a brazier. Today was the opening of the ancestral hall, and according to the rules, women were not allowed to enter. However, they were allowed to enter during normal times. Pei Qianshi was standing at the entrance, burning paper money and crying as she spoke. "Mother, look!" Pei Qianshi received the high scholar's document and saw the seal of the prefecture. Her hands trembled as she thought of her own husband. Before his memorial tablet was placed in the ancestral hall, it had been kept in secret at home. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. She then cried out, "Husband, when you were still alive, you said that you hoped that Per would become a high scholar and bring honor to our ancestors. Now that Per has become a high scholar, I have waited for more than 10 years, and finally this day has come." Pei Qianshi's eyes turned red as tears rolled down his cheeks. Pei Qianshi choked on her sobs for a moment before she stopped crying. She then looked relieved and stood up. "Husband, I've finally done you justice. I've done justice to the Pei family." The moment Pei Qianshi stood up, Pei Ziyun could feel his plum blossom vibrating. He guessed that the task of becoming a high scholar had been completed. He then said, "I shall place this document on the table and show it to the ancestors." This was to be expected, and no one felt anything strange about it. They watched as Pei Ziyun walked in. Speaking of which, it was strange. This ancestral hall had just been built, and when he first walked in, he didn't feel anything. But now he felt something different. It was cold and gloomy, as well as spacious and gloomy. A fragrant aroma filled the air. System. A small white plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes. It quickly grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. A line of red words appeared. "Pass the high scholar exam and fulfill your family's wish. Completed. Can be extracted. Withdraw." A white flower petal appeared between his eyebrows, and a moment later, a red but transparent flower petal appeared beside it. Specks of spiritual light resembled starlight. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun sucked in a deep breath. "I've obtained half of the second petal. I can absorb the Tao aura now. It's a pity that this legacy is even rarer than thinking. This isn't something that everyone has entrusted themselves to. It's something that a person has worked hard for more than 10 years before finally condensing. This is simply sincerity. With sincerity, the metal and stone will have a spirit. This is what sustenance is. It's already not bad if 1 out of 100 is sincere in literature and the Tao. But the rogue cultivator from the Black Wind Bandits last time didn't even have a cultivation technique worth laughing at. But he kept his sincerity in his heart and in his actions. That's why it became a burden." Pei Ziyun stood in the middle of the ancestral hall and shook his head. "Now it's all mine. The original owner had suffered many trials and tribulations. He was afraid that if he gave me the plum blossom, I wouldn't fulfill his wishes. So he set a limit in this life. If I couldn't fulfill his wishes, he wouldn't give me the authority. This really gave me a headache. But that's true. If the original owner didn't set up the restrictions, I would have found a loophole and entered the immortal sect. Why would I have to bear all the responsibilities, killing day and night, and people coming to harm me? After sighing for some time, Pei Ziyun regained his senses. The plum blossom between his brows disappeared. He placed the scroll on the table and bowed before turning around to leave. The memorial tablet was a temporary place for the soul to reside in. Placing it in the ancestral hall was akin to placing it in a mansion. Placing it in a house would make one feel uneasy. Hence, the ancestral hall was a place of energy, and one could not stay in it for long. The memorial tablet glowed brightly, and a shadow of a person appeared on it. It looked like it was made out of smoke, and its body was covered with black chi. If it wasn't for the talisman, it would have turned to ash long ago. When the High Scholar's scroll was placed on top of the tablet, it started to emit a white light with a tinge of red. The black chi was reduced by several degrees, and a thin layer of light enveloped the tablet, preventing the black chi from corroding it. The shadow on the memorial tablet looked similar to Pei Ziyun. As it watched Pei Ziyun leave, it called out softly, "Mother Pingyina." There was a talisman attached to the memorial tablet. As the talisman appeared, it started to burn and turn into ashes. The shadow of the middle-aged man also turned into ashes along with the talisman and disappeared into the tablet. At the same time, a middle-aged Taoist was meditating in a Taoist temple. He sighed, "Brother Yuan Shun, your bad karma has been resolved. This is a cause for celebration." When Pei Ziyin stepped out his house, he heard the sound of firecrackers being set off. He then headed back to the village together. The last time he became an elementary scholar, it was already very lively. This time, the scale of the hut was even bigger. Fish, chicken, meat, meatballs, and the aroma of meat permeated the air. When Pei Ziyun reached the entrance of his house, he saw an empty field. In front of the field, there was a table set up. This was where the nearby elementary scholars were seated. Pei Ziyun smiled and clasped his hands in acknowledgement. He then turned to the chief patrol officer. "Your Excellency, please take a seat." "Master top scorer, please." After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Behind them, there were no more huts. Chao San, who had followed the chief patrol officer, led a group of archers to the table. There were also some landlords, students, and doctors. A stage was set up in the middle of the hall. Seeing that the guests had taken their seats, the chief patrol officer shouted, "Let the show begin." Pei Ziyin couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that everyone had taken their seats and the show was about to begin, the dishes were served. Pei Ziyin toasted each and every one of them. Even though he was the chief patrol officer, he was still a martial artist. Initially, he was seated high up in the hall, enjoying the scenery and chatting. He talked about things like today's laws and taxes are equal and the people are peaceful. Then he talked about our county's goods are becoming more and more plentiful. After a few cups of wine, he was intoxicated and could only stare at the stage. Towards the end, they started to play finger-guessing games and guessing the riddles. Everyone's faces were flushed red. The banquet lasted from dusk until night fell. At night, Pei Qianshi was a little talkative as she pulled Pei Ziyun aside to talk about many things. Most of them were about Pei Ziyun's father. Only when it was late did she finally go to sleep. Pei Ziyun wasn't annoyed at all. He patrolled around and saw that the chief patrol officer was snoring in his room. Chao San and the other archers were in the same room. There was a blanket on the floor, and he was snoring as well. This chief patrol officer is really capable. He knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Many people thought that martial artists were straightforward. However, this impression was wrong. Didn't you notice that the chief patrol officer's attitude towards Pei Ziyun had changed so many times? However, this was human nature. If Pei Ziyun were to become a grand scholar, there was no need for him to be friends with the chief patrol officer. However, if he were to enter an immortal sect, he would only be a grand scholar. That would be a fitting role for him. On one hand, he would be a law enforcer in the county. On the other hand, he would be a famous top scorer. Thinking about this, Pei Zi-yun turned around. Although he could spend more time thinking about this, it wasn't the most important thing right now. What he needed to do now was to absorb the spiritual host, form his spiritual roots, and complete his Tao arts. He then entered his room. At this point, although the house was a little narrow, Pei Zi-yun already had the intention of demolishing it and building a new one. However, the interior of the bedroom was very elegant. The walls were lined with mulberry paper, the bed was in the middle, the screen was in the middle, and the bookshelf was by the window. Pei Zi-yun ran towards the bookshelf and took out a book. He placed the old book under his pillow and lay down. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. There was no one in front of him. Voices came from afar. Standing in the middle of the crowd and looking ahead, the sound of firecrackers could be heard. People were crowding around, shouting, "The bridal sedan is here! The bride is here!" The sound of trumpets, gongs, and drums rang out continuously. The wedding procession was getting closer and closer. It was a sea of red that stung people's eyes. On the street, they saw the groom. The groom rode on a white horse with a big red flower tied to his chest. He smiled and cupped his hands to his left and right. Behind him was a bridal sedan chair. He seemed to want to move forward, but he could not move a single step. Wenyang. It sounded like someone was shouting. It was so weak that even he could not hear it. However, the bridal sedan chair seemed to move slightly, revealing a corner of the sedan chair. When he looked up, he saw a pair of eyes filled with tears. In a split second, they saw each other. In another split second, someone bumped into the sedan chair, pushing it to the side. When he looked up again, the bridal sedan chair had already passed by. The crowd dispersed in twos and threes, taking a deep breath. The sky had turned dark, and the wind was getting stronger. "Don't you regret it? This is the lady you love the most." He hurriedly left. For the sake of cultivation, how could he look back? His tears mixed with his footsteps. After some time, he could hear voices from afar. He arrived at a house. It was quiet inside, and nobody was inside. He pushed open the door and saw a person weaving. Her hair was white, and her movements were laborious. "Mother." The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and blood stained his face. He stretched out his hand to touch it, and saw her white hair. He leaned closer and stretched out his hand. "Mother!" The night was raining. Just as she raised her head, everything was gone. Pei Zi-yun flipped over and sat up. He realized that he had only slept for a short while. The newly lit candles were burning, and tears rolled down his cheeks. An indescribable feeling filled his chest, and his body trembled slightly. Indeed, he had a dream, just like the previous few times. He was a student who had hopes of becoming an elementary scholar. One day, he came across a Tao book. This Tao book ignited the flames of his desire to become an immortal. He did not care about his old mother, and did not see the tears of his beloved. He focused on cultivation and struggled to become an immortal. In the blink of an eye, everything had left him. As time passed, he decided to go against the flow. His sick mother passed away, and he lost her. He threw himself into the path of cultivation, even if he was a thief, even if he practiced evil techniques. In the blink of an eye, tens of years had passed. However, the breakthrough was like a dream. When he died, he felt a deep sense of hopelessness. Do you regret it? Yes, he regretted it. All he wanted was to return to the past. He burned the Tao books, read the books, and made his mother laugh. He wanted to marry the lady he loved and never walk the path of cultivation again. When he awoke from his dream, Pei Zi-yun touched his face and felt his own tears. A sense of hopelessness lingered in his heart and could not be shaken off. This was his unwillingness to die. After calming himself down, this feeling slowly dissipated. Although it was still midnight, there were crickets chirping outside. He pushed open the window and saw a bright moon hanging in the sky. The moonlight shone in, and Pei Zi-yun pointed at a tree. The tree moved without any wind. He already had spiritual roots. Chapter 56. In the dark of the night, a black snake approached. Upon closer inspection, it was a group of 20 to 30 men dressed in black. When they were about 100 steps away from Snail Village, the group stopped. Under the moonlight, one of the men stood in the shadows of the trees, looking extremely scary. He spoke in a hoarse voice. "Brothers, we have work to do tonight. Our biggest enemy, Tai 2, is hiding in Snail Village. Tonight, we have to get rid of him." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire group became restless. A bald monk with a dark red face and a body that looked like it was made of steel was thinking to himself, "What bullsh asterisk Tai 2? We're obviously here to kill the new top scorer, yet we don't dare to say it out loud." Of course, they didn't dare to say it out loud. Although the people at the helm were fugitives, they still had families and children to take care of. They wouldn't dare to go against the authorities, especially since the dynasty had just been established. Yang Kuen's mouth was filled with bitterness. He shouldn't have gone on board, but he had no other choice. He pretended to be calm and held his hands out in front of him. He was the leader and had some authority. The group quieted down once again. Tai 2 has killed 6 of our brothers, and we have to take revenge. There are many villagers in this village, but our target isn't them. They wouldn't dare to fight us to the death. Let's find our target and kill all of Tai 2's people, then retreat. As long as we have the guts to kill, we will win this battle. When we return, everyone will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver. This is the money for following me for a night of hard work. If we return victorious, everyone will be rewarded with 20 taels of silver. Those who are meritorious will be promoted. There are 2 more positions open for you to take. Oh yes, remember, we're using the name of the Black Wind Bandits. This is the revenge of those who were ambushed and killed. Understand? He. Understood. Within moments, the group of fugitives were filled with killing intent. Yang Kuen glanced at Zhang Jieyu and saw him nod his head. He then shouted, "Go." Someone then crept forward. Snail Village. Mudwalla villager was sitting on top of the mud wall, bored out of his mind. The Black Wind Bandits had been exterminated, and there were officials patrolling the area. This villager was extremely dissatisfied with the arrangements of the village. He yawned and thought to himself, "You're all eating and drinking inside, and I'm supposed to patrol the night." He closed his eyes and fell asleep. The villager had just rolled over when he heard a buzzing sound. He cursed, "This is a mosquito. How dare it come out to bite people in autumn? If I had known, I would have harvested more mugwort." Just as he was grumbling, he raised his head and saw a group of black-clothed men sneaking in under the moonlight. In an instant, he was horrified and wanted to stand up and strike the gong. Zhang Jieyu saw that the villager had woken up. He waved his hand, and a monk appeared behind the villager. It was the big brother of Silver Dragon Temple. He laughed evilly and twisted his head. With a paw sound, the villager's neck was twisted and his body struggled for a while. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose as he fell onto the observation deck. His body twitched and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. His hand was still moving as if he wanted to hit the gong, but he was stepped on by a foot and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. "It's done," the monk said softly. "Quick!" Some of the black-robed men snuck in and pounced toward a certain direction. Pei Mansion under the moonlight, a man was practicing his fists. His movements were agile and strong. His waist and thighs were one. His movements were like a bow being pulled to its maximum, and the wind generated by his fists could be heard. Although he did not have spiritual roots and was unable to produce any inner chi, he had trained his limbs and waist to be strong and flexible. But after a few minutes, there was a change in his stance. The sound of blood flowing could be heard as the movements of the 100 Beasts illustration started to merge with each other. There was no limit to it. The flow of blood was neither fast nor slow, but it was continuous, wave after wave. Unknowingly, it stopped. Pei Ziyan didn't stop because he had finished his moves, but because he had used up all of his chi and blood. Only then did he slow down. After he stopped, Pei Ziyan realized that he couldn't even stand properly. His entire body was covered in sweat. His face, neck, chest, Back and legs were all covered in sweat. His clothes were all wet, as if he had just come out from a pool of water. But after a few breaths, Pei Zi-yun could feel the energy within his body. The energy swirled around him continuously, and he felt extremely refreshed. Blood flows like a tide, bones become soft, and tendons become soft. Pei Zi-yun had found this from the original owner's memories. It could be said that to be able to cultivate to this level, it was only a matter of time before he reached the stage of strengthening his inner body. There's a theory about blood flows. If it flows smoothly, it won't hurt. If it hurts, it won't flow. I was very tired just now, but now I can feel the energy flowing through my body. Even my vision and hearing have become clearer, and my body feels lighter. Blood flows through my body like a tide and strengthens my internal organs. Pei Zi-yun was still in shock. I originally did not have spiritual roots and was stuck at the second level. However, I have been building up my foundation. Now that I have spiritual roots, I can immediately skip the third or fourth level and reach the stage of strengthening my inner body. With the experience from my previous life, the results are completely different. The original owner did not lie to me about this. You have to know, even a normal Taoist would need at least 5 years to completely pass this stage. Now that I've mastered it, all I need to do is eat some essence and drink some nourishment. I should be able to complete my inner body in about 1.5 years. In this life, he had embarked on the path of cultivation 5 years earlier than he had in his previous life. Furthermore, he had the plum blossom in his hands. Pei Zi-yun was overjoyed. He thought about the martial arts experts he had seen on television in his previous life. With a leap, he leaped onto a tree beside his house, causing the chickens in the chicken coop to squawk loudly. Pei Zi-yun leaped onto a tree branch and was finally satisfied. He leaned against the tree trunk and rested. Just as he was feeling proud of himself, he heard a dog outside the wall. It only barked a few times before it whimpered and stopped. Pei Zi-yun stood on top of the tree and looked down. On the way from the village entrance to his house, there was a black-robed man approaching. Pei Zi-yun's smile froze on his face as he thought, "Not good. There's a bandit attack." Just as he was thinking about this, a small white plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes. It grew bigger and bigger until it became a translucent information interface. It glowed with an urgent red light. Pei Zi-yun looked at it and saw a line of red words: "Counterattack the bandits. Enter free Cloud Sect." Pei Zi-yun looked at it and cursed. "Damn it, you're such a stupid system. You only warn me when I see them. Why do I need you to warn me when I see them?" Pei Zi-yun turned around and slid down the tree before running to a side room. He then kicked an archer who was lying on the bed. "Get up, get up." The archer was kicked and got up. He was enraged and paused. "Master top scorer, there's a bandit, get up." As he spoke, Chao Sen woke up as well. When he heard Pei Zi-yun's whisper, he broke out in cold sweat. He stared at the archer and scolded, "Bastard, why aren't you getting up?" When the country was first established, most of the archers were retired soldiers. They were all awakened and armed themselves. Pei Zi-yun was about to wake the chief patrol officer when he heard the sounds of weapons being fired. He then sat up abruptly. "Chao San, quick, something's happened." Pei Zi-yun was secretly impressed. The chief patrol officer hurriedly put on his clothes. Although he was still slightly drunk and reeked of alcohol, his eyes were sharp and sharp. He then regained the demeanor of a soldier and climbed up the ladder silently. He then looked outside. "Master top scorer, it's the bandits. Hurry up and hide at the back. Leave the matter of killing the bandits to me." Being a high scholar was like a protective umbrella. If anything were to happen to Pei Zi-yun and the chief patrol officer was in Snail Village, it would be hard for him to avoid trouble. Hearing the chief patrol officer's words, Pei Zi-yun retreated. The chief patrol officer took another look and saw that while he was speaking, a group of bandits were approaching. He then waved his hands and said, "Quick, Chao San, set up a defensive perimeter around the wall. There are over 30 bandits." "Yes." Immediately, the chief patrol officer moved a table and placed it behind the wall. The wall wasn't very high, and one could stand on the table and shoo at the bandits. Chao Sin climbed up the table and looked around. He broke out in a cold sweat and was sober from his drunken stupor. Send someone. Once we start shooting, beat the drums and gongs to gather the militia to defend against the bandits. So many bandits had entered the village, and he himself was in the middle of the village. This was a huge disaster. The chief patrol officer was sweating profusely. Pei Ziyin looked at the chief patrol officer's command and took a step forward. Chief patrol officer, your excellency, lean against the wall and order your men to shoot at them. I will bring an archer with me. Once we start shooting, sound the drums and summon the militia. I will command them. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, the chief patrol officer hesitated before saying, Master Top Scorer, why do you have to do this personally? This was a little risky. Although a high scholar wasn't an official, he was still a high scholar. If anything were to happen, he would be held responsible. Pei Ziyun unsheathed his long sword and chopped down on a tree branch. This thick branch was sliced cleanly into two. He then laughed. Chief Patrol Officer, I'm not a weak scholar. The moonlight shone brightly on the ground. The Chief Patrol Officer looked at the bandits who were charging at them. He then looked at his 9 subordinates and gritted his teeth. Since Master Top Scorer has the guts to do this, how can I fall behind? Let's do it. The Chief Patrol Officer's eyes were filled with determination. He thought about how Pei Ziyun had bribed him when he was still an elementary scholar. Pei Ziyun had brought a group of archers to destroy the Black Wind Bandits. Although the Chief Patrol Officer had been receiving guests quite a lot lately and was rather chubby, he still took his long sword from the soldiers behind him. He drew his sword, which reflected the moonlight and emanated a murderous aura. At this point, several black-robed bandits were nearing. One of the bandits was the first to approach. The archer was just about to raise his bow and shoot when the Chief Patrol Officer raised his hand and stopped him. Wait for more people to arrive. Several more black-robed bandits were nearing the wall. The Chief Patrol Officer's face turned cold as he laughed and gave the order, shoot. The archers had long been prepared. They drew their bows and waited for the order to be given. They then shot at the bandits. Pu-pu-pu sounds could be heard. The 3 bandits in front fell to the ground. It was a concentrated attack from several people. Each of the black-robed bandits was hit by 2 or 3 arrows before they fell to the ground. They weren't dead yet and started crying out in pain. There's bandits, there's bandits. Seeing that the bandits had started attacking, the archers who had slipped out from the backyard started shouting and banging on the gong. Bang, bang, bang. The dogs in the village were alarmed and started barking. Following the commotion, some of the villagers started to light fires. Chickens were flying and dogs were jumping. Adults were screaming and children were crying. Shadows of people were everywhere. Who is it? What happened? The village chief was the leader of the bandits. Although he had drunk some wine, he slept very late. Since he was an old man, he woke up when he heard the commotion. Before he could take a good look, he saw a torch being lit. It was filled with oil, and the sound of crackling could be heard. The village chief looked up and saw that Pei Ziyun was dressed in his high scholar robes. His face was ashen as he stood under the torch. He then said, Village chief, the Black Wind Bandits have entered the village. Chapter 57. The village chief shuddered as he realized what Master Topscorer was talking about. At that moment, his heart started pounding and his ears started to ring. He felt an emptiness in his heart, and his head started to spin. His legs turned to jelly as he sat down on the doorstep. Heavens! A gust of wind blew, and the village chief's entire body trembled. His voice was trembling as he asked, Is this real? I'm not dreaming, right? Listen, the gongs have been struck. Pei Ziyin looked up and pointed to the pitch-black skies. Sounds of gongs and drums could be heard coming from Snail Village. Bandits are here to fight. Zhang Erzi has been killed. Someone at the entrance of the village screamed. The village chief cried out in despair. It's over, it's all over. The village chief was in despair, but the others weren't. At this point in the night, the gongs and drums could be heard, and the entire Snail Village was awoken. A man heard the gongs and drums and walked to the door. He used his ears to listen, and realized that there were bandits attacking the village. At this point, the woman on the bed woke up as well. She carried a 1-year-old boy in her arms, and the boy started to cry loudly. When the man heard the commotion outside, he turned around and picked up a spear. This spear was given to him by the government to train the villagers. The woman looked at her husband picking up the spear and was about to leave, and her face turned pale. The man then said calmly, "Wife, I have to go. If not, when the bandits come in, you won't be able to escape. Just like the last time, hide in the cellar. Once everything is over, you can come out." The woman's fingernails dug into her palms, but she didn't stop him. Instead, she said, "Come back soon. The child and I will wait for you." She then turned to the child and said, "Tell father to come back soon." The 1-year-old child didn't understand such things and started crying even louder. The man looked at the child and didn't say a word. He then picked up the spear and walked out. Although the village was in chaos, some people weren't afraid. In the past, the chief patrol officer had sent soldiers to train the villagers and had given them spears. This was more than enough to deal with the bandits. After all, the Black Wind bandits were so vicious that they were surrounded. Hence, no bandits dared to attack Snail Village. With this in mind, the villagers gathered around, especially the young lads who were 17 or 18 years old. They rushed out with spears in their hands and asked, "Where is the thief?" In an instant, 7 or 8 people had already rushed over from the empty space in front of the village chief's room with their spears. Seeing the village chief's expression, they were all at a loss. "We can't let this old man lose his morale." When Payzian saw this, he understood what was going on. His heart was filled with anger and hatred towards the village chief, who was usually so mighty, but at critical moments was a cowardly coward. If this was a war, he would have killed the village chief. He then thought of something and shouted, "Village chief, there are bandits in the village. You are the village chief. Hurry up and inform the villagers. If they are brave villagers, hurry up and gather with me. If you want to protect your family, you have to follow me. Jean Dashin, where are you? Also, get the old and the weak to hide behind you. If you can't hide in time, do not leave the house. If you're caught in a fight with the bandits, you will be in deep trouble." Under the light of the torch, Payzian was dressed in the robes of a high scholar. He shouted a few times, and with a pillar of support, the surrounding villagers gradually calmed down. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him as he shouted, "The Black Wind bandits are extremely vicious and are wanted by the authorities. Don't even think of escaping. These bandits are here for Snail Village, and if they break into the village, we will all die, including our parents and children. If you want to protect your family, you have to follow me. Jean Dashin, where are you?" "I'm here." Jean Dashin rushed forward with his spear in hand. "You are the leader of the villagers. Hurry up and form a formation. Don't panic, and follow the instructions given in training." "Yes," Jean Dashin replied. The few villagers around him also obeyed his orders in times of crisis. Seeing this, the village chief's expression changed. He knew that he had been too cowardly just now, and his authority had been undermined. However, Payzian's words were right. There was no way to escape, and they could only fight. After being the village chief for so many years, he was able to make up his mind. He hurriedly gathered the militia and arranged for the elderly, women, and children to pack up and hide. "All the men in the village, gather here. If you have the strength, pick up your weapons. Bang, bang, bang. Women, children, old and young, hide yourselves. Don't hide, don't go out. Pay household, voila." A man dressed in black wanted to jump onto the wall, but his body trembled, and he rolled down. Zhang Jieyu saw this man climbing up the wall and was about to order his men to follow him. When he saw this man fall from a wall onto the ground, he was shocked. "What? There's an ambush?" He turned around and slapped one of the men dressed in black, causing him to fall to the ground. Even his veil was blown away. He then pulled out his sword and glared at the man. "Zhang Pei Sheng, is this how you gather information for me?" The man in black was so frightened that he trembled. "Young master, I've indeed gathered information. There are only a few village warriors in this village, and they rarely patrol the area." When Zhang Jieyu heard these words, he was enraged. He pulled out his sword, which gleamed brightly under the moonlight. He pointed it at the wall and shouted, "If that's the case, then why did my men get killed the moment they went up? You better rush up and take a good look. Report to me, or I'll kill you." This Zhang Peisheng was the son of Zhang Jieyu's family. He was talented, which was why Zhang Jieyu had brought him along. Zhang Peisheng was a dependable person and was someone whom Zhang Jieyu wanted to nurture. He never thought that he would come out to ambush someone, and this happened. He had gathered the wrong information, and in the blink of an eye, 4 of his brothers had died. After all, this wasn't an army. It was impossible for them to suffer such heavy casualties and still be able to charge into enemy lines. Zhang Jieyu then realized that he had made a mistake in ambushing them. At the very least, he should have brought twice as many men with him to ambush them. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bow and had to be fired. At this point, seeing that the bandits no longer dared to climb up the wall, the chief patrol officer signaled for someone to light a torch. The entire area was brightly lit, and the chief patrol officer shouted, "You bandits, how dare you attack a village so openly? You have to know that the alarm has been raised. If you don't surrender now, it will be too late for regrets." However, as soon as the torch was lit, Zhang Jieyu could see that there were 8 or 9 soldiers on the opposite wall. One of the archers saw Zhang Peisheng peeking his head out to scout the area. He then raised his bow and shot an arrow. Zhang Peisheng was observing the situation when he heard a pu sound. He felt a sharp pain on his face as an arrow flew past his face. He stretched out his hand to touch it and realized it was covered in blood. Just as he was about to cry out, he saw Zhang Jieyu's cold eyes. He swallowed his words, and his face was filled with joy. "Young master, it's not an ambush. There aren't many people inside. There are only a few archers. Seems like it was a coincidence. If it was an ambush, there wouldn't be so few people." Hearing that it wasn't an ambush, Zhang Jieyu's face turned slightly better. Yang Kuen's face was ashen. He was the sect leader. He then asked, "Young master, should we go in or not? We've already lost tonight. If we force our way in, the losses would be huge." Zhang Peisheng was anxious and shouted out, "Young master, we cannot retreat. The guards inside have already seen us, especially since young master is not wearing a mask. If the guards were to investigate..." When Zhang Jieyu heard these words, his face turned cold. This Pei Ziyun had lost tonight, so be it if they were prepared. But since he wasn't wearing a mask and was seen by the guards, that would be a huge disaster. However, seeing that there were only a few people inside, he grabbed a mask and gritted his teeth. He then pointed his sword in front of him and shouted, "Split into 2 groups and block the villagers from behind. The rest of you, break down the main door and force our way in." Seeing that Yang Kuen was hesitating, he laughed coldly. "Sect leader Yang, there are only 8 or 9 people inside. The reason why our brothers were injured or killed was because they weren't prepared for the arrows. Now that we know, everyone here is skilled in martial arts. Don't tell me we can't force our way in and kill them." What he said made sense. If there were more than 10 archers, even the most skilled in martial arts would have to retreat. But if there were only a few of them, it wouldn't be a problem. Even if they managed to force their way in, their brothers would suffer heavy casualties. Out of these 20 to 30 brothers, besides the people from Silver Dragon Temple and the few Black Wind sect members, half of them were the elites of his Luo sect. If they were to die, how would he be able to maintain control of the situation on the river? Besides, killing a guard was equivalent to rebelling. The crime was too severe, and he hadn't been seen with his own face. Zhang Jieyu stood within the flames and saw Yang Kuen's gloomy face. His heart sank. Yang Kuen was the leader of sect. How could he be a martyr and a cannon fodder? Seeing Yang Kuen's expression change, he turned resolute and said, "Young master, this matter." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Jieyu's eyes revealed a look of determination. He felt for a small copper seal in his sleeves. With a flick of his wrist, the copper seal landed in his hands. He then recited a spell that his sect had given him. His sect had warned him not to use this spell unless it was absolutely necessary. Now that he had this thought, his eyebrows twitched. Before he could use his true chi, he combined it with the copper seal. The copper seal opened up, and a red spell appeared, imprinting itself into his mind. Zhang Jieyu's body trembled as he was overjoyed. "So you've given me this spell." Although it took a long time to say all this, it only took a moment. Just as Yang Kuan was about to reject him, his mind lit up. A man stood up. His body was covered in a red glow. He then spoke, "Yang Kuan, are you not going to obey?" "No." Yang Kuan was the leader of a sect, after all. His face showed signs of struggle. "No, I'm the leader of Luo's sect. I am not your puppet." The man in Yang Kuan's mind laughed coldly. "Years ago, you and your father were willing to protect my sect and signed a death pact with me. Now you want to go back on your word?" A bright red light flashed, and Yang Kuan groaned. His mouth, nose, and ears were bleeding. He paused for a moment before speaking in a wooden voice. "Brothers, some of you go to the back. The rest of you, follow me and kill." As he spoke, he took the lead and charged towards Yang Kuan. The men of Luo's sect saw their leader charging towards Yang Kuan and followed suit. What a pity, what a pity! Zhang Jieyu was not overjoyed. He was filled with regret. Nobody would be willing to become a puppet. After using this spell, Yang Kuan would either die in battle or become an idiot. If he survived, he would definitely suffer a backlash. Don't be fooled by the fact that Taoist sects have spells. However, if they were to face a martial artist, they would definitely suffer a huge blow. Hence, regardless of whether they won or lost, Yang Kuan had to die. And if he died, he would not be able to control Luo's sect as easily as he did before. This would be a huge loss. Thinking about this, Zhang Jieyu smiled. "Pei Ziyun, as long as I kill your entire family, I will pay the price." Chapter 58. Kill! Kill! Zhang Dashan screamed as he charged forward with his spear. The villagers behind him were red in the face as well. They waved their spears and charged forward as well. One of the warriors laughed and dodged to the side. He waved his sword and slashed down. There was a pu sound as one of the villagers was struck and screamed in pain. Almost at the same time, an order was given, "Stab." Listening to Zhang Dashan's command, a few of the village warriors followed his command and stabbed forward. No matter how fearsome the swordsman's swordsmanship or movements were, due to their habits from the last time they surrounded the Black Wind bandits. Pu. The sound of a spear piercing into flesh was terrifying. This warrior had been practicing martial arts for many years and was a well-known figure. Facing the spear, he managed to dodge a few, but 2 spears pierced into his body. He let out a heart-wrenching scream as he raised his sword to defend himself. Stab again. Several villagers stabbed him as well. The warrior could not take it anymore and died on the spot. His eyes were wide open in disbelief as he died. "Don't scatter, stab together, don't rush forward," Pei Ziyun ordered. At this point, the villagers and the black-robed men were engaged in a chaotic battle. Weapons clashed, and screams of agony could be heard. As he passed by the martial artist, he tore off the veil covering his face. Under the light of the torch, he saw the corpse of a monk. There were even scars on the top of the corpse. The village chief who was following behind shouted out, "Why is there a monk here? I heard them talking about avenging the gang leader. Could it be that there's someone among the Black Wind sect who became a monk?" Kill! One of the villagers thought that killing the bandits was easy and rushed forward. "Don't stray from the formation." Before he could finish speaking, a black-robed man dodged the stab of the villager. With a flash of his sword, the villager cried out in pain as he fell to the ground. He had been slashed from the shoulder to the chest and died instantly. At this point, a woman screamed as she ran out and hugged the villager. "My son, I told you not to come out. Why did you come out?" Before she could finish speaking, the black-robed man slashed down with his sword, and the old woman's head flew into the air. Blood splattered all over the ground. "This is Zhang Wu. He learned some skills from the old hunter. I didn't expect him to kill him with a single slash." Someone took a closer look and sucked in a breath of cold air. "Don't scatter, stab together, don't rush forward." Pei Ziyun shouted out. These idiots, you're just a bunch of village warriors without a proper formation. How can you fight against the martial artists? In the blink of an eye, you've killed them all. Zhang Dashan also shouted at the top of his lungs, don't scatter, line up, and stab together. Although Pei Ziyun was a top scorer, he had only been a top scorer for a few days. Normally, he would give the villagers the impression that he was a weak and frail scholar. Naturally, he would not be able to give orders when the time came. But Zhang Dashan was one of their own, and he had some prestige. Furthermore, he was the leader of the village warriors. Now that he was shouting, the village warriors suddenly had a backbone. They stood in formation like they usually did during training. They raised their spears and shouted, kill, kill. Another two martial artists didn't believe it. They were experts of the underworld, so why would they be afraid of these country bumpkins? They raised their blades and rushed over, only to be pierced by the spear. Poo-pee-you. The sound of the spear piercing into flesh could be heard. These experts, who usually killed without batting an eyelid, faced these village warriors who had only trained for a month or so. Their bodies were pierced, and they lay on the ground with their hearts torn. Kill, kill, kill. After killing so many people, the village warriors' morale was greatly boosted. Although their faces were still pale, they were no longer afraid. Zhang Dashan followed this command. From afar, the sounds of fighting could be heard, as well as the sound of doors being slammed. Pei Ziyin knew that things were not looking good. It seemed like the enemies were here to stop them, while his own house was the main force of the enemy's attack. Using the darkness of the night, he dashed towards his own house. Boom! At this point, a loud sound could be heard. The Pei family's door was broken through, and the people guarding the door were sent flying. Outside, there were two monks who were hugging a tree trunk and banging on it. Another two men had dismantled a nearby house's door and used it as a shield to block the arrows. As soon as the door was broken through, they threw away the wooden planks in their hands, drew their blades, and charged in. Kill your way in. Don't leave a single one alive. Zhang Jieyu had already put on his mask and led the black-robed men into the yard. The first person he saw was a fat, middle-aged man. This man pointed at Zhang Jieyu and shouted, shoot. Poo-pee-you. Although the chief patrol officer had put on some weight, he was a military officer and had been on the battlefield for a long time. He could tell that Zhang Jieyu was the leader of the bandits and immediately gave the order. Hearing the order, the archers loosened their bows. 7 or 8 arrows flew towards Zhang Jieyu, who was caught off guard. In this moment of danger, Yang Kuan was protected by his Dao arts. Yang Kuan could not help but rush forward to block the arrows. He heard a series of pu-pu sounds as he was hit by 7 or 8 arrows. Not a single arrow missed its mark. Yang Kuan's entire body had turned into a porcupine. Zhang Jieyu felt a chill run down his spine. He did not advance, but instead retreated. His eyes were cold as he charged forward. Kill, kill, kill. They don't have time to shoot anymore. Kill them all, and avenge our brothers from Blackwind sect. Kill, kill, kill. Avenge our sect leader. The black-robed men saw that their sect leader had died and were enraged. They charged forward. The archers did not have time to shoot another arrow. They drew their blades and started fighting. Go to hell, bandits. The chief patrol officer was not wearing his official robes. This was the first time he showed off his skills. With a single slash, he sliced through one of the black-robed men. Blood splattered all over the ground. He took another 2 steps forward, and another black-robed man screamed. The chief patrol officer could not help but laugh. He saw that this person's blade was shining brightly. This person was obviously at the 3rd level of the martial path. Zhang Jieyu could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Since when was there such an expert in the city? Seeing that this person was unstoppable, the soldiers behind him were filled with killing intent. Their faces were ashen as they stretched out their hands. Pooh, a ray of white light shot out from his sleeves, slamming into the man's blade. But that was not all. A piak sound could be heard as a bolt of lightning flashed past. This bolt of lightning was not strong, but the man was paralyzed, unable to move. These black-robed men were all bandits. Multiple blades landed on the chief patrol officer's body. He had a look of disbelief on his face as blood flowed from his wounds. He knelt down. Kill! Zhang Jieyu swung his blade, and a head flew into the air. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as blood flowed from his nose. He touched it with his hand and realized that it was red. Chao San saw that the chief patrol officer had been killed and shouted out in anger, "Thief! How dare you kill the chief patrol officer? You shall die a horrible death." Zhang Jieyu was shocked. What? This person is the chief patrol officer. Why would there be a chief patrol officer here in his robes? Furthermore, he was killed by me and suffered a backlash. Zhang Jieyu knew that he was in trouble. If even officials could be killed, how could the imperial court still exist? If he killed a few public servants, he could still suppress the backlash. But if he killed an official, he would suffer a backlash. However, at this point, he did not advance. Instead, he retreated and shouted, "Kill all these villagers." Only by killing everyone inside would he be able to deal with the backlash. An archer was slashed to death as his intestines and blood flowed out onto the ground. Zhang Jieyu rushed forward and killed his way into the room. A woman screamed in fear. How could Zhang Jieyu tolerate this? With a flash of his blade, the woman was sliced in half as fresh blood splattered everywhere. Thief died. At this point, a ray of sword light pierced through the air. Zhang Jieyu blocked it, and both of them were startled. Pei Ziyun. Zhang Jieyu's eyes were bloodshot. Pei Ziyun was afraid as well. The one who had just died was his kitchen maid, and not his mother. At this point, he did not make a sound as he rushed forward, his sword light piercing through the air. Zhang Jieyu shouted out in anger as well, as his blade flashed. Both of their swords clashed against each other, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. In the next moment, both of them fell to the ground. Zhang Jieyu's face was ashen as he moved his legs slowly. He laughed coldly. "I didn't expect your Free Cloud sect sword technique to be so powerful. You've even received the teachings of the sect. Free Cloud sect has hidden themselves well." At this point, he no longer thought of his opponent as a rogue cultivator. It was obvious that he had received the teachings of the Free Cloud sect sword technique. Although his strength was slightly weaker than his level of mastery was much higher than his own. Kill. The sounds of killing grew louder and louder. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a long spear piercing through the air. Another black-robed man screamed in pain as he fell to the ground. The rest of the black-robed men realized that the situation was dire. Their sect leader had died, and they retreated, wanting to escape. The situation is hopeless. Zhang Jieyu understood immediately as his heart trembled in fear. He retreated backwards, revealing the monk behind him. The monk shouted out in anger as he waved his blade. At this point, his mask had fallen off. "It's the senior brother from Silver Dragon Temple. If it was a day earlier, you and I would still be fighting like tigers and dragons. Today, I shall let you die." Pei Ziyan shouted out in anger as well. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with an eerie light. Just by looking at him, it was enough to make anyone tremble in fear. At the same time, he leapt forward, his shadow disappearing as he closed in on the monk. Pooh! The monk let out a groan as the sword pierced through his chest. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Hee, dowards aren't meant to kill or injure. Although it's only for a moment, when combined with my martial arts, killing this monk is as easy as killing a dog. Although their martial arts are similar, it's not much different. Pei Ziyan thought to himself. Just as he was about to rush out, a hand pulled him back. "My son, hurry up and escape. Don't fight anymore. These bandits are extremely vicious. You almost died when you went up to them. As long as you're fine, our Pei family still has hope. Mother is old. It doesn't matter if I die. Mother, don't worry. I will kill these bandits and protect you. Hurry up and hide with the women and children. I will be back soon." Pei Ziyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that his mother didn't know any martial arts, and thought that he was at a disadvantage. Seeing a shadow in the distance, he dashed forward. My son. Pei Qianshi could almost see her own husband, Pei Yuan Shun, saying the same thing to her. I shall be the registrar. The world is in trouble. If I don't do something, who am I waiting for? Tears rolled down her cheeks. In the courtyard, Chao San's eyes were bloodshot. The chief patrol officer had been killed in Snail Village, and he was responsible for patrolling the area. When the bandits broke into the village, he was not able to protect the village. That was also a crime. Many of his brothers had been killed along with him. At that moment, he dashed forward without a care for his own life. At this point, a voice could be heard shouting, "Bandits die!" Zhang Yun's father, the old hunter, raised his bow and shot an arrow. A scream of agony could be heard as one of the bandits fell to the ground. He then shot another arrow, and another man in black screamed in agony. Zhang Jieyu, who was running away, couldn't help but feel his eyes turn bloodshot. These were his own people, and he didn't want to die here. He then shouted, "Go to hell." He then pointed his finger at the old hunter, and a white ray of light shot out towards the old hunter. The old hunter was hiding in the house and stood on the roof. He had killed 3 bandits with his bow. Just as he was about to laugh, a white ray of light shot towards him. Pa! A white ray of light appeared on the old hunter's body as well, deflecting most of the impact. However, after being hit by the white ray of light, he lost all his strength and fell from the roof. Zhang Jieyu let out a groan as his nose started to bleed again. A mere hunter's house had a defensive weapon and was destroyed by his own weapon. Die! Pei Ziyun pounced on him as his sword flashed. Zhang Jieyu turned around and blocked the attack. Sparks flew everywhere. After exchanging a few blows, Zhang Jieyu felt a sharp pain in his chest. He then saw another villager pouncing on him. Zhang Jieyu did not hesitate any longer as he turned around and dashed into the darkness, intending to escape. Chapter 59. No, young master, wait for me. Zhang Peisheng saw Zhang Jieyu turn and run, and was terrified. He chased after him. Young master, wait for me. When the men in black heard this, they were shocked. What? Young master is running away? Just as he was stunned, Zhang dashed and shouted, "Stab!" A few villagers heard the command and stabbed forward. Pu. Screams could be heard as 4 men in black were pierced through. Their spears were pulled out of their bodies, fresh blood dripping from their wounds. Kill them all. Zhang dashed and shouted, suddenly realizing what Pei Ziyun had said. Any tricks, feints, speed, strength, it's all to defeat the enemy. It said that the world's #1 martial artist can strike 7 to 8 times in an instant. That's the limit of the human body. But you stab in formation from all angles. Just 7 to 8 people is equivalent to a top expert attacking with all his might. Stab in formation, no matter how good the bandits are, how can they be compared to the world's #1 martial artist? It's just your military exploits. There was something that Pei Ziyun did not say. The world's #1 martial artist had to train for many years. If one died, there might not be another within 100 years. But stab in formation, with 1 or 2 months of training, even if 8 or 10 died, there would be hundreds or thousands of them. This was why martial artists could never achieve anything unless they underwent a qualitative change. Zhang Dashan understood. Zhang Jieyu looked back and gritted his teeth. This idiot can't do anything right. Why get back? I'll chop his head off. Although they were at a disadvantage and were in a stalemate, now that a few of the men in black had been killed, the rest could not take it any longer and turned to flee. One of the slower ones shouted, "Senior brother, wait." Before he could finish, the 3 villagers who were chasing him shouted and stabbed him with their spears. With a piu-piu sound, he was stabbed 3 times and died on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere. Hearing the screams from behind him, Zhang Jieyu ran after him, his heart aching. These were all his treasures, and he hated Pei Ziyun even more. Seeing that Zhang Jieyu was running away without even looking back, Pei Ziyun followed suit and followed suit. Young master? It must be Zhang Jieyu. Although this person was masked, the way he addressed him was obvious. Furthermore, He had brought monks and people from the river to kill him. This was a holy jail sect disciple. It had to be Zhang Jieyu. Pei Ziyun had originally planned to deal with Zhang Jieyu slowly, but who would have thought that Zhang Jieyu would use the Black Wind sex banner to kill him tonight? Of course, Pei Ziyun was not a fool like Zhang Dashan, who thought that he was invincible just because he had a spear in his hand. With Marshall and Jieyu there, and Jie there. Jieyu there. These people, Jieyu. As soon as Pei Ziyun thought of this, his heart was filled with killing intent as he pounced forward. He didn't even care about the few black-robed men who were too slow to escape. Speaking of which, these four men were facing each other back to back. How idiotic! Zhang and the villagers. Zhang, Jie, the Zhang, Jieyu, Jie Zhang, Jie, and the innocent. He kill all these people. Chao San saw that the bandits had killed the chief patrol officer and was enraged. He regained his composure and knew that it was more important to keep the bandits alive. He blocked Zhang Jieyu and shouted, "Abandon your weapons and spare your lives. Abandon your weapons and spare your lives. Abandon your weapons and spare your lives." The villagers raised their spears and stabbed at the bandits. One of the bandits pulled down his mask and knelt down, crying, "I surrender, I surrender." The remaining three bandits saw that their comrade had surrendered and threw down their weapons as well. Zhang Jieyu's heart was filled with regret. He had lost Li Wenjing and lost an arm, and was unable to devise a strategy. Now that he had lost a strategy, he turned around and saw that Pei Ziyun had already caught up with him and was charging forward. There was a horse in front of him. Zhang Jieyu leaped up and landed on the horse's back. He slashed the reins and shouted, "Jia, jia, jia." No one knew where Zhang Pei Sheng had caught up to him, but he was so frightened that he leaped up and shouted, "Young master, bring me along." The horse neighed and was unable to move. Zhang Jieyu was enraged and swung his blade. A piu sound was heard as the blade pierced through Zhang Pei Sheng's chest and came out from the other side. He pulled it out and shouted, "Jia, jia." With this obstruction, Pei Ziyun had already caught up to the horse. He laughed coldly and used his leg to kick the horse. The long knife that had fallen to the ground shot out, and a ray of light flashed past, piercing through the horse's buttocks and into its innards. The horse neighed and leaped up before landing heavily on the ground. Zhang Jieyu was shocked. Not good. The horse landed on the ground and rolled a few times before stopping. His body was stained with blood and dirt, and he used his blade as a support to get up. Pei Ziyun approached with his sword and laughed. "I was wondering who it was. So it's Zhang Jieyu. Mr. Zhang, it's my honor to visit you so late at night." Zhang Jieyu touched his face and realized that the mask on his face had fallen to the ground. It must have fallen off when he was rolling on the ground. After dropping the mask, Zhang Jieyu no longer concealed himself. His body emitted a faint glow as he pointed a finger at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun felt as if the ground beneath his feet had turned into quicksand. Zhang Jieyu dashed forward. His blade flashed, and a thunderous sound was heard. Chi! At this point, he felt a bright light in front of him, and his vision blurred. Zhang! Their shadows intertwined as their blades and swords clashed. Dao arts! Pei Ziyun, you indeed know Dao arts, and you're not a rogue cultivator. Those useless trash houses couldn't test you, and thought you were immortal. Damn it! Zhang Jieyu gritted his teeth in hatred. Pei Ziyun understood what Zhang Jieyu was talking about. Before the gates of heaven were opened, the power of Dao arts was not strong. But even though it was not strong, it was still very easy to suppress a martial arts expert. Think about it. Between two martial arts experts, life and death hanging by a thread. Suddenly, one of them became blind and could not see, or his leg sank and he could not pull it out, or his sword became lighter or heavier. Wouldn't both of them be killed instantly? It can be said that although Dao arts were small, they could kill people without a trace. However, rogue cultivators did not understand this principle and only pursued strength. This was the difference between a rogue cultivator and a sect. When they exchanged blows just now, It was obvious that it was a technique that was passed down within the sect. Pei Ziyan naturally would not say that this was something the original owner had taught him in his previous life, and that he had only learned Dao arts tonight. He laughed coldly. Your quicksand technique is not bad, but Dao arts have their own advantages and disadvantages. Using martial arts to kill people, you can even kill the emperor. But using Dao arts to kill people, you will suffer a backlash. You kill the chief patrol officer and suffer a backlash. How many more times can you use it? My dear young Master Zhang, looks like I'm really lucky to be able to kill my enemy tonight. As he said this, Pei Ziyan wielded his sword and charged forward. Zhang Jieyu's face darkened, and his heart turned cold. Not only was this person skilled in martial arts, he also knew Dao arts. He even knew the secrets of Dao arts. What a troublesome opponent. If he had known this would happen, he would have invited his fellow disciples to investigate this person, and then gathered 3 times as many people to surround and kill him. However, it was too late to say anything now. The only way to win was to go all out. Kill! Kill! The two of them shouted in unison as they charged forward, bringing with them a violent and murderous aura. The two of them clashed once again as sword rays flashed, and the sound of swords clashing could be heard. At that moment, 7 swords and 7 knives clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. When an expert makes a move, it is easy to tell. Zhang Jieyu took a step back and attacked once more as his blade glowed brightly. Dang! Sparks flew everywhere, and Pei Ziyan groaned as he took a step back. Zhang Jieyu was forced back 3 to 4 meters before he could regain his balance. How powerful! Your sword techniques are already 70% complete, and you've even mastered the Dao arts. Zhang Jieyu spat out. Not only are you a disciple of Free Cloud sect, but you're also a core disciple. You have the potential to become an elder or even a disciple of the sect leader. As mentioned earlier, although Dao arts were small and could only be used to distract the enemy before killing them, it was extremely easy. However, if he were to encounter a powerful martial artist, he would not be able to use Dao arts. However, if he were to incorporate Dao arts into his martial arts, he would be able to kill any powerful martial artist in a single strike. Zhang Jieyu was using Holy Jail sect sword techniques, while Pei Ziyan was using Free Cloud sect sword techniques. Although their sword techniques were different, the principles behind them were the same. Zhang Jieyu laughed coldly. Free Cloud sect wants to start a war with Holy Jail sect? It seems like Holy Jail sect was the one who started this. Zhang Jieyu felt his eyes turning sour, and tears were about to flow out. This was the after effects of using Dao arts to illuminate the surroundings. Although it was only a small flaw, Zhang Jieyu groaned as a deep wound appeared on the right side of his chest, near his left shoulder. Although it was not deep, fresh blood oozed out from the wound. Kill! Pei Ziyan's body shone brightly as a shadow flashed. Zhang Jieyu could not care less as a ray of light shot towards Pei Ziyan. Dang! Pei Ziyan laughed coldly as he blocked the attack with his sword, causing sparks to fly in all directions. Pei Ziyan laughed coldly as his sword flashed continuously, clashing against the spot of light. After 5 hits, the spot of light shattered, revealing the sword within. It let out a mournful wail as it fell to the ground, its spirituality gone. Zhang Jieyu suffered another backlash as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned cold. Pei Ziyan, do you really want to fight to the death with my Holy Jail sect? Zhang Jieyu realized that Pei Ziyan's Free Cloud sword technique had reached a certain level, and he was even proficient in Dao arts. Not only was Pei Ziyan's martial arts on par with his, he even had the support of Dao arts. Zhang Jieyu had suffered multiple backlash, and it would be difficult for him to escape death. Thinking of this, he calmed himself down and said, I was wrong, but Pei Ziyan, there is no enmity between us. We can stop here. You killed my Black Wind sect disciples, and that's why I came for revenge. Since you're also a disciple of a sect, let's stop here. There's no need to fight to the death. Both of us should take a step back. Pei Ziyan understood Zhang Jieyu's plan and laughed. Let's not talk about anything else. You instigated the Black Wind sect disciples to kidnap my childhood sweetheart. Isn't that enmity? You tried to assassinate me multiple times. Isn't that enmity? You attacked the village to kill my family members. Isn't that enmity? Paizi Yun's words were filled with killing intent. He paused for a moment before laughing out. Zhang Jieyu, you've attacked me multiple times. This is an enmity between us. This place shall be your burial ground. Besides, you killed the chief patrol officer. You suffered a backlash from your official chi. Your weapon was broken, and you suffered a backlash from your own powers. Although all these can be resolved, do you think I will give you the chance to do so? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Tonight shall be the day you die. Are you still trying to trick me? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.